Chapter 228. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces, all of which he had seen at the lakeside before. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were among them, as well as Pure Heart Palace, Water Moon Hall, 9-Star Sword Sect, Raging Fire Temple, Soaring Feather Pavilion. Disciples from various sects had gathered here, a total of about 30 people, all of whom were the leaders of their respective sects' younger generations. However, at the moment, the condition of these people was not very good. Yuan Chi's consumption was enormous, and many of them had various injuries on their bodies. Having just finished a fierce battle, most of these 30 or so people hurriedly sat down to meditate. Only one person was shuttling through the battlefield, collecting the blood beads left behind by the monster beast. Suddenly, a pair of eyes glanced over at Yang Kai. Following this gaze, Yang Kai saw a young man about 27 or 28 years old staring back at him with a cold expression. This young man's figure was robust, and he stood out from the crowd. Although his clothes were damaged, they were still neat without the slightest wrinkle. There were many bloodstains on his body, which added to his lofty and cold appearance. He stood there quietly like an unsheathed sharp sword, revealing its sharpness, and a sharp aura that shot into the sky. After staring at each other for a moment, this young man faintly withdrew his gaze and began talking to the person who had just been shuttling through the battlefield to collect the blood beads. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu came over, both of them showing a look of relief on their faces. "What's going on?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. He really couldn't understand how the current situation had developed. The younger generation of the various sects had come to this isolated world for life experience, so they had a competitive relationship with each other. If not for some special reason, even if they weren't enemies, they wouldn't have joined forces. It's a long story. Chen Shueshu grit his teeth and gestured to Yang Kai to sit down. Yang Kai saw that his brother was seriously injured and was bleeding profusely, so he reached into his sleeve and took out a bottle, pouring out a few pills and handing them over. Healing pills. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Chen Shueshu quickly signaled to her and whispered, "Brother Yang, quickly put them away." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Although he didn't know the reason, he still quietly stuffed the bottle into his bosom and poured out the medicinal pills into Chen Shueshu's hand. He was extremely puzzled. Wasn't it just a few healing pills? Why was Su Xiaoyu making such a fuss? The young disciples who would come in for experience would definitely carry a few bottles with them in case of emergency. There were more than a dozen bottles of medicinal pills in his Qingquan bag. They were all prepared by his Grand Master Ling Tai Su, but he had never used them. Su Xiaoyu glanced around. She stuck out her tongue again. He had an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother Chen, why are you all gathered together?" Yang Kai asked softly. This was what he was most confused about. "I had no choice." Chen Shueshu smiled bitterly. "Someone threatened you?" Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "That's not it." Chen Shueshu shook his head repeatedly. "We gathered together out of our own free will, and also out of self-preservation. Because if they don't gather together, they won't be able to survive here. Could it be that there is some kind of danger here that you have no choice but to work together?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Chen Shueshu nodded. "Is it a person or a monster beast?" "There are people, and there are also monster beast." Chen Shueshu let out a long sigh before raising his eyes and asking, "Do you remember when we were at the lakeside? There was a group of people from a sect who dressed differently from our great Han cultivator?" How could Yang Kai not remember? He had a deep impression of that group of people, so he nodded and said, "That was a Tianlang dynasty cultivator." Chen Shueshu looked at him in amazement. "Brother Yang actually knows their origins. We also paid a great price to find out that group of people were not our great Han cultivator. Grand Master told me before." Chen Shueshu was shocked. A look of admiration appeared on his face. "Senior Ling is really knowledgeable. What does that have to do with the Tianlang dynasty cultivator?" "They are indeed very strong, but there are only 4 of them. You have so many people, why are you still afraid of them?" Yang Kai was confused and couldn't help but frown. If it's just the four of them, why should we be afraid? The Tian Lang dynasty cultivator dared to come to our great Han dynasty and act so presumptuously. They are simply seeking their own deaths. Even if we just take a few people out, we can still destroy them. Chen Shueshu was extremely indignant, but after he finished speaking, he bitterly smiled. But there are more than four of them. I don't know what kind of strange secret art they've cultivated to actually be able to enslave monster beasts to fight for them. There are four of them. Each one of them has over 100 monster beasts. How are we supposed to fight them? Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. He said in amazement, when you were surrounded by the monster beast, and that group of monster beasts just now, were they all controlled by the Tian Lang dynasty cultivator? That's right. Chen Shueshu nodded heavily. Over 100 great Han dynasty disciples entered this place to gain experience, but we did not expect that the Tian Lang dynasty group was already prepared. At the beginning of the first 2 months, that group of thieves did not make any movements, allowing our great Han dynasty cultivator to hunt the monster beast and kill each other. But after 2 months, when they had enslaved a considerable amount of monster beast, they immediately attacked our great Han dynasty disciples. Many people were simply unprepared and were killed by those monster beasts. And those people from the Tian Lang dynasty, they did not even need to make a move, and our cultivator was already dead. Yang Kai was extremely shocked, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. But a doubt in his heart was also solved. No wonder the two groups of monster beast he saw before were of different species, so it turned out that they were all enslaved. These past few months of fighting, those people from the Tian Lang dynasty are getting more and more monster beast. It is simply impossible to kill them all. On the other hand, our great Han dynasty cultivator is getting fewer and fewer. Previously, we had 50 people gathered together, but now more than a dozen have died. Apart from that, I estimate that the rest are no longer in this world. In other words, the only ones alive in this place were the 4 cultivator from the Tian Lang dynasty and the 30 people here. Yang Kai took a deep breath, also somewhat absent-minded. On that day, there were more than 200 to 300 people who entered, but after half a year, only a tenth of them remained. Those who died were the elites of the various great Han dynasty forces. The losses could not be described as not disastrous. As he spoke, Chen Shueshu was extremely vexed, his face flushed red. This time we really lost a lot of face. If word of this spread out, I'm afraid all the sects here will lose face. There were so many young talents of the great Han dynasty gathered in one place, but they were suppressed by the Tian Lang nation, who came from afar. If this matter really spread out, they would become the laughingstock of the world, so it was no wonder he was blushing. Brother, it's not your fault. Su Xiaoyu softly comforted, it's not that we weren't strong enough, it's that group of people were too treacherous, their preparations were too thorough. Ha! Chen Shueshu's enthusiasm waned as he sighed dejectedly. Now I just hope this damned place closes quickly so we can get out. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, now that so many of you have gathered together, who is giving orders? Everyone here was an elite. In their respective great forces they could call for wind and call for rain. Such people were all unruly, arrogant, and self-important. Without a leader capable of suppressing them, they were definitely nothing more than a pile of loose sand. Chen Shueshu nodded to the side and said, that's 9-star sword sex Wu Qingyi, a Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage master. Among the people here, he is the strongest, so for the time being, everyone will listen to him. Following his gaze, Yang Kai glanced over and found that it was the young man who had been staring at him before. No wonder he gave off the feeling of an unsheathed sword. It turned out he was one of the 9-star sword sex elites. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The 9-star sword sect, whose disciples mainly cultivated sword skills, was also a famous sect, one that enjoyed a high reputation throughout the great Han dynasty. The 9-star sword sect was known as the number 1 force below the central capital's 8 great families. It was second only to the central capital's 8 great families. From this it could be seen just how powerful the 9-star sword sect was. Wu Qingyi's strength was high, and his background was extraordinary, so for such a character to act as a temporary leader was really a good idea. Besides him, among this group of cultivators, there was probably no one else who could convince the masses. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "This person's temperament and demeanor are quite suitable for a leader. It seems that the 9-star sword sect has spent quite a bit of effort on him." Su Xiaoyu heard this and couldn't help curling her lips and whispering, "That guy is really arrogant, always thinking of us as his subordinates. Moreover, after killing the monster beast, all of the blood beads obtained must go through him. I really don't know how much he's been greedy for." Qin Shueshu glared at Su Xiaoyu. "Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for him taking the lead, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to gather together and would have been defeated one by those Tianlang dynasty people. He's the strongest and contributed the most, so it's only right that he gets the most benefits. What's more, 80% of the monster beast here have been enslaved by the Tianlang dynasty people, so we won't be able to obtain many blood beads. If he wants to take them, then take them. I just hope we can get out safely. I don't care about anything else." Su Xiaoyu was not convinced. "If that's all, then it's fine. But he doesn't take the lives of others seriously. This time, we were sent out to hold back a dozen monster beasts. If it weren't for Brother Yang coming to our rescue, you would have." Thinking about the danger just now, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help crying, her eyes red. "What are you crying for? Don't make Brother Yang laugh at us. Didn't we get out safely?" Qin Shueshu comforted her while smiling apologetically to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. "You were surrounded by monster beast because he sent you out?" Qin Shueshu smiled bitterly. "We took turns. This time it was my brother and sister's luck that was bad. We encountered a few more and almost lost our lives." Letting out a sigh, Yang Kai could also understand Qin Shueshu's helplessness. In this situation, even if he was dissatisfied with Wu Qingyi, he could only endure it and leave this big team. With his and Su Xiaoyu's strength, it was likely they would die even faster. Thinking about it again, Yang Kai finally understood why Su Xiaoyu had been so surprised when he took out those healing pills. In the past few months, this group of people must have encountered countless battles. Although each of them had a spare supply of pills, they must have long since been used up. At this moment, there were no rare herbs around, so the healing pills he took out were extremely precious. Chapter 229. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression sank, secretly regretting his actions just now. He didn't know if that scene had fallen into the eyes of the others. If it had been seen by others, it would have been troublesome. However, for a trivial healing pill to become a rare item was something he could never have imagined. "Brother Chen, can you come and talk to me?" Suddenly, Wu Qingyi called out. Qin Shueshu nodded and smiled at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Yang Kai nodded. After Qin Shueshu left, Yang Kai looked around and found that many people were looking at him with great interest. This group of people had not seen a new face for a long time. The great Han cultivator who had been scattered outside had most likely died, so now that they saw Yang Kai, a newcomer, they were naturally curious. Especially since Yang Kai was alone, none of them could understand how a single person could escape the pursuit of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator. Yang Kai glanced around and saw the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly to him. These 4 girls had entered Nether Mountain with Yang Kai, and although they had never spoken to each other before, they had at least been in the same boat. Now that they had fallen into such a predicament, they naturally felt closer to each other. Yang Kai responded with a smile. While he was observing, 2 people suddenly stood up. The one in the lead was a woman as delicate and beautiful as a flower. She was tall and voluptuous, wearing a dark green dress that was tight around her body, outlining her fiery figure. She had a voluptuous bosom, perky buttocks, slender legs, and 2 jade-like arms that were exposed. Her skin was like white jade, sparkling with an attractive luster like porcelain. Her fingers were long and slender, and her 10 fingernails were painted with a bright red color, giving her a flirtatious beauty. What was impossible to ignore was the pair of bountiful breasts on this woman's chest, full and round, quite impressive. Of all the women Yang Kai had seen, only Lan Chudai could compare to her. She smiled sweetly, twisting her waist like a beautiful snake. Leisurely walking over, a pair of clear eyes stared at Yang Kai for a moment as a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Behind her was a man who looked like an iron tower. He had a bear-like waist and a tiger-like back. He was abnormally strong, and his body was several times larger than anyone present. His chiseled face was cold and callous. There was a half-foot-long scar on his cheek. Blood and flesh were overturned, making it look like it was full of killing intent. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold and merciless aura. Regardless of whether it was the woman or the man, they both gave off a bloodthirsty feeling of decisiveness. Su Xiaoyu's brow furrowed. Are they coming here? I'm afraid so. Yang Kai also frowned. He realized that the beautiful woman had been staring at him, and was walking towards him. Little brother Yang, do you know them? Su Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Yang Kai shook his head in confusion. He had never seen these two people before. Although Ling Tai Su had told him the names of most of the sects and the strength of their disciples when they were at the lake was too big, and there were many people on the other side. Ling Tai Su had not been able to point them out, so Yang Kai really didn't know where these two people were from. Could it be because of the healing pills? Su Xiaoyu's expression changed. Yang Kai's face also sank. He couldn't help becoming vigilant. Little brother Yang, you must not get into a dispute with them, these two are very strong. Su Xiaoyu anxiously exhorted, a trace of worry flashing across her face. I'll try my best. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He didn't want to have any conflicts with the people here, but in this situation, if he were to act rashly, he would have to become enemies with these two people. It was tantamount to becoming an enemy of everyone here, and he was doomed to have a bad end. However, if these people insisted on bullying him, Yang Kai wouldn't back down. As the beautiful woman and the cold man approached, everyone's eyes were drawn to them, all of them wanting to know what this seemingly lascivious woman wanted to do. A moment later, the woman arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked down at him with a smile. Without saying a word, the man behind her looked even colder, his pair of eyes shooting daggers towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to stare directly into Yang Kai's heart and soul. Yang Kai frowned. Is there something you two want? The woman didn't answer, instead looking at him very seriously. Immediately, she slowly leaned down, a slight smile appearing on her face as she moved her face closer to Yang Kai, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He didn't feel the slightest murderous intent or malicious intent from this woman, but her current actions were really a bit confusing. The woman was like a puppy, constantly sniffing around Yang Kai's body, a few strands of hair falling behind her ears brushing past Yang Kai's neck and cheeks, causing him to feel a tingling sensation. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, like a fragrant musk, causing his mind to wander. At her high neckline, a pair of breathtaking snow-white peaks and deep cleavage appeared in Yang Kai's eyes, as well as two round and tender semicircles. Yang Kai involuntarily gulped, his throat faintly burning. Hey, what are you doing? Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, her cheeks blushing, her heart thumping wildly. This woman's actions were clearly a blatant provocation. Even the men who were sitting in meditation outside couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat, what more a young girl like Su Xiaoyu? She was sitting right next to Yang Kai at the moment, so she could see more clearly than anyone else. The sound of gulping echoed from all directions, causing many young cultivators to feel envious. They had all fantasized about this voluptuous woman with a voluptuous figure, but because of the towering man behind her, they only dared to think about it but didn't dare to be presumptuous. Usually, it was fine to tease a few words, but when had anyone ever been so close to this woman? But now, this woman seemed to be itching to throw herself at Yang Kai and take him as she pleased. This scene was really too hot and alluring, especially in this dangerous place where danger lurked everywhere, and after experiencing such a fierce battle, it made one's blood boil even more. Girl, you. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable. Although he didn't feel any murderous intent, this woman was too strange. They had never met before, so for her to act so intimately was a bit inexplicable. Shoo. The woman smiled sweetly, stretching out a jade finger and placing it on Yang Kai's lips, suppressing his doubts. She continued to unscrupulously sniff around, causing Yang Kai's ears to turn red. Little brother Yang. Su Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Yang Kai. Hee hee. When the woman saw this scene, she giggled and stood up, staring at Yang Kai with great interest, a strange and puzzled look involuntarily appearing on her delicate face as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What do you think? The woman suddenly looked back at the towering man and asked. Murderous Qi, blood Qi. The man said coolly. The woman nodded slightly, suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Little brother, please don't blame us, it's just that our senior sister felt a sense of intimacy from you, so we took the liberty to disturb you. Humph. Su Xiaoyu snorted and turned her head away. She obviously didn't believe such childish words. Yang Kai also didn't believe it. The woman still smiled. This reason is indeed not convincing, but I'm not lying to you. In fact, even I don't understand why. Nice to meet you, my name is Yi Qing Si, this is my junior brother Zhou Ba. Yang Kai. Ah, it's little brother Yang. Yi Qing Si pursed her lips into a smile, her expression flirtatious as she continued, we senior sister and junior brother are from the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect, I'm afraid little brother Yang has never heard of us. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he quickly hid it. He suddenly understood why this woman had come to find him for no reason. Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. A first-class great force. Since the two of them were the elite disciples of the Shura sect, they must have practiced some kind of secret technique of the Shura sect. The Azura sect's hallowed artifact, the Azura sword, was on him at this moment, so perhaps there was some kind of connection between them. No wonder she said there was a sense of intimacy. Although this realization dawned on him, Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it. Now that this woman had a sense of intimacy with him, if she found out that the Azura sect's hallowed artifact was on him, that sense of intimacy would immediately turn into killing intent. There was no doubt about this. Pretending to be ignorant, Yang Kai asked curiously, Endless Sea Islands? Yi Qing Si nodded. At the southernmost tip of the Great Han Dynasty, on the Endless Sea, there are many sects. Little brother Yang lives inland, so I'm afraid you don't know much about them. Is it only your family that came? Yang Kai showed interest in a timely manner. He still had the hallowed artifact of another great force in his body. Yi Qing Si smiled. There are also people from Gemini Island, but there's only one left, over there. Saying so, she pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai glanced over and couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately, the people from the Falling Flowers spirit religion hadn't come, otherwise he would have felt a sense of intimacy for no reason. Where does little brother Yang come from? Yi Qing Si asked. Obviously the doubts in her heart had not been dispelled and she wanted to get to the bottom of this. Feeling a sense of intimacy with a stranger for no reason, especially one who was a senior sister and a junior brother, was naturally suspicious. High Heaven Pavilion. There was nothing to hide here, so Yang Kai continued, maybe it's because the martial skills I cultivate contain a bit of slaughter intent, coupled with the fact that I've been stained with a lot of blood recently, that's why the two of you feel that way. So that's how it is. Yi Qing Si lightly pursed her lips, nodded lightly, and smiled charmingly. Meeting here is fate. If little brother Yang wants to act with us, don't worry too much, just follow elder sister, I'll protect you, hee hee, thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to say that he would leave, Wu Chengyi and Chen Shueshu walked over. Enough with the small talk. Wu Chengyi's expression was cold as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and bowed his head. I heard Brother Chen say that you are a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion? Yang Kai's brow furrowed, showing a slight displeasure. Wu Chengyi gave off a domineering feeling, and his tone also contained a kind of overbearing arrogance that couldn't be refuted. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 230. How strong is your cultivation? Wu Chengyi continued to ask. Separation and reunion 7th stage. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of disdain and impatience in Wu Chengyi's eyes. This was not surprising, after all, of the cultivators who were still alive, which one of them had not reached the true element boundary. Yang Kai's separation and reunion 7th stage cultivation was indeed low. Azura Sexy Qingxi's pretty face also showed a touch of surprise. Obviously she had not expected Yang Kai's strength to be so low. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai, who had survived for more than half a year in this dangerous isolated world without dying, would at least have reached Yuan Qi. But Yang Kai saying he was only at separation and reunion 7th stage was simply shocking. Little brother Yang, are you really only at separation and reunion 7th stage? Yi Qingxi asked. Yang Kai nodded, urging his Yuan Qi, and when the fluctuations of Yuan Qi spread out, his realm was immediately clear. Many of the surrounding martial artists were surprised, but soon after, waves of chuckles could be heard. What are you laughing at? Su Xiaoyu felt bad for Yang Kai and couldn't help but scold them. A group of blind fools. Although this little brother Yang was only at the separation and reunion 7th stage, his combat strength was much stronger than many Yuan Qi cultivators. In front of her in Qinshueshu, Yang Kai had killed 2 5th-order monster beast and 4 4th-order monster beast in less than a dozen breaths of time. Although there were various reasons why he was able to accomplish such a feat, there was no doubt about his strength. No one knew Yang Kai's combat strength better than Su Xiaoyu and Qinshueshu. Having such a master join them was their group's blessing. It was ridiculous that they did not know this and even dared to laugh at Yang Kai. Su Xiaoyu was annoyed, but she did not say anything. She was not a stupid girl, how could she expose Yang Kai's strength? You're only at the separation and reunion 7th stage, how did you survive for so long? Yi Qingxi asked with a puzzled expression. I accidentally fell into a valley. It took me half a year to climb out. Yang Kai shrugged. As soon as he said this, the laughter of the crowd became even louder. Xu Zhao's chest heaved up and down. However, he was powerless to refute. Wu Chengyi's expression was indifferent as he bluntly said, her strength is too low, she won't be of much use. Since she was brought back by Brother Chen, she should be able to act together with Brother Chen and his brother-sister. At least she should be able to contain 1 to 2 4th-order monster beast, so she's not completely useless. Saying so, Wu Chengyi hurriedly turned and left. She didn't want to talk to Yang Kai anymore. I'm not staying. Yang Kai frowned. After coming out of seclusion this time, he only wanted to find someone to inquire about the current situation, so he was brought here by Qinshueshu. Now that he had a clear understanding of the situation, he naturally had to leave. Moving together with so many people would be too obvious a target. It would be fine if they were all from the same sect. They looked after each other sincerely, but who knew if they were of the same mind? His own cultivation was the lowest in this group, so once he encountered any danger, he would likely be used as cannon fodder. How could Yang Kai put his life in the hands of others? If he acted alone, although there were dangers and variables, Yang Kai was confident that with his current strength, as long as he was careful, there would be no problems. Even if he was surrounded by the Tian Lang dynasty group, using his Yang inflammation wings, he could easily escape, so why should he stick around with these people? Besides that, Yang Kai also had another layer of concern. That was Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba in front of him. If the existence of the Azura sword was discovered by them, it would definitely be troublesome. The possibility was very low, but he still had to be careful. Whether it was his own will or the current situation, Yang Kai was not allowed to be with this group of people. What did you say? Wu Chengyi's footsteps paused and turned to look at Yang Kai. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, you want to act alone? Yang Kai nodded. Brother Yang. Qinshueshu's expression changed as he stepped forward and whispered, it's too dangerous for you to act alone. If you stay with us, brother and sister, we can look after each other. It will be much safer than if you go alone. His words were spoken with sincerity. There was not the slightest trace of hypocrisy. Yi Qingxi also tried to persuade him, Brother Yang, don't try to be brave, you should stay. Although this is only the first time we've met, Brother Yang really likes you. However, Big Sister truly feels that you are very amiable. In all these years, no one has ever given us such a feeling. We don't want anything bad to happen to you. Zhou Ba, don't you think so? The tower-like man's expression was cold as he nodded slightly. Many thanks for your kindness. Yang Kai chuckled, but I'm used to being lazy, having me work under someone else is a bit awkward. Everyone has their own ambitions, there's no need to force yourself. Wu Qingyi turned around and folded his hands behind his back, but before you leave behind the pills you have on you. Yang Kai and Chen Shuashu's expression became cold. The scene of Yang Kai taking out a healing pill had fallen into the eyes of the others. Chen Shuashu frowned, Brother Wu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wu Qingyi faintly replied, what's wrong with it? He's just a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator. He will soon die under the attacks of Tianlang. At that time, those healing pills will only fall into the enemy's hands. It's better to leave them for us to use. Su Xiaoyu sneered, Wu Qingyi, you're just robbing us. Yi Qingxi frowned as she and Zhou Ba both stared at Wu Qingyi with displeasure, but neither of them said anything. Wu Qingyi sneered, robbing us? Look around, there are so many people who are injured. Without healing pills, their strength will be reduced to a certain extent. Only by quickly healing can we protect ourselves from the attacks of Tianlang and those bastards. I'm not taking his pills for myself, I'm taking them for all of us. Chen Shuashu angrily shouted, Wu Qingyi, don't speak so righteously. If you really want to rob us, don't blame my brother and sister for not agreeing. Wu Qingyi glanced over at Chen Shuashu and proudly said, so what if you don't agree? Do you want to fight with me? The scene instantly became tense, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. I also don't think it's a good idea. Yi Qingxi smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Wu Qingyi. This is already the act of a bandit. Wu Qingyi, you're an elite disciple of a great sect, you don't need to be so domineering, right? The latter narrowed his eyes, seemingly quite afraid of Yi Qingxi, hesitating for a moment before chuckling, since that's the case, let's let everyone decide. Let's see if it's better to leave those pills behind or take them away. He should leave them behind. Someone immediately echoed, Brother Wu is right, with his low strength, I'm afraid he'll die within a few days. Leaving those pills on him will only benefit those bastards from Tianlang. As soon as this statement came out, many people nodded in agreement. Another person quickly added, Brother Chen, please don't be angry, I'll say something fair. This High Heaven Pavilion brother's strength is really too low. If he is willing to stay and help us, then we can leave those pills with him. If someone else is seriously injured, I'm sure he won't be stingy. But since he's so stubborn and wants to act on his own, I feel that he should leave the pills behind. Everyone's opinions were enough to confuse Gold, and most people actually agreed with Wu Qingyi's approach, causing Chen Shuashu and Su Xiaoyu's expressions to become quite ugly. Chen Shuashu sneered, do you really think this is the right thing to do? If your life-saving pills are taken away, what will you do? What will you do? Many people couldn't help but frown. Although they knew this approach was immoral, everyone's healing pills had already been used up, so if they had one more bottle, they would be able to take it. Perhaps they would be able to save a few more lives at a critical moment. Don't force what you don't want others to do to you. A cold voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai looked up and saw a young girl from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly towards him. Wu Qingyi snorted, he hadn't expected so many people to speak up for Yang Kai. With no other choice, he said, if that's the case, this Wu will give him a choice. Don't say I'm bullying others, or I'm bullying the weak. Coldly glaring at Yang Kai, he said, stay with us, or leave those pills behind, it's up to you. Ha! Yang Kai chuckled, stared at Wu Qingyi, and slowly said, "I choose the latter." Yang Kai didn't want to act with this group of people, and seeing Wu Qingyi act so arrogantly, he felt even more disgusted. How could he stay and be bullied like this? But with so many people staring at him, if he didn't leave behind those pills, those who had just tried to pressure him would definitely not agree. "This is your own choice." Wu Qingyi stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai just shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Wu Qingyi's expression changed. "What do you mean?" "I only said I would leave those pills behind, I never said I would give them to you. Don't think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai sneered, reaching into his sleeve. Taking out a bottle of healing pills, he tossed it to Chen Shueshu. Not turning his eyes away, he coldly said, "Brother Chen, I'll leave those pills with you." Chen Shueshu caught the pills. His brow furrowed in anger. He had brought Yang Kai here, but now he was being bullied by so many people. How could he remain calm? Taking a deep breath, Chen Shueshu said, "Brother Yang, rest assured, who should take these pills, brother knows." In other words, those who had just stood on Wu Qingyi's side shouldn't even think about this bottle of healing pills. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists, and said, "Until we meet again, I hope we can meet again." Saying so, he launched his movement skill and flew away like a meteor. "I'm afraid we won't see each other again." Wu Qingyi coldly snorted, taking back his hand that had stiffened for a long time, his face pale as he shouted, "If you've rested well, let's set off now. Tian Lang's group will definitely launch another attack soon. If we don't leave now it will be too late." The 30 or so people quickly gathered, and under Wu Qingyi's command, they carefully walked through the jungle. No one noticed that a person at the very back of the group had silently disappeared. Only after the group was far away did he decide on a direction and hurriedly chase after them. That direction was the one Yang Kai had left. Although Yang Kai had left behind a bottle of pills before leaving, how could a disciple who had come here for life experience only have a single bottle of healing pills? What's more, Yang Kai had said before that he had accidentally fallen into a mountain valley and had spent more than half a year searching for a way out. Since that was the case, he must not have encountered any battles during this time. If he had not fought, he would not have been injured, and if he had not been injured, he would not have needed these healing pills. Therefore, he must still have some pills on him. This person had received Wu Qingyi's order to intercept Yang Kai and take the pills he had on him. Wu Qingyi's actions were watertight, only sending a single person would naturally not attract any attention. Chapter 231. Inside the jungle, Yang Kai's figure was like a nimble ape, leaping up and down from the treetops, his body light as a swallow, only bringing a slight breeze with him, not even causing a single leaf to fall. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai was secretly vigilant of his surroundings while planning his next move. Although the fight with Wu Qingyi's group was not very pleasant, it had not affected him in the slightest. His goal had already been achieved. However, he had not expected that the news he had obtained would be so serious. Over the years, the disciples of the various sects who entered this isolated world for life experience had all acted independently. Even if they occasionally joined forces, it was impossible for them to merge on such a large scale, but this time, because of the appearance of the Tian Lang dynasty's cultivator, the Great Han dynasty's cultivator had completely united. This was something that had never happened before, and it had already risen to the level of a life or death battle between the younger generation of the two countries. Who would win or lose in the end was not something Yang Kai could control, but after all, he was the Great Han dynasty's cultivator, so to speak. He did not want the Tian Lang dynasty's people to act so domineering here. If it weren't for those two from the Azura sect, and if it weren't for Wu Qingyi's arrogance, Yang Kai would have stayed behind and joined Chen Shueshu and the others in this battle. Thinking about these things now was useless, so Yang Kai quickly got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, his body came to a stop as he glanced back, a strange expression appearing on his face. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai grinned and landed on the ground, quickly hiding behind a large tree and concealing his aura. A moment later, a figure flew past him, and in a flash, Yang Kai was able to clearly see this person's face and dress. This person carried a long sword on his back and wore a blue robe. He was probably in his early 20s and had a cold expression on his face as he flew in the direction Yang Kai had just left. Yang Kai coldly snorted as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. This person was the one who had cleaned up the battlefield before. The cultivator who collected the blood beads and the long sword he carried on his back clearly explained his identity. He was a disciple of the 9-star sword faction and should also be Wu Qingyi's junior brother. He didn't move with that group of people, but chased after him. His intention was quite obvious. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Before, he did not want to have any conflict with Wu Qingyi. Yang Kai was also worried that Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu would be in a difficult situation, but now that they had sent people to chase after him, there was no reason for him to back down. Even a person made of clay had a temper, not to mention that Yang Kai was not a pushover either. Suddenly, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from the front again. The person from the 9-star sword sect had actually returned. While he was running at high speed, his eyes were looking around. He couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, where did it go?" He was a master of the Yuan Qi realm, so he believed that his speed was much faster than Yang Kai's. He had been chasing Yang Kai all the way here, but he actually lost him. Since he had no choice but to return to investigate, naturally he would pay more attention. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled, thinking that this person really did have some skill when it came to tracking. He had been very careful along the way, not leaving any traces behind, but this person was still able to see through him. A moment later, the 9-star sword sect disciple actually stopped about 300 meters away from Yang Kai, his brow furrowed as he looked around. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Hiding behind a tree, he secretly observed this person. After a long time, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of this person's mouth. He reached behind him, and with a clang, his sword was unsheathed. With a sword in hand, this person's momentum suddenly soared, and his whole body became as sharp as a sword. A disciple of the 9-star sword sect. Sure enough, he had some skill. This kind of momentum alone was not something an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator could possess. "I know you're nearby." Qi Jianxing's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he raised his sword and shouted in a firm tone, "Come out obediently and I won't embarrass you." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know whether this 9-star sword sect disciple had really found something or if he was just deliberately mystifying things. Qi Jianxing then said, "Boy, I admire your courage. In this world, besides the young lords of the 8 great families, I'm afraid you're the only one who dares to speak to my eldest brother like that. Just for this, I promise not to hurt you, as long as you hand over all the pills on you and let me complete my brother's task." Seeing that there was no movement, Qi Jianxing showed an impatient expression and threatened, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. When I find your hiding place, it won't be so easy to talk to. While I'm in a good mood now, we can still discuss it." Still no response, Qi Jianxing no longer spoke, his sword trembling as a clear and melodious sound rang out. Suddenly, Kai Yang felt a faint chill coming from all around him. His expression couldn't help but change, and he quickly leapt upwards. Sword chi threads invisible to the naked eye crisscrossed and immediately cut down all the trees within a radius of 300 feet, neatly, all of them falling to the ground. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock. Only now did he truly understand the ruthlessness of this 9-star sword sect disciple. Just now, when he spoke to him, it seemed like he was deliberately mystifying things and stalling for time, but in fact, he was secretly harboring evil intentions. Those invisible threads of sword chi had already spread out in the surroundings while he was speaking. When he was almost done, he would activate the sword chi. As long as he was still hiding here, there would be nowhere to hide. Fortunately, he had sensed something was wrong and rushed up, otherwise, he would have been cut by the sword chi threads and would have been seriously injured. Yang Kai still had some lingering fear in his heart, but he didn't dare underestimate this person. The 9-star sword sect was known as the #1 force in the central capital under the 8 great families, and its elite disciples were not just for show. Found you. Qi Jianxing turned around and gloomily smiled at Yang Kai, who was falling from mid-air, his eyes filled with ridicule. However, he didn't attack again and instead just calmly stared at Yang Kai. Facing a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator, Qi Jianxing naturally had no fear. This level of opponent was only from a second-class sect. He could kill him with a single sword strike. Your qi concealment technique is quite exquisite. Qi Jianxing wasn't stingy with his praise. Where did you learn it from? He was very interested in Yang Kai's concealment technique. In this dangerous place, with such a skill, he would have a better chance of survival. This was also the main reason why he didn't immediately attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, no matter how exquisite it is, you still saw through it. Qi Jianxing slowly shook his head, a trace of admiration and greed flashing across his eyes. I didn't see through it. It's just that you were hostile to me, causing my sword qi to react a little autonomously. In fact, I only knew you were hiding nearby, but I didn't know where you were hiding. Being able to force you out in one go can be considered a stroke of luck. He explained to himself, and then immediately smiled coldly. You're a smart person. Since I'm standing here, you should know my intentions. Hand over all the pills you have on you and then tell me how to conceal yourself, and I'll spare your life. Yang Kai sneered, you think you can eat me? Qi Jianxing was stunned for a moment before he laughed. What do you think? A trivial separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator, who hadn't even broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary, could he really threaten him? After a moment, his smile faded, and he nodded slightly. Fine, after I cripple you, naturally I can force out the cultivation method. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand flickered. With a clang, several sword rays suddenly appeared in front of him, arranged in the shape of a fan. The sword rays were suffused with a cold light, and each sword ray contained a huge killing power. Go! Qi Jianxing's name was Sword, and the sword skill he cultivated was extraordinary, so when he attacked, several sword waves shot out like lightning towards Yang Kai. Feeling the threat of these sword waves, Yang Kai quickly retreated, his expression changing. Worthy of being a disciple of a first-class sect. Possessing such strength at such a young age. In less than a breath of time, the sword waves arrived in front of Yang Kai and directly pierced through his body. Qi Jianxing frowned. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He didn't want to kill Yang Kai now, he still wanted to interrogate him about the cultivation method of his concealment skill. So just now, he had held back and didn't use too powerful of a move. In the next moment, Qi Jianxing's eyes lit up, and he flicked his sword again, slashing to the side. Another sword wave, like a rainbow, broke through the air. Yang Kai had just revealed himself when his opponent's second attack arrived, forcing him to use his movement skill again to avoid this blow. Good, good, good. Qi Jianxing's expression was filled with excitement as he continued to praise Yang Kai. After the first 2 moves, he didn't attack again and instead stared at Yang Kai excitedly. Your movement skill is also quite good. A separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator can actually move so quickly. If I can learn it, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. You must give it to me later. Yang Kai took a deep breath, stood firm, and smiled. Since you want my concealment skill and movement skills so much, why don't we make a deal? What kind of deal? Qi Jianxing raised his brow. I'll give you what you want, and you teach me a few of 9-star sword sect sword skills. How about it? You want to learn the sword? Qi Jianxing looked at Yang Kai strangely, looking him up and down, but couldn't find any trace of a sword on his body. If he didn't have a weapon, why would he want to learn the sword? Yes, everyone takes what they need, there's no harm in that. Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't have a sword in his hand right now, he still had the Azura sword in his body. In terms of the exquisiteness and lethality of sword skills, the 9-star sword sect could be said to be the undisputed #1. Even the 8 great families couldn't deny this point. What a joke. How could my 9-star sword skills be taught to outsiders? Qi Jianxing sneered. What's more, the difference in strength between you and me is quite large. I can easily take your life. Why would I need to make a deal with you? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, the arrogance and wickedness in his bones aroused, grinding his teeth as he said, I'll say the same thing. Do you think you can defeat me? But my movement skill is quite exquisite. I'll explain it to you later. Qi Jianxing coldly snorted, no longer using his sword. He knew that his sword couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so as he spoke, he swung his sword and rushed towards Yang Kai. Chapter 232. Qi Jianxing's figure was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Wrapped in sword light, he arrived in front of Yang Kai, the long sword in his hand forming a curtain of sword light that enveloped Yang Kai, sealing off the surrounding space. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly, as if someone was playing a lute in the void. Sharp whistling sounds filled the air as tiny sword chi visible to the naked eye crisscrossed, wrapping Yang Kai up. Cold light flashed as Yang Kai's expression became more dignified than ever, fiercely urging his yuan qi, his whole body exuding a threatening heat, his palms bursting with yuan qi as he fiercely pushed outwards. The two yuan qi collided, and a loud explosion rang out mid-air, instantly annihilating most of the hundreds of sword qi. Qi Jianxing's expression became cold as he shouted, You overestimate yourself. With a wave of his sword, the remaining sword qi converged into a single point, condensing into the shape of a long sword before slashing down towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he opened his hand and forced a drop of yang liquid out of his body. Under the guidance of his will, it transformed into a blood-red shield, blocking in front of him. With a pang sound, the sword qi hit the blood-red shield, causing it to ripple and crack to appear, but it was not damaged. On the contrary, Qi Jianxing's attack had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai raised his blood-red shield in front of him and leapt towards Qi Jianxing. The latter let out a roar and quickly retreated, Yang Kai in hot pursuit. Both of them moved as fast as lightning, one using his exquisite movement skill while the other using his profound cultivation. In terms of speed, they were actually evenly matched. The two figures intertwined. Both unleashed their ferocious killing moves. Qi Jianxing's expression was slightly stunned, never having expected that this second-class sect cultivator, who was only a separation reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator, would be able to display such strength, making him unable to take him down. Feeling annoyed, Qi Jianxing's hands became more and more vigorous, his long sword danced in the air, the 3-inch long sword qi on the tip of his sword like a snake emerging from its hole. His moves were constantly changing. Strange and unpredictable. The trees around them fell down one by one. Wherever the two of them passed, sand and stones flew everywhere. The battle was extremely fierce. In just 10 breaths of time, they had exchanged 30 moves, and neither side was able to gain the upper hand. But in this battle, Qi Jianxing had the absolute advantage. 8 out of 10 moves were on the offensive. With a sneer, Qi Jianxing's long sword flickered out a sword flower and pointed it towards Yang Kai's blood-red shield. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the blood-red shield, it finally could not withstand such a high-intensity attack and shattered. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly jumped out of Qi Jianxing's attack range. But how could his opponent give him this opportunity? Qi Jianxing's sword, as if Qi's sword, directly wrapped Yang Kai's arm. Yang's arms clothes. Yang Kai shouted angrily, and his yuan qi erupted. With the help of the yuan qi's defense, he did not retreat, but advanced instead. He threw a fierce punch, and a raging flame appeared on his fist. The scorching heat distorted the air. Sensing the terrifying killing power contained in this punch, Qi Jianxing was horrified. He pointed his long sword at Yang Kai's shoulder, piercing 3 inches into it, and used the rebound force. He quickly retreated. However, he was still a little too late. Yang Kai's flaming sun's threefold blast had already erupted. Thump, 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 thump. Qi Jianxing retreated more than 10 steps. At the same time, he activated his Yuan Qi to neutralize the Yuan Qi that had invaded his body. After a long while, Qi Jianxing's face turned pale, and he took a deep breath. The Flaming Sun's threefold blast, which had always been successful, was completely neutralized by him, and did not hurt him at all. Looking back at Kai Yang, the clothes on his right arm had been shredded to pieces by the long sword. His exposed arm was covered with countless tiny lines of blood. In an instant, his entire arm had been dyed red, making him look extremely terrifying. While Qi Jianxing neutralized the Flaming Sun's threefold blast, Yang Kai also let out a light sigh, shaking his arm, and burning away the sword qi that had invaded his body. Heh heh. Qi Jianxing's cold eyes flashed as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai. A trivial separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator actually has such strength. Admirable. As he spoke, he pointed his long sword towards Yang Kai. You are the most powerful separation and reunion boundary cultivator I have ever seen. The purity of your Yuan Qi is no less than that of an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator, even more so than mine. But, a poor background is a poor background. My 9-star sword sex sword skills are infinitely powerful, how could someone like you possibly break them? His expression arrogant, his voice cold, Qi Jianxing said in a low voice, just now, I only used 70% of my strength. If I had used my full strength, how long would you have been able to resist? Holding his sword with both hands, Qi Jianxing's expression became dignified as his Yuan Qi burst forth and shouted, sword body. Zheng, a loud sword cry rang out as the long sword in his hand trembled incessantly. A sharp aura erupted from his whole body like a peerless sword. The Yuan Qi around his body surged, and in an instant, his momentum reached its peak. His long hair fluttered in the wind as countless tiny short swords appeared around his body. Looking around, it was as if this person was being protected by 10,000 swords. The 9-star sword sex sword skills were really mysterious. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming extremely serious. Qi Jianxing had obviously become angry from being punched just now, so he decided to use this so-called sword body martial skill. With the protection of the 10,000 swords condensed from his Yuan Qi, Qi Jianxing was now like a hedgehog. If Yang Kai wanted to hit him with his fist, he would have to hurt himself first. Being able to force me to use my sword body, you should be proud. Qi Jianxing stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression filled with arrogance and disdain, as if he was looking down on all living beings. Saying so, step by step, he slowly walked over. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and quickly used his unyielding will. His separation and reunion boundary 7th stage aura instantly soared to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. When he was at the separation and reunion boundary 1st stage, Yang Kai could use his unyielding will to temporarily reach the peak of his strength, but now at the 7th stage, it was still the same. From this, it could be seen that the Yuan Qi boundary was a huge watershed for a cultivator. When the Yuan Qi in the body completely transformed into Yuan Qi, the improvement of a cultivator's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Perceiving the rise in Yang Kai's aura, Qi Jianxing was stunned for a moment before immediately smiling, saying disdainfully, "Good, so you didn't use your full strength just now. But now you're only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, you're not my opponent. Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after we fight." Yang Kai sneered, waving his hand and summoning another blood-red shield. Qi Jianxing's expression became cold. Just now he had suffered a loss from this shield, unable to break it even after attacking it for a long time. Now seeing Yang Kai easily condense another one, he was furious. He shouted angrily, "Watch me break your garbage shield, then I'll teach you a good lesson." His pace quickened, and he swung his sword. The Yuan Qi sword qi around his body shot out several times, fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged to the side. But the Yuan Qi sword qi was somewhat different from the previous one, actually able to follow Qi Jianxing's will. After hastily dodging 3 or 4 times, Qi Jianxing was already in front of Yang Kai. While laughing sinisterly, he used a powerful sword skill, fiercely chopping towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his shield to block, but with a boom, the shield shook a few times, almost unsteady. Qi Jianxing laughed loudly. One move after another, without a hair's breadth, coupled with the unpredictable Yuan Qi sword Qi, Yang Kai was forced to flee in panic, complaining incessantly. In the battle, both of them had used up their Yuan Qi. Such a high-intensity battle of life and death was a heavy burden on any cultivator's body. Physical strength was secondary, the use of Yuan Qi was the most important issue. A powerful cultivator who was skilled in battle would carefully calculate every bit of Yuan Qi, and would use the least amount of effort to achieve the most damage. This was something that neither Yang Kai nor Qi Jianxing could do at the moment. Both of them had not reached that level of strength. Only by wantonly using Yuan Qi could they maintain their moves and momentum. In a short time, Yang Kai did not make a single move. He was always on the defense, but Qi Jianxing's killing intent was aroused. He kept ridiculing Yang Kai in the midst of his laughter, as if he was certain that he could defeat him. While dodging, Yang Kai seemed to be exhausted. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing such a good opportunity, how could Qi Jianxing miss it? The long sword in his hand cut horizontally, directly aiming for Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai hurriedly raised his shield to block, but Qi Jianxing was already prepared. His long sword shook in midair, changing from a sweep to a stab. Yang Kai's shield also reacted, suddenly stabbing downwards. Qi Jianxing sneered. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of calmness. Just as the shield was about to cut the long sword, the blood-red shield squirmed, and quickly shrank into the shape of a dagger. Qi Jianxing's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief as he watched the blood-red dagger cut through his long sword. With a crack, the long sword was directly broken. When he was in the initial element boundary, Yang Kai was able to destroy a common-grade defensive artifact with a weapon condensed from Yang liquid. Now that his strength had reached the separation and reunion boundary, his Yuan Qi was even purer and richer. The long sword in Qi Jianxing's hand was just a weapon forged from fine steel, not even an artifact. How could it withstand such a cut? Yang Kai had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, his dagger dancing like a flower. With a light sound, the long sword in Qi Jianxing's hand broke into several pieces. If he had not retreated quickly, even the hand holding the sword would have been cut off. You! Qi Jianxing's eyes trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. Before, his sword was quite agile, so he would not use his long sword to meet Yang Kai head-on, so he did not have to worry about his weapon being damaged, but he did not expect that the defensive shield could actually change shape. In a moment of carelessness, his weapon was instantly destroyed. Without a long sword, the strength of a 9-star sword faction disciple was destined to be reduced. Now it's my turn. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression changing from one of weakness, his eyes overflowing with fighting spirit as he stared at Qi Jianxing with disdain. The latter suddenly realized that the other party was just acting just now. Even the shield that was shattered by him earlier was done on purpose to numb him and lower his guard. He had endured for so long just to destroy his longsword. What deep scheming! What incisive methods! For the first time, Qi Jianxing looked at Yang Kai seriously. But he was still not afraid. Throwing away the hilt in his hand, he proudly said, "Even if you don't have a weapon, so what? You are still not my opponent." Chapter 233. Without his long sword, Qi Jianxing could still use his finger to wield his sword. When one reached the Yuan Qi realm, he could naturally use this method, but the lethality was indeed reduced, about 90% of the power at his peak. Even with 10% less power, I can still easily defeat you. Qi Jianxing sneered again and again. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Yang Kai laughing and pushing out 2 palms. Beast Spirit Technique. After enduring for so long, he could finally show his full strength. Yang Kai was also somewhat impatient. White tiger seal, divine ox seal, two seals appeared at the same time. A tiger roar shook the sky, and a cow roar pierced the ear. Qi Jianxing's face suddenly changed. He saw two fierce-looking monster beasts pouncing towards him. These two monster beasts were vivid and lifelike, as if they were alive. Their fiery red bodies were extremely enchanting, and their scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. Qi Jianxing was shocked. How could he dare to be negligent? He put his two fingers together and turned them into a sword, the tip of his finger swallowing the sword. He shouted, "Thunder Rush Sword." A sword flashing with electric arcs shot out from the tip of his finger, hitting the body of one of the monster beasts. The color of its body dimmed, but it did not stop it at all. Wind supporting sword. Qi Jianxing quickly retreated, his finger sword continuously swinging. All kinds of 9-star sword sect sword skills flew all over the sky, but still could not defeat the two monster beasts. Seeing that they were about to pounce in front of him, Qi Jianxing bent his legs in horror and suddenly jumped up. Just as he jumped one zhang high, a fierce murderous intent came from above his head. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai above him, smirking and throwing a punch at him. He actually predicted the enemy's move and blocked his retreat. In panic, Qi Jianxing gritted his teeth, pointed his finger to the sky, and 3 sword lights attacked. Yang Kai quickly threw out 3 punches, shattering all 3 sword waves, but this moment of delay allowed Qi Jianxing to twist his body and avoid hitting his vitals, allowing him to land a palm strike on Yang Kai's shoulder. It was accompanied by a scream. Qi Jianxing fell to the ground. At the critical moment of life and death, this outstanding disciple of the 9-star sword school burst forth with unprecedented potential and fighting strength. His hands kept dancing, using profound sword skills to beat the 2 monster beasts that pounced on him until they were illusions and almost collapsed. The white tiger and divine ox rushed over to bite Qi Jianxing, but they couldn't hurt him in the slightest. His sword was still on the outside. The surface of his body was protected by countless tiny sword rays. Every time the white tiger and divine ox attacked, they would be neutralized by these sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger and divine ox disappeared completely. After all, this was an attack condensed from Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. It only had the shape of a monster beast. Once its Yuan Qi was depleted, it would naturally cease to exist. Hee hee. Qi Jianxing laughed bitterly. Looking at Yang Kai triumphantly, in his mind, consuming a huge amount of Yuan Qi to condense such a monster beast was not worth the loss. With Yang Kai's separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivation, it was impossible for him to condense a second one, so it was better to leave the Yuan Qi for him to fight. But before his laughter faded, under Yang Kai's contemptuous gaze, another divine ox and tiger rushed out, exactly the same as before. How is this possible? Qi Jianxing exclaimed. Even if I don't attack, this one move is enough to kill me. This move alone is more than enough to kill you. Yang Kai stared at Qi Jianxing coldly. Qi Jianxing's expression became gloomy. He knew that Yang Kai was not boasting. The 2 Yuan Qi monster beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. His sword was already on the verge of collapse. If it was hit again, it would definitely collapse. The consumption of Yuan Qi was enormous. Qi Jianxing was no longer as arrogant as before. But I am different from you. I will not underestimate any opponent, so I will still attack. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai and the divine ox and tiger attacked together, pouncing towards Qi Jianxing. The latter naturally would not sit still and roared. His finger sword danced again. This time, no matter who it was, no one held back, all of them using their full strength. Any negligence could lead to irreparable consequences. The battle was extremely fierce and extremely dangerous. The 2 monster beasts were once again defeated. Yang Kai was also hit by 2 of Qi Jianxing's finger swords, almost having his body pierced, blood flowing from the wounds and staining his clothes red. Qi Jianxing was in an even worse state. Fighting 1 against 3, his sword had been completely destroyed, and his true essence was almost completely depleted. He panted heavily, one arm hanging by his side. His forearm was badly mutilated, and there were bite marks everywhere. These were all bites from the white tiger. His chest was caved in, and several of his ribs were broken. This injury was caused by the divine ox's charge. The horn in front of the divine ox's head almost pierced through him. The two looked at each other from a distance of more than 10 feet. Yang Kai's eyes were cold, while Qi Jianxing's face was twitching. Although he could not believe that he was defeated by a separation and reunion cultivator, he had no choice but to accept the fact. The shame and unwillingness made him almost crazy. Yang Kai did not kill him. The Yuan Qi cultivator's desperate counterattack before his death made him a little afraid. He was waiting for Qi Jianxing's momentum to weaken. Qi Jianxing did not have the slightest trace of worry. He was still laughing coldly. After a few breaths, he said with a gloomy expression, "I admit, you are indeed very strong, stronger than the average Yuan Qi cultivator. But even if you beat me, so what? I am a Yuan Qi cultivator. You can't kill me. If I want to leave, you can't stop me." Laughing heartily, Qi Jianxing stamped his feet on the ground and leapt up 300 meters into the air, his body swaying as he hovered in mid-air, one hand dangling by his side, the other clutching the wound on his chest. Looking down at Kai Yang, his face filled with pride, this is the biggest difference between the true element boundary and the separation and reunion boundary. I can fly in the air, but you can't, so I can leave at any time. While speaking, Qi Jianxing vomited a mouthful of blood. He stretched out his hand and wiped it with difficulty. He looked at Yang Kai crazily and said in a low voice, "I will remember today's shame. The next time we meet, I will take your dog life. You better pray that you can live until that day." After saying that, he narrowed his eyes, as if he wanted to deeply imprint Yang Kai's face in his eyes. Below, Yang Kai looked indifferent. He looked at Qi Jianxing indifferently. A moment later, Qi Jianxing turned around and staggered away in the air with a heart full of hatred and humiliation. "This hatred, I will definitely get my revenge." Qi Jianxing swore in his heart. After flying for less than 300 feet, he suddenly felt a heat behind him. Immediately, a cold voice sounded behind him, "You think you can escape?" Qi Jianxing's face suddenly changed. In an instant, he was scared out of his wits. Hurriedly turning his head, he saw the high heaven pavilion disciple chasing after him. But behind him, there was a pair of dazzling and burning huge wings. The wings flapped like a giant pang, insufferably arrogant. "You!" Qi Jianxing was inexplicably horrified. He had never thought that a cultivator could grow wings on his back. He only spat out one syllable. Yang Kai quickly rushed in front of him. His palm pressed against Qi Jianxing's abdomen, then stretched out a big hand, grabbed Qi Jianxing's neck, and rushed to the ground like lightning. Close at hand, Qi Jianxing saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, cold and without the slightest emotion. Shua, the two figures streaked across the sky like meteors, and in the blink of an eye, they hit the ground. They were still about 10 feet away from the ground. Yang Kai used all his strength. He ruthlessly threw Qi Jianxing to the ground, but he himself suddenly stopped. Peng, dust flew as Qi Jianxing's body collided with the ground. A small crater was directly smashed into the ground, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Like a ragged sack, Qi Jianxing rolled for a long time. Only then did he gradually stop. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he saw Yang Kai flapping his wings and slowly approaching him. Flying close, Yang Kai retracted his wings and landed on the ground. Walking in front of Qi Jianxing, he looked at him indifferently, just like Qi Jianxing had looked down on him a moment ago. His heart was dead. Qi Jianxing's last resort, which he was so proud of, was in front of Yang Kai. It couldn't play any role at all. "You're not dead yet, worthy of being a Yuan Qi expert." Yang Kai coldly ridiculed, raised his foot, and stepped on Qi Jianxing's neck. Don't kill me. Qi Jianxing struggled while coughing, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Don't you want to learn the sword skills of the 9-star sword sect? I can teach you, whatever you want to learn. I'll teach you. I'm also considered a rising star in the 9-star sword sect. I've come into contact with many profound sword skills, cough cough. No need, I don't believe you. Yang Kai looked indifferent. The sword skills of the 9-star sword sect indeed made Yang Kai jealous, but Yang Kai didn't believe that Qi Jianxing would really teach him, with this person's personality and means. Once he recovered his Yuan Qi, it would definitely be a variable. So he couldn't let him live. Hearing this, Qi Jianxing's gloomy expression became more and more defeated. Why do you want to become enemies with my 9-star sword sect? If you kill me, cough cough, my eldest brother will be the first to know. He won't let you go. With his strength, you won't be able to resist. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he coldly said, Wu Chengyi. You don't need to worry, even if he doesn't come looking for me, I will find him myself. You really want to be so ruthless, it's you who want to kill me. Yang Kai sneered, not wanting to waste any more words, his foot slamming down as his Yuan Qi burst forth. With a cracking sound, Qi Jianxing's neck broke, his head falling limply to the side, no longer showing any signs of life. The moment Qi Jianxing died, Wu Chengyi, who was a few dozen kilometers away, suddenly frowned and stared into the distance with a surprised expression. The 3 Ghost King Valley disciples could use a special method to sense each other's location and life, so could the disciples of the 9-star sword sect. However, what Wu Chengyi couldn't understand was how Qi Jianxing had died. Could it be that he had encountered those people from Tianlang dynasty? If not, with his Yuan Qi 3rd stage cultivation, there was no reason for him to die so tragically. Wu Chengyi's face showed a pained expression. He didn't really care about Qi Jianxing's life or death, but because Qi Jianxing had a precious treasure on him. It was something his senior brothers had obtained in that isolated world and had been assigned to him. As far as Wu Chengyi knew, Qi Jianxing had never been willing to use it. Brother Wu, what's wrong? A raging flame temple cultivator saw Wu Chengyi's dignified expression and couldn't help asking nervously, is there someone from Tianlang dynasty nearby? It's possible. Wu Chengyi calmed his expression and whispered, we need to speed up and try to find a safe place to hide. Hearing him say this, everyone's expression changed slightly, their movements becoming more and more cautious. These past few months, they had suffered a lot at the hands of those Tianlang dynasty disciples. Chapter 234. After Qi Jianxing died, it didn't take long for a blood bead to condense. It was about the same size as the blood bead from the Ghost King Valley. After all, they were both young cultivators in the Yuan Qi realm, so the gap in strength was not very big. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he put away the blood bead, then searched Qi Jianxing's body. After a while, he found several blood beads of different sizes, which should be Qi Jianxing's spoils from the previous battle, but he didn't use them. In addition, there were some silver notes and a green bottle. These were all his gains. Putting everything into his universe bag, Yang Kai quickly left the scene. Half a day later, in the belly of a mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took a few healing pills. He also changed his blood-stained clothes to get rid of any possible smell of blood. The cave he was hiding in was something he had dug out himself. After learning that the Tianlang dynasty people could enslave monster beasts to fight for them, Yang Kai knew that he had to be more careful in the future. Digging out a cave, hiding in it to heal himself, and then sealing the entrance to the cave would allow him to avoid any possible troubles. The battle with Qi Jianxing, the injuries were not light, but also not heavy. Yang Kai's current strength and recovery ability were much stronger than before, so it would only take a few days for him to fully recover, not to mention with the help of the healing pills. In just 3 days, the 3 bloody holes on his body were no longer a problem. Although they were not completely healed, they would not bleed anymore. In these 3 days, Yang Kai had been recalling the battle with Qi Jianxing, his arrogance and loss, his own caution, looking for other people's shortcomings, and reflecting on himself. What a harvest! After opening his eyes, his body was filled with joy. Fighting with all his strength made him feel happy. The yang liquid in the dantian needed to be replenished a little. Fortunately, Grand Master Ling Tai Su left a few bottles of yang attribute pills in his universe bag, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about it. After swallowing a whole bottle, the yang liquid in the dantian increased by 12 drops. After the yuan qi was purified, the amount of energy required to condense a drop of yang liquid had become much more than before, which was a good thing. After thinking about it, Yang Kai swallowed the remaining few bottles of yang attribute pills. Finally, the amount of yang liquid he had was greatly increased. He searched through the cosmos sack. Yang Kai took out a green bottle. This bottle was found on Qi Jianxing's body, but he didn't know what was inside. When he opened the lid of the bottle, a scorching heat instantly assaulted him. This made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He could clearly feel that the energy contained in this bottle was extremely pure and rich, although it was somewhat similar to the energy in his own yang attribute yuan qi. However, it was not the same. Lowering his head, Yang Kai saw a glass-like liquid in the bottle, which was the color of flames. Not much, only 4 or 5 drops. Qi Jianxing did not have anything on him except for this bottle of liquid. He treated it like a treasure, so its value was definitely not low. But what exactly was this thing? Yang Kai observed left and right, sniffing here and there, secretly guessing. He was extremely curious. Old demon. Yang Kai called out. Yes, this old servant is here. The old demon responded in a rather flattering manner. Look at this thing, do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked. The old demon couldn't help but cough a few times awkwardly. Forget it. Yang Kai's heart was as clear as day, knowing that old demon must have become stupid again. The old demon's memory was chaotic, sometimes it could be of great use, and sometimes it was completely useless. Yang Kai was already used to this. If the old demon really recognized this thing, he would have jumped out to prove his knowledge. Why would he wait for Yang Kai to ask? After sniffing for a while, Yang Kai felt that this thing should not be poisonous, so he discussed it with the old demon for a while. He also thought the same. But Yang Kai was still a little worried, so he rushed out of his seclusion. After searching for a long time, he finally found a lone 4th-grade monster beast. Without any explanation, he beat the monster beast until it fainted, then he brought it back to the cave. On the way back, Yang Kai picked a stalk of withered grass, carefully dipped it in the liquid in the bottle, and then put it into the monster beast's mouth. He quietly waited and observed. Not long after, the demonic beast let out an incomparably mournful howl as if it had been poisoned. Its entire body twitched incessantly as white foam came out of its mouth. Its body flickered between light and darkness. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, secretly thinking that it was fortunate that he didn't take the risk just now, otherwise he might not even know how he died. Just as Yang Kai thought so, the 4th-grade monster beast suddenly emitted a surge of energy, and then it suddenly broke free from Yang Kai's restraints, full of vigor, and fiercely fought with Yang Kai in the cave. In this state, it didn't look like it had been poisoned at all. After a long fierce battle, Yang Kai died of anger. Looking at the monster beast's corpse in a daze, Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Before he brought it back, it was clearly just a 4th-grade monster beast, and he could easily knock it out, but why did he feel that it was much stronger just now? It seemed to have the strength of a 5th-grade monster beast. Just as he was puzzling, a blood bead quietly formed. Yang Kai looked at it, and was stunned for a long time. His expression was uncertain, and he couldn't help but curse. Young master, calm down. The old demon hurriedly comforted him. The reason for Yang Kai's anger was none other than the fact that he had already guessed what was inside this green bottle. The evidence was the blood bead condensed after the monster beast's death. This blood bead was the size of a little thumbnail. Although it was not as big as the blood bead of a 5th-grade monster beast, it was much bigger than the blood bead of a 4th-grade monster beast. To be able to make a 4th-grade monster beast grow to a level close to 5th grade in such a short time, the liquid in the bottle was clearly a kind of treasure. Combining it with what he heard half a year ago, and comparing the shape and color of the liquid in the bottle, Yang Kai's face was full of annoyance. Brilliant flame liquid. It was a natural treasure that could refine Yuan Qi. It could make Yuan Qi purer and more outstanding. In this world, there were not many things that could refine a cultivator's Yuan Qi, so every kind was priceless. For example, the 9th yuan condensing dew was a high-end existence. And this brilliant flame liquid was the same. Previously, when he heard the reflecting moon sex elder Zhuo Wen mention the brilliant flame liquid by the lake, Yang Kai wasn't too tempted, because he already had the 9th yuan condensing dew, so there was no need to be greedy. But now, he had coincidentally obtained the brilliant flame liquid. The situation was different. The 9th yuan condensing dew could be used when he was advancing to Yuan Qi. The brilliant flame liquid could be used now, and the effect would definitely be better if he used both at the same time. Unfortunately, such a treasure was divided into half a drop by a monster beast. Yang Kai's heart ached, his liver ached, his lungs ached. Every part of his body ached. Things had already reached this point. It was useless to be upset. While lamenting the good luck of this person from the 9-star sword sect, he sat down cross-legged. Carefully taking a drop of the brilliant flame liquid from the bottle, Yang Kai quickly closed his eyes and drank it. Eyes to nose to heart, enter meditation. Circulating the true Yang tactics, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation spread from his abdomen. People who cultivated Yang or fire techniques would generally not have this kind of feeling. From this, it could be seen how hot the energy contained in the brilliant flame liquid was. At first, the burning sensation was not very strong, but as time passed, Yang Kai soon felt a burning sensation like he was in a furnace. His whole body was steaming hot, and the new clothes he had just changed into were instantly drenched in sweat. This intense burning sensation first stayed in his lower abdomen for a moment, and then it was immediately guided by the true Yang tactics. From all directions, it poured into his limbs and bones. His meridians were in severe pain. Yang Kai firmly clenched his teeth, not daring to relax in the slightest, and the secret arts circulated faster and faster. This heat was like a flame that could burn through the sky, like a magma that could incinerate the earth. While flowing in his meridians, it also burned the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's meridians. After a few circulations, Yang Kai suddenly found that his Yuan Qi had been compressed and purified to the limit. It had become even purer. His spirit shook, and he concentrated even more. A moment later, the Yuan Qi in his meridians reached its limit again, and could no longer be purified. Yang Kai used his mind to guide the energy contained in the brilliant flame liquid, immersing it in the dantian. Inside the dantian, there were nearly 100 drops of yang liquid that could be burned. Time passed slowly. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils overflowing with light, and involuntarily sucked in a deep breath, refreshing. With a single drop of brilliant flame liquid, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was once again refined, reducing the 100 drops of yang liquid by more than a dozen, but the energy contained in each drop was much more than before. Not only had his Yuan Qi undergone a change, but even his meridians and physique had undergone some subtle changes. His meridians had become tougher and wider, his physique had become firmer, and every inch of his skin, every cell, was rejuvenated, from the inside out. His original separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivation had been greatly consolidated, and he was not far from breaking through to separation and reunion 8th stage. This was the effect of tempering his Yuan Qi. Sometimes, when breaking through, increasing the energy in the body was not the only way. Old demon, if I were to take another drop of brilliant flame liquid, would I be able to directly break through? Yang Kai was eager to try. Although the old demon was sometimes unreliable, he had now given him valuable experience. It's probably useless. Being able to refine young master's yuan qi to this extent is already the greatest effect of this kind of precious treasure. This kind of thing is not something that the more you take, the better the effect. If you want to refine your yuan qi again, you'll need to find a better and higher grade treasure. I think so too. Yang Kai put away his thoughts and solemnly stuffed the small green bottle into his universe bag. Where did the 9-star sword sect people find this brilliant flame liquid? Qi Jianxing had a few drops, so what about Wu Qingyi? He probably had even more on him, right? Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. Wu Qingyi had sent Qi Jianxing to hunt him down, so how could Yang Kai let him off so easily? There was already enmity between them, and now that he knew the other party had such a precious treasure, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't have ideas about him. However, Wu Qingyi's strength was too strong, and he was also the temporary leader of that group of cultivators. If Yang Kai really wanted to offend him, he would not have a good ending, so this matter could only be dealt with slowly. Tidying up his mood, Yang Kai broke out of seclusion. For the next month, Yang Kai hunted monster beast in this isolated world. During this 1 month of wandering, Yang Kai had not encountered anyone else, but the number of monster beasts he had found was few and far between. It seemed that things were indeed as Chen Shueshu had told him. Most of the monster beasts in this isolated world had been enslaved by the people of Tian Lang dynasty. Chapter 235. After a month of training, Yang Kai's harvest was very little. He couldn't kill many monster beasts, so naturally, he didn't obtain any blood orbs, but this was secondary. The key point was that the monster beast he encountered was too weak. A rank 4 monster beast couldn't withstand more than a few moves in front of Yang Kai, and the weaker rank 5 monster beast was also somewhat insufficient. Without experiencing a difficult battle, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his own foundation. Yang Kai thirsted for blood and the baptism of strong enemies. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. During this month, Yang Kai inadvertently discovered another use of the beast soul skill. The beast soul skill that he obtained from the 2 tyrannical monster beasts' remnant thoughts wasn't just for attack. However, Yang Kai himself was still in the process of exploring this use, and had yet to perfect it. On this day, after Yang Kai killed 3 rank 4 monster beast, in a certain forest 30 miles away, a woman suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of coldness and surprise flashed through her eyes. This woman's dress and facial features were slightly different from the big man's. She was one of the Tian Lang Kingdom's cultivators. She wasn't ugly, and could even be said to be very beautiful. But for some reason, this woman gave people a very strange feeling, like a beautiful snake that hid but didn't attack, and at any time, it would use its venomous fangs to bite people and kill them. No matter who saw her, they wouldn't dare to look down on her. Her clothes were rather revealing. Her jade-like arms were exposed, and the tight short top on her upper body couldn't hide her impressive figure. When she raised her hands, her flat stomach and exquisite navel were revealed without a doubt. Her lower body was even more simple, with short shorts that reached her hips. Her 2 slender beautiful legs were exposed just like that. She looked in the direction of Yang Kai, and the corner of her mouth held a faint cold smile. She slowly stood up, her exquisite and petite body full of incomparable explosive power. When she stood up, the 2 people standing behind her quietly took a few steps back, and stared at the back of this Tian Lang Kingdom woman, their eyes full of fear and resentment. These 2 people were a man and a woman. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be surprised because these 2 were actually Ghost King Valley disciples. Jin Hao and Leng Shan. The 2 Ghost King Valley disciples stared at the Tian Lang dynasty woman at this moment, and as they stared, their yuan qi involuntarily surged as murderous intent flashed across their eyes. Roar. At this time, dozens of monster beasts around them suddenly bared their fangs and roared at Jin Hao and Leng Shan, mixed with a warning. The woman from the Tian Lang dynasty slowly turned around and gave Jin Hao and Leng Shan a meaningful look. The 2 of them couldn't help but tremble. He quickly withdrew his killing intent and Yuan Qi. You can't kill me. The Tian Lang dynasty woman's name was Zmo Jin Hao, and Lang Shan had been by her side for 1 to 2 months, but this was the only information they knew about her. Zmo coldly snorted, only this once. If you dare try anything funny again, I'll kill you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Although Jin Hao and Lang Shan's eyes were full of humiliation, they didn't dare act presumptuously. Jin Hao quickly bowed his head and said, subordinate and junior sister don't dare. Please rest assured, young lady Z. Zmo stared at him deeply for a moment before smiling. You should be thankful that you fell into my hands. If you had accidentally fallen into the hands of my 2 brother and senior sister, I'm afraid you'd already be dead. Saying so, Zmo slowly stepped forward, her willowy waist swaying gently as a faint smile appeared on her face. Jin Hao quietly glanced up and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Zmo's figure was amazing. Her dress was so bold and unrestrained, completely different from the women of the great Han dynasty. Although they had been together for many days, every time he looked at her, it gave him a strange sense of excitement, especially that flat stomach and exquisite navel, which were a huge attraction to the hot-blooded Jin Hao. He often fantasized about it. If he could strip this seductive woman naked, ruthlessly ravage her, taste her beauty, listen to her beg for mercy and scream, how happy would that be? But Jin Hao only dared to think about it. In front of Zmo, he didn't dare have any crooked thoughts. This woman from the Tian Lang dynasty. He was a master who killed without batting an eyelid. Compared to the disciples of Ghost King Valley, she was even crueler and bloodier. Zmo walked up to Lang Shan and stood in front of her, still smiling. Lang Shan's face showed an unnatural look of disgust, her body couldn't help trembling, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Zmo chuckled and stretched out her jade-like hand, lifting Lang Shan's delicate chin and staring at her thin red lips. In the next moment, she suddenly leaned forward and pressed her lips against Lang Shan's. Jin Hao took a deep breath and silently bent his body, quietly sticking out his buttocks, feeling his blood boil. The sound of sucking came, and Lang Shan's powerless resistance only aroused Zmo's interest. With a chuckle, Zmo stretched out her hand and plunged it into Lang Shan's clothes, groping around. Jin Hao's eyes turned red with envy. Lang Shan's status in the sect was very high, even he didn't dare to be presumptuous with her, but these days, she was being tasted by another woman. That snake-like tongue probed into her mouth, that full chest was kneaded out of shape, and that perky round buttocks were covered by a slender jade hand, constantly changing shape in front of his eyes. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Jin Hao had seen it at least 7 or 8 times, and every time it made him burn with desire. It was unbearable. Lang Shan's powerless resistance turned into submission. The 2 women's breaths slowly became rapid, and the sound of their heartbeats could be heard, causing one's imagination to run wild. Jin Hao forced himself to turn his head. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. After a long time, Zmo released Lang Shan and the 2 women's lips parted, a crystal clear line connecting their lips. Lang Shan's chest rose and fell violently, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Zmo giggled and reached out to wipe them away, as gentle as a lover. Do you want to have her like I do? Zmo suddenly turned her head and looked at Jin Hao with a smile. Ah. Jin Hao stared blankly, a puzzled look on his face. Zmo pursed her lips. You like your junior sister, right? Jin Hao glanced at Lang Shan and nodded. I can give you a chance. Zmo looked at Jin Hao meaningfully. Let's see if you can grasp it. Jin Hao's face was filled with struggle and pain, but Zmo wasn't in a hurry and just looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. She knew Jin Hao wouldn't refuse her proposal because he wasn't a gentleman. Sure enough, a moment later, Jin Hao suddenly knelt on the ground and sincerely said, "This subordinate is willing to sincerely pledge his allegiance to young lady. From now on, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire to fulfill young lady's orders." Hee hee. Zmo laughed and nodded slightly. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. I like smart people. Brother. Leng Shan's expression suddenly became cold as she gloomily stared at Jin Hao. Jin Hao's expression became awkward. Junior sister, you and I can live or die at young lady's whim, why should we resist? Young lady is benevolent and righteous and is willing to give us a chance. If we follow her wishes, we can live. Leng Shan looked at Jin Hao with disgust and no longer said anything, slowly closing her eyes. Zmo chuckled and retreated to a nearby tree, half leaning against the trunk, her expression languid and flirtatious as she whispered, "Go and help me catch someone. After completing this task, your junior sister will be at your disposal, you can do whatever you want with her." Hearing this, Leng Shan's expression changed while Jin Hao's face filled with excitement. "If you're fast enough, efficient enough, and don't let me wait too long." Zmo stuck out her red tongue and licked her lips, "Let me accompany you this one time. Young lady, I like both men and women, hee hee." Jin Hao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To be able to play with his junior sister, and also to have sex with the Tian Lang dynasty's enchanting women, a dragon with 2 phoenixes, what a dream. Jin Hao immediately became excited and excitedly said, "Please instruct me, young lady." Zmo's expression became serious as she pointed in a certain direction, "You need to go 30 kilometers from here. Your target is here, so you need to move quickly. If you're too slow, you may not be able to catch up." Jin Hao's brow wrinkled. "May I ask, young lady, how many people are there?" "There should only be one." Zmo replied confidently. "One?" Jin Hao's expression changed slightly. To be able to survive until now, his strength is certainly not weak. "Young lady, I would like to go with my junior sister, please allow me." "Hee hee." Zmo giggled, "Your junior sister must stay behind, so she can't accompany you, but I can send a few monster beasts to accompany you. 3 fifth-order monster beasts should be enough, right?" Jin Hao's expression became bitter, knowing that the other party still didn't trust him. 3 fifth-order monster beasts were more than enough to kill him. Rather than saying that these monster beasts were here to support him, it would be better to say that they were here to monitor him. "That's enough." Jin Hao didn't dare show any dissatisfaction and quickly nodded. "Go, remember, your junior sister is waiting for you to return. I will also be waiting." Zmo winked at Jin Hao. "Yes." Jin Hao got up and flew off in the direction Zmo had indicated. The 3 fifth-order monster beast quickly followed. Although they were all 5th-order monster beast, there was still a difference in strength between them. While flying, Jin Hao looked back and saw the appearance of the 3 monster beasts and couldn't help cursing them in his heart. If they were just 3 ordinary 5th-order monster beasts, Jin Hao could still deal with them, but these 3 were average 5th-order monster beast, each of them equivalent to the 5th or 6th stage of Yuan Qi boundary, so how could he dare to act rashly? At this moment, he could only do his best to complete the task Zmo had given him. Jin Hao's speed was very fast, and with Leng Shan and Zmo's tender bodies in his mind, he arrived at his destination in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Restraining his aura, Yang Kai glanced around but didn't find any trace of them, only some powder left behind. This powder was the remains of the monster beast after it died. The 3 monster beasts that had followed him ran to the side and sniffed, then immediately chased in a certain direction. Jin Hao also hurriedly followed. After chasing for half an hour or so, the 3 fifth-order monster beast suddenly stopped, a ferocious expression on its face as it looked towards a certain part of the jungle. Jin Hao landed on the ground, his eyes cold as he stared at the dense forest, lightly shouting, "Which friend is here? Please show yourself." Chapter 236. As soon as Jin Hao's voice fell, a figure emerged from the darkness of the jungle. Seeing the other party appear so fearlessly, Jin Hao couldn't help tensing up, his expression solemn as he secretly raised his guard. He thought that, as he had guessed before, he had encountered some kind of master. However, when this person's appearance appeared in front of Jin Hao's eyes, his expression suddenly became one of disbelief, his pupils shrinking. Yang Kai simply sneered at him, but in fact, he was also feeling helpless. The other party had identified his hiding place at a glance, so what was the point of continuing to hide? Instead of letting him force him out, he might as well come out on his own. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, instantly understanding many things. "It's you!" Jin Hao cried out, how could you, still alive?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Yes, how could you still be alive?" Jin Hao's voice sank. More than half a year ago, 3 Ghost King Valley disciples had chased after Yang Kai. Yuqing Kuan was the fastest, chasing after Yang Kai, followed by Jin Hao and Leng Shan, but when the 2 of them reached a cliff, they sensed Yuqing Kuan's death. At that time, Jin Hao thought that Yang Kai had dragged Yuqing Kuan down the cliff and perished together, but he hadn't expected to meet him again more than half a year later. This time, this High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not only alive but also much stronger than he had been half a year ago. "Why can't I be alive?" Yang Kai sneered. "Didn't you fall off that cliff?" Jin Hao thought of a possibility. "I did, but I climbed back up. By the way, your junior brother wasn't so lucky. He fell to the bottom of the cliff and turned into a pile of meat paste, dying a tragic death." Yang Kai raised his brow. The original intention of these words was to disturb Jin Hao's mind and anger him, but what Yang Kai hadn't expected was that Jin Hao remained indifferent. He just sneered at himself. If it was half a year ago, Jin Hao would have been really angry, but now, his own life is in the hands of others. He is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. How can he have the leisure to worry about others? Perceiving Jin Hao's indifference, Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at the 3 fifth-order monster beasts nearby. He said disdainfully, "So you've already abandoned your own sect?" The few people who have defected to the Tian Lang dynasty. These 3 level 5 monster beasts were not of the same species, so they were able to coexist peacefully. Furthermore, they were hostile towards him. It was obvious that someone had enslaved them. Jin Hao doesn't have this ability. Only the people from Tian Lang dynasty can enslave the monster beast. "What do you know?" Jin Hao was somewhat angry. Yelling at Yang Kai, he shouted, "You don't know anything, so stop spouting nonsense here and judging me for who I am. If you have the time, you should take care of yourself first." With a wave of his hand, Jin Hao ordered, "Kill him." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he vigilantly stared at the 3 rank 5 monster beast. Who would have thought that the 3 monster beast would only continue to threaten Yang Kai, but did not listen to Jin Hao's order to kill him? "Damn, smelly bitch." Jin Hao couldn't help but curse. Zmo let the 3 monster beast follow him, but they don't listen to his orders. What use is there for them? Ha 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 ha. Seeing this funny scene, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jin Hao's face turned red and blue, as if he had opened a dye house. Yang Kai's ridicule, coupled with his current situation, made him completely annoyed. His fists crackled as he smirked at Yang Kai. "Laugh, laugh, you won't have a chance to laugh in the future." While speaking, the 2 white ghost claws emitted a cold wind, giving off a bone-piercing chill. Like the wind, Jin Hao pounced towards Yang Kai. His ghost claws swept across. Bringing with it a dim light, an unbearable cold aura filled Yang Kai's body, constantly eroding his insides. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he urged his Yuan Qi to resist the other party's erosion while parrying the other party's attacks. The gap between their realms was quite large. Jin Hao's strength was around Yuan Qi 5th stage, which was 2 realms higher than Qi Jian Xing, but if one really wanted to compare, the 2's combat effectiveness was almost the same. After all, their backgrounds were different. Qi Jian Xing came from a first-class sect like the 9-Star Sword School, while Jin Hao came from a second-class sect like Ghost King Valley. Therefore, even though Yang Kai seemed to be at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. In the past month or so, he had grown quite a bit. The only thing that worried Yang Kai was the 3 rank 5 monster beast. Each of these monster beasts' strength was extraordinary, so if they all rushed at him, his only option was to escape. But after fighting for a while, Yang Kai was surprised to find that these three monster beasts were just watching from the sidelines, not intending to intervene at all. Seeing this, Yang Kai's courage increased, and his strength slowly increased until it reached the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. Jin Hao's attacks were ruthless and fierce, releasing all the anger he had accumulated over the past month. He had completely forgotten the task Zmo had given him, which was to capture Yang Kai and bring him back. He put on a look of determination that he would not give up until he killed Yang Kai. Gaining the upper hand, in just half a cup of tea's time, Jin Hao had already left more than a dozen wounds on Yang Kai's body. Although they were not enough to damage his muscles and bones, they still caused him to bleed a lot. Heh heh, boy, you will die today. In the midst of the fierce battle, Jin Hao still had the strength to show off, sneering. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and punched out, taking advantage of Jin Hao's defensive state to quickly retreat. Suddenly, he raised his palms and slammed them towards the middle. Two soul-stirring energy fluctuations surged out. Sensing the killing intent behind this move, Jin Hao also readied himself. A tiger's roar and a cow's mooing sound rang out as Yang Kai displayed his beast soul skill. As the two palms pushed out, two fiery red and lifelike silhouettes rushed out like lightning. Jin Hao's complexion changed greatly as he hurriedly retreated. Facing the two monster beasts' attacks, he no longer dared to hold back, pushing his Yuan Qi to the limit as he repeatedly used his killing moves. Yang Kai secretly cursed as he joined forces with the two beast souls to attack. Although the beast soul skill was successfully displayed, it was not what Yang Kai wanted. During this month, he had discovered another way to use the beast soul skill. He had hoped to succeed in one fell swoop against Jin Hao, but unexpectedly, the heavens did not grant him his wish, so he could only give up. Jin Hao was worthy of being a Yuan Qi 5th stage master. Yang Kai and the two beast souls joined forces to fight, but they were only able to turn the tables and fight evenly. A moment later, the two beast souls ran out of energy and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this opportunity, Jin Hao hurriedly rushed forward and grinned, "Boy, you're dead." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he once again raised his palms. Seeing this familiar action, Jin Hao was shocked. He didn't want to face the two fleshless but extremely difficult to deal with beast souls again. So he decided to use all of his trump cards. A ghostly howl rang out. A stream of black gas suddenly shot out from Jin Hao's palm, and a distorted face roared ferociously, mixed with a sky-piercing murderous aura. Like an evil spirit, it rushed towards Yang Kai. This was a familiar scene. When Yuqing Kuan and Yang Kai both fell off the cliff at the same time, the latter had also used this move. Seeing this face, Yang Kai was not surprised, but delighted. He had been looking forward to Jin Hao using this move, but he had not expected it would not happen until now. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai did not move at all. His body was steady as if he did not see it. Clapping and pushing his palms, the two energies in the center of his palms magically merged into one. There was no white tiger, no divine ox, and no beast roar, only a dim light shot out. Jin Hao moved his body to the side. He easily dodged it. This dim light instantly drilled into the body of a fifth-order monster beast behind Jin Hao. There was no ripple. Success. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Jin Hao was furious and shouted, "Stinky boy, you deliberately mystifying things, do you want to scare me?" Just now, he had suffered a loss at the hands of two beast phantoms, so after seeing Yang Kai assume such a powerful stance, he had even resorted to using his trump card, but he hadn't expected that his opponent would only be all bark and no bite. There was no trace of the beast souls at all, how could he not be angry? As soon as his voice fell, Jin Hao's mind suddenly shook. A severe pain came from his head, and his face suddenly turned pale. His Yuan Qi also became chaotic, and he retreated with a look of horror. Looking at Yang Kai in shock, You were hit by the Ghost King's seal, how can you be okay? At that moment, Jin Hao clearly felt that his Ghost King's seal had disappeared. Just like when Yu Qingquan suffered a backlash, Jin Hao also suffered a heavy backlash at this moment. Heh heh, this time you're dead. Yang Kai took a deep breath and grinned. How could you dissolve the Ghost King's seal? Jin Hao's face was full of horror, but he did not know that inside Yang Kai's body, the old demon was eating happily at this moment. The Ghost King's seal, to put it bluntly, was a wisp of resentful soul. It was fed by the Ghost King Valley's disciples with yuan qi and blood essence. It was a delicious meal for the old demon. When you go to hell, ask your junior brother, he also died like this. Saying so, Yang Kai opened his hand and condensed a drop of yang liquid into a blood-red sword. The other party's martial arts were incomparably sharp, and the pair of ghostly white claws were as hard as iron, not inferior to a common-grade high-rank artifact in terms of strength and sharpness. To deal with such an enemy, using yang liquid as a weapon was the best choice. Although Jin Hao still had the strength to fight, the inexplicable disappearance of the Ghost King's seal shocked him, and he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai, hurriedly retreating. But just as he retreated 3 steps, a murderous intent suddenly appeared behind him. Jin Hao's face suddenly changed, and before he had time to turn around, he smelled a fishy wind and immediately felt a sharp pain in his neck. Falling to the ground, Jin Hao struggled to resist, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw the monster beast that followed him tearing at his flesh. His heart sank to the bottom, and he roared to the sky, "ZMO, you stinking whore." He thought it was ZMO who wanted to kill him. Between life and death, Jin Hao erupted with all his strength and finally got rid of the 5th-order monster beast's bite. Awkwardly standing up, he felt his neck was badly mangled and blood was constantly flowing out. Just as he stood firmly, Yang Kai arrived with his sword. The blood-red sword chopped down on his head, but Jin Hao quickly raised his hands to block. His white hands were really strong, and even if he was hit by the sword, there was only a small crack, not a cut. In a flash, the 5th-order monster beast rushed back, and together with Yang Kai attacked Jin Hao from both sides. Jin Hao's soul was damaged, and his body was seriously injured, so how could he still be Yang Kai's opponent? Chapter 237. In just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai's sword had cut off Jin Hao's pair of ghost claws. Having lost his most important pair of hands, Jin Hao no longer had the ability to resist and could only flee in panic. Unable to even fly, he was killed by Yang Kai and the 5th-order monster beast. When Jin Hao died, the other 2 monster beasts who had been watching from the side seemed to have received some kind of order and fled together. Yang Kai had been vigilant of their movements from beginning to end. He knew that they were the slaves of the Tian Lang dynasty's cultivator. Although he wanted to kill them, their speed was too fast. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up with them in a short time. In order to prevent any unexpected changes, he could only let them go. Lightly gasping for breath, Yang Kai looked at the rank 5 monster beast standing to the side. His slightly wrinkled eyebrows gradually relaxed and a touch of joy appeared on his face. This battle was even easier than the battle with the disciple of the 9-star sword school. The existence of the old demon and the rank 5 monster beast's betrayal were the key to Jin Hao's death. Even if Jin Hao died, he still wouldn't understand why the monster beast he brought would attack him. The root of everything was the beast's soul skill. This was also a method that Yang Kai had unintentionally discovered. A few days ago, he encountered a rank 5 monster beast. Originally, he just wanted to use the beast's soul skill to summon 2 beast souls to help. However, for some unknown reason, the 2 beast souls unexpectedly merged into one and turned into a faint light that entered the rank 5 monster beast's body. Then, the rank 5 monster beast actually obeyed Yang Kai's command. This unintentional discovery made Yang Kai somewhat ecstatic. Recently, he had been exploring the mysteries of this method, but he still couldn't figure out the main points. Even when he used this technique, it sometimes didn't work and often caused some mishaps. Moreover, the number of monster beasts he encountered was getting fewer and fewer. This made him feel quite regretful that he didn't have many test subjects. However, he had already thought of a name for this technique. The combination of the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal formed a martial skill called the beast slave seal. Separately, he could summon two beast souls to help him, and together, he could form a new martial technique. In the battle with Jin Hao, the beast slave seal played a huge role. If it wasn't for the rank 5 monster beast sneak attack at the last moment, with Jin Hao's means and strength, he would have most likely escaped. If this move was used well, it would definitely be much more powerful than the white tiger seal and divine ox seal. Although the attacks of the two beast souls were extraordinary, their overall strength was still somewhat weak. Their combined combat power was only equivalent to the combat power of the tier 5 monster beast in front of them. The only advantage they had was that there was one more. 30 kilometers away, ZMO, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Leng Shan, who was standing not far behind her, was the same. Her pretty face was filled with surprise as she stared blankly in the direction of Yang Kai, her eyes filled with grief. At the same time, she also felt a sense of satisfaction and sadness. Jin Hao was her brother, and although he had previously agreed to Zimo's request, which made Leng Shan feel disgusted, a person dying was like a lamp going out. He would not come back to possess her, so there was no need to be so calculative. On the contrary, she herself was now alone, under the control of this temperamental woman from the Tian Lang dynasty. Her future was uncertain. At the same time Jin Hao died, the two women had sensed it through different means. Your brother is dead. ZMO slowly got up and glanced at Leng Shan. Good. Leng Shan sneered. Ha, indeed. What a useless man, he really disappointed me. ZMO smiled, her brow wrinkling. She pondered for a moment before continuing, but he does have some means. Being able to kill him in such a short time, he really is a master. Saying so, Zimo's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a novel toy, her pretty face filled with excitement. Even her breathing became somewhat rapid. With light steps, Zmo walked in the direction of Yang Kai. The dozens of monster beasts lying on the ground hurriedly stood up and followed Zmo's footsteps. Leng Shan glanced at them, not saying a word, and also followed. She knew that there was no possibility for her to escape. Not to mention the dozens of monster beasts she couldn't deal with, the thing that ZMO had planted in her body was enough to control her life and death. Yang Kai put away the blood bead that had condensed after Jin Hao's death and then turned to look at the fifth-order monster beast beside him. This was a Wuxia golden shadow leopard. It was quite majestic, with a robust body and a smooth body. Every muscle on its body contained a terrifying explosive power, and the claws on its 4 limbs were sharp enough to cut through 3 inches of steel. Yang Kai could feel that this fifth-order monster beast was much stronger than the ones he had killed a few days ago. It was probably at the mid-fifth order. It was equivalent to a Yuan Qi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. That being said, in a real fight, it definitely wouldn't be a match for a Yuan Qi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. A Yuan Qi cultivator at the 3rd or 6th stage was more than enough to kill it. What made Yang Kai slightly puzzled was not its strength, but its current state. There was always a feeling that he couldn't completely control it. This feeling was very strange. It was impossible for a beast-slave seal to behave like this. Moreover, this Wuxia golden shadow leopard was in a manic state at the moment, constantly shaking its head and wagging its tail while growling. There's a problem. Yang Kai thought of the Tian Lang dynasty cultivator's beast-slave seal and secretly speculated that it might have some kind of conflict with his own beast-slave seal. Walking forward, Zhang Xian comforted the Wuxia golden shadow leopard while placing his hand on its forehead. He secretly infused his origin energy into the Wuxia golden shadow leopard's body. Yuan Qi circled the Wuxia golden shadow leopard 5 or 6 times before Yang Kai finally found something wrong. Inside the Yiksha golden shadow leopard's head, there was another thing that was emitting fluctuations of life. Yang Kai was surprised. He looked deeply at the Yiksha golden shadow leopard, only to feel that it was getting more and more uncomfortable. The beast slave seal that entered its body was fighting with this unknown thing for control of it. When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. No matter which side wins in the end, the Yiksha golden shadow leopard will be injured in the end. Frowning, Yang Kai increased the output of Yuan Qi. During the whole process, Yang Kai carefully controlled it, not daring to be too violent. This was because the Yiksha golden shadow leopard's monster core was inside. Once the monster core was damaged, this Yiksha golden shadow leopard would definitely die. Yang Kai waited until the Yiksha golden shadow leopard got used to it before he dared to increase the input of Yuan Qi. After 3 or 4 times, the thing in its head finally couldn't take it anymore and was rapidly drilling out. Noticing this, Yang Kai concentrated. He also wanted to know what method the Tian Lang dynasty cultivator used to enslave the monster beast. 10 breaths later, a 3-inch long worm suddenly drilled out of the Yiksha golden shadow leopard's forehead. Kai Yang's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast enough to grab it. In a hurry, he saw that the worm looked like a centipede, but also like a locust. He didn't have time to see it clearly. This worm actually drilled into Yang Kai's body through his fingers. Yang Kai was stunned and hurriedly activated Yuan Qi. In the next moment, this worm was wrapped in the scorching hot True Yang Yuan Qi and was directly imprisoned in the meridians, unable to move. Frowning, Yang Kai didn't kill it. He could feel that this worm was very afraid of his True Yang Yuan Qi. If not for this, he wouldn't have forced it out of the Yiksha golden shadow leopard's body. Since the True Yang Yuan Qi was its nemesis, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Speaking of which, when he was in the hidden island, Yang Kai's body was drilled by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm, but the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm was obviously much stronger than this one in front of him. He carefully felt it. The worm trembled in his meridians, not daring to make any rash movements. It was even more obedient than a mouse in front of a cat. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the worm's body. It was very small and couldn't be detected without careful observation. Old demon, look at this worm. What's strange? Yang Kai frowned and shouted. The old demon responded and drilled into the soul breaker all to the place where the worm was imprisoned. After a long time, he said, "Young master, this worm has the divine soul thread of that Tian Lang kingdom cultivator." Divine soul thread? Yang Kai frowned. Aren't they only in the Yuan Qi realm? They haven't even cultivated divine sense. How did they do this? The old demon chuckled. Young master, did you forget? You also have a divine soul thread imprinted on this old servant's body, but like them, you haven't cultivated divine sense. Yang Kai suddenly realized, you mean, someone helped them? The old demon said, exactly. I'm afraid it was an expert from their sect. They helped them imprint the divine soul thread into this worm, so they can control it as they wish. They control the worm drilled into the monster beast's body, so they can enslave the monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The confusion in his heart was suddenly solved. A few days ago, Chen Shueshu had told Yang Kai that those people from the Tian Lang kingdom all had hundreds of monster beast subordinates. He couldn't understand how those people could enslave so many monster beasts. Only now did he understand that what they controlled was not a monster beast, but this strange worm. Through this worm, they could command the monster beast's actions. Thinking about it, Yang Kai hurriedly went to the place where Jin Hao died and brushed aside the dust. Sure enough, as he guessed, he found an identical worm. Reaching out, he let the worm drill into his body. After the old demon examined it, he confirmed that this worm also had a divine soul thread imprinted on it. So Jin Hao wasn't colluding with the Tian Lang kingdom's cultivator. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He was afraid that this worm had drilled into his body, so he had no choice but to collude with the Tian Lang kingdom's cultivator. This could explain why the 3 monster beasts that came with him didn't listen to his orders. In a sense, Jin Hao and the three monster beasts had equal status. Although it was a bit sad to say this, but it was the truth. ZMO, Jin Hao just called out this name. Was the Tian Lang Kingdom's cultivator that controlled him called ZMO? Yang Kai's mind raced as a crazy idea came to mind. With a strange smile on his face, he asked, "Old demon, if I use true Yang Yuan Qi to burn this worm, the Tian Lang Kingdom's cultivator's divine soul will also be injured, right?" This is natural. Although there are only 2 divine soul threads, it can catch her off guard and cause her to suffer a great loss. Heh heh. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, his mind quickly turning over several plans that could be used. The old demon suddenly said, "Young master, this old servant has a suggestion." Heh heh heh. Oh? Let's hear it. As soon as Yang Kai heard his sinister laugh, he knew it was definitely not a good idea. Chapter 238. ZMO led her monster beast army to the spot where Jin Hao had died, but after searching through the pile of dust for a long time, she still couldn't find her soul-controlling insect. Her expression couldn't help sinking as her pretty face became cold. Each of the Tian Lang dynasty cultivators' soul-controlling insects was extremely precious. It wasn't that the insects themselves were valuable, but rather that they had their own spiritual energy threads attached to them. These things were not to be taken lightly. Once they fell into the hands of an enemy and were burned, their spiritual energy would be damaged. If one were to encounter such a blow in a fierce battle, it was possible to be defeated and even lose one's life. Therefore, every time a controlled monster beast died, ZMO would rush to the spot where the monster beast died and retrieve her soul-controlling insect. But this time, she couldn't find it. Perceiving the change in ZMO's expression, Ling Shan, who was following behind her, couldn't help sneering, her face filled with satisfaction. ZMO snorted and closed her eyes, carefully sensing her surroundings. Although she hadn't cultivated her divine sense and couldn't search on a large scale, the scattered spiritual energy threads were of the same origin as her own, so she could perceive them from a short distance away. After a brief investigation, a strange look appeared on ZMO's pretty face, and she quickly turned to look in a certain direction, her beautiful eyes blooming with a strange light. Dozens of monster beasts quickly spread out and surrounded the area. Ling Shan was stunned. From ZMO's actions and demeanor, she noticed a trace of unease. She hated ZMO to the bone, hated her for promising her virginity to Jin Hao, and hated her even more for acting so wantonly. She had thought that ZMO was destined to suffer a big loss this time, so she had secretly watched the show with a gloating heart, but she hadn't expected the situation to develop like this. Could it be that the master who killed Jin Hao was still here? Wasn't this the same as throwing himself into a trap? Walala, the sound of rustling leaves came from the jungle, and Ling Shan's eyes caught sight of a running figure. ZMO pointed her finger, and the dozens of monster beasts rushed in the direction of the figure. Giggling sounds could be heard as she laughed and shouted, "Don't run, you can't escape from my soul-controlling insect. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you have to come back and find me. Obey me obediently and I won't make you suffer." Yes, I knew there was something wrong with that bug. From within the forest came a voice filled with exasperation. Hearing this voice, ZMO couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Shan sighed inwardly as the little bit of hope that had welled up in her heart was instantly shattered. It turned out that the one who killed Jin Hao, he was also hit by the soul-controlling insect. Was this person an idiot or a pig? As expected, the man in the forest stopped running. Soon, he was surrounded by dozens of monster beasts and was captured. Then, he casually walked back towards them. When she saw this person's face, Ling Shan couldn't help but tremble, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Jin Hao recognized Yang Kai. How could Ling Shan not recognize him? However, it was precisely because she recognized him that Ling Shan felt even more incredulous. Staring deeply at Yang Kai, her mind was racing as she weighed the pros and cons of this situation. Yang Kai's face was filled with an unwilling expression as he helplessly walked back and stood about 300 feet away from ZMO, smiling bitterly. He asked, "Miss, what kind of bug was that?" "It's my Tian Lang dynasty's unique soul-controlling insect. Since you've been infected, you are now my subordinate," ZMO patiently explained, looking over Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just a teenager, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. How could she have imagined that the person who killed Jin Hao would be so young? I shouldn't have touched Jin Hao's body." Yang Kai sighed deeply. Filled with grief, he immediately grinned. "Miss, now that I am your subordinate, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to warm your bed at night?" ZMO pursed her lips and smiled. Flirtatiously, she replied, "Sure, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." The other party was so unrestrained. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. ZMO took in his expression and giggled. "If I tell you something useful, can you let me go?" Leng Shan suddenly asked, her pair of beautiful eyes staring straight at Yang Kai. "What kind of information?" ZMO frowned. "It's about him." Leng Shan expressionlessly pointed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but his heart clenched as he secretly circulated his yuan qi. Although he didn't know what this female Ghost King Valley disciple was going to say, he was certain that it wasn't going to be good for him. Surrounded by dozens of monster beasts, if all of them rushed over, he would have to use his yang inflammation wings to escape. "Promise me first." Leng Shan tried to bargain. "I can't let you go." ZMO slowly shook her head. Leng Shan's expression didn't change as she waited for him to continue. "But I can treat you better, at most I won't bully you in the future. Remember what you said, otherwise, even if I die together with you, I won't suffer that kind of humiliation again." Having achieved her goal, Leng Shan pointed to Yang Kai and said, "The secret art this person cultivates is of the yang attribute." Leng Shan had fought with Yang Kai before, so naturally she knew the attribute of his yuan qi. This attribute was the nemesis of the soul-controlling insect. So when Leng Shan recognized Yang Kai, she knew that he wasn't under the control of the soul-controlling insect. He pretended to be under control in order to beat her at her own game. Leng Shan felt that with Yang Kai's strength, he wouldn't be able to kill ZMO. With dozens of monster beasts here, once Yang Kai attacked, he would die without a doubt. It was better to tell the truth before he died and take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits for herself. So after hesitating for a moment, she decided to tell ZMO the truth. She didn't care who died, she only cared about herself. ZMO's smile instantly stiffened on her face as she turned her head and stared coldly at Yang Kai, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The moment she turned her head, Yang Kai decisively forced the soul-controlling insect out of his body, pinched it in his hand, and grinned. "I know this insect has a strand of your soul attached to it. If you don't want your soul to be damaged, be obedient, or else I'll burn it immediately." ZMO's expression changed greatly, her beautiful face going pale. Yang Kai sneered again and again, remaining calm and collected. Leng Shan remained expressionless, remaining indifferent. After a moment, ZMO suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. "You should have burned it while I wasn't paying attention. That way, I would have been injured and perhaps you would have had a chance to survive. But if you want to use this to threaten me, you're making a big mistake." "Oh. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai raised his brow, but his expression didn't change. ZMO coldly said, "Since you know that a thread of my soul is attached to this insect, do you know that I can take it back?" As she spoke, ZMO's thoughts moved and the thread of soul that was attached to the insect was taken back into her mind. Not only was Yang Kai not surprised, but he also began to laugh, his laughter growing louder and louder, rolling like thunder. Such wild and unbridled laughter made ZMO feel very uncomfortable. This young man was so calm, either he still had some tricks up his sleeve, or he had already gone insane. However, looking at his smug expression, he clearly had a clear mind. Where were the signs of insanity? If it had been someone else, Zmo would have been interested in accepting him as a subordinate, but since he was a cultivator who cultivated the yang attribute Yuan Qi, she absolutely couldn't allow him to live. Zmo's pretty face was filled with murderous intent as she raised her jade white hand and was about to order the monster beast to attack when Yang Kai suddenly stopped laughing and coldly stared at Zmo, shouting, "Do you think you can kill me?" "Ah!" Zmo suddenly screamed, clutching her head with both hands as her tender body trembled. This sudden change stunned Lingshan. She stared in shock at the screaming Zmo, then looked up at the always calm and collected Yang Kai. For a moment she couldn't believe what she was seeing. What was going on? What exactly happened to these two people? Lingshan didn't even see any signs of the two fighting, they were just talking and laughing, yet Zmo had suddenly met with such misfortune. Roar! Zmo's emotional change aroused the reaction of the several dozen monster beasts, each of them baring their fangs at Yang Kai, roaring as they approached him. "Make these monster beasts scram, otherwise I'll destroy your divine sense right now and turn you into an idiot," Yang Kai coldly threatened. Zmo endured the piercing pain in her mind and didn't dare to hesitate, quickly issuing the order. The several dozen monster beasts stared at Zmo for a moment before suppressing their hostility and retreating, only stopping after 1,000 meters or so, tightly surrounding the three of them. "You're quite sensible," Yang Kai sneered as he stepped forward, reaching out and grabbing Zmo's hair, lifting her up. Such a violent and cruel attitude caused Lingshan's heart to skip a beat, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. "You'd better not move, I'll deal with you later." Yang Kai coldly glanced at her, causing Lingshan to immediately stop and stare at Yang Kai in shock and horror. Half a year ago, when her brother and sister had besieged this high heaven pavilion disciple, he had only been a separation and reunion boundary third-stage cultivator. Under the siege of the three of them, he had been forced to flee like a stray dog. But this time, when they met again, he had effortlessly captured Tian Lang Dynasty's Zmo. Lingshan was well aware of Zmo's strength and arrogance. With her soul-controlling insect, she could control many monster beast and cultivator, and her own strength was also extraordinary. How could such a person be defeated by Yang Kai in less than half a cup of tea's time? Just now, in order to compete for a little bit of benefit, she had sold him out. Thinking about it now, Lingshan couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. The situation had changed too quickly. Zmo's screams gradually stopped, her body dripping with sweat, soaking her clothes, revealing her exquisite body in front of Yang Kai. She raised her head slightly, her face filled with stubbornness and unwillingness, staring hatefully at Yang Kai, her beautiful face filled with bitter resentment. "It looks like you still don't understand who's in charge." Yang Kai reached out and threw her to the ground. Zmo's pitiful cries rang out once more, but this time it was even more pitiful than before. While screaming, Zmo kept rolling on the ground, as if she was being subjected to the most severe torture in the world. As her cries reached Lingshan's ears, she couldn't help but shiver. "No, don't torture me anymore." Zmo struggled to get up and came to Yang Kai's feet, reaching out and hugging one of his ankles, refusing to let go. Her disheveled hair was soaked with sweat as she looked up at him and pleaded in a trembling voice, "I'll listen. I'll listen to whatever you say, don't torture me anymore." Chapter 239. Yang Kai squatted down and looked at her calmly. "Are you really obedient now?" Zmo nodded quickly. The torment she felt from her soul was worse than death, but she couldn't resist. No one in this world could withstand such pain. It wasn't that she didn't have enough backbone, but rather that Yang Kai's heart was simply too ruthless. "You won't disobey me in the future?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted her chin, his eyes sweeping over her cheeks. Zmo squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "I won't disobey you." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stretched out his finger, gently opening Zmo's mouth, then reaching inside and teasing her fragrant tongue. Zimo's eyes widened, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction, her eyes filled with gentleness and cleverness, her tongue like a snake wrapped around Yang Kai's finger, constantly sucking. Her technique was very good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tease Ling Shan so much that she couldn't control herself. Her tongue curled around her fingers, sometimes tightening and sometimes loosening. Not long after, her eyes surged with lust, and the suppressed gasps and moans that caused one's imagination to run wild sounded at the right time. Ling Shan hurriedly turned her head and whispered, "Shameless." Yang Kai looked up at her and sneered, withdrawing his finger from Zimo's mouth, wiping it dry on her clothes, and pinching her cheek. Zmo let out a pitiful cry, her watery eyes staring at Yang Kai with grievance. "Although I know you're acting, your expression is really good." Yang Kai smacked his lips. Zmo smiled, "Us Tian Lang dynasty women worship the strong the most. You're so strong, I can't wait to fall for you, how could you be acting? I'm only a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator, how can I be considered strong?" Yang Kai chuckled. The smile on Zimo's face suddenly converged, but she immediately smiled again. "Realm doesn't mean anything, and you're still so young. Give you enough time, you'll be stronger than anyone else." Good flattery. I like it. Yang Kai laughed. He straightened up and said, "Get up." "Yes." Zmo obediently got up and quietly tidied up her clothes. In front of Ling Shan and Jin Hao, she was the master, but in front of Yang Kai, she was reduced to an obedient servant, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Zmo didn't want to experience the same torment she had just suffered. Yang Kai looked at Ling Shan coldly and laughed. Ling Shan's expression was very unnatural. There was embarrassment and resentment. But more than that, it was humiliation and unwillingness. Not to mention the conflict between her and Yang Kai, just the fact that she had just betrayed Yang Kai was enough to consign her to eternal damnation. He had just betrayed someone else. Someone else was in control of his life and death. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. But these 30 years were just a blink of an eye. Zmo looked at Yang Kai and then at Ling Shan. He said softly, "Do you want her to die? I can easily kill her." She was a smart woman and naturally saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. Ling Shan's expression changed greatly and she hurriedly retreated a few steps, looking at Yang Kai and Zmo with great vigilance, her face filled with determination. It was easy to imagine that if Yang Kai really wanted her dead, Ling Shan would definitely fight back. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Ling Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, staring at Yang Kai and asking, "Why? Why what?" Yang Kai asked impatiently. "Why did you let me go?" Ling Shan asked the doubts in her heart. "Our elders have an irreconcilable enmity, and we also have grievances between us. I don't believe you would be so kind as to spare my life. You can easily take my life now. In fact, I'm a good person, is that reason enough?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Zmo on the side curled her lips. Ling Shan also smiled contemptuously. "If you really are a good person, then why didn't you kill her? You should have let her get those insects out of my body. Although you won't kill me now, you can still control my life and death. How can you call yourself a good person? Do you have the qualifications to question me?" Yang Kai sneered, "Your Ghost King Valley is an evil sect, but that doesn't mean you're a good person, right?" Ling Shan retorted, "I never said I was a good person." What a sharp tongue. Yang Kai dryly coughed. Looking at Zmo, he said, "Get those insects out of her body and let her know what a good person is." Zmo's body trembled. She stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected this young man to make such a decision. Was he a fool? Without those soul-controlling insects, how could he control this woman? Even Ling Shan was stunned when she heard this sentence, but immediately her eyes lit up with joy. "My orders will not be repeated a second time." Yang Kai stared at Zmo coldly. The latter smiled bitterly and walked over to Ling Shan, her heart filled with a sense of loss. There really was a difference between her and Ling Shan. Although she had grievances with this young man, after all, they were both cultivators of the great Han dynasty. At this time, they really should help each other. You're quite lucky. Zmo whispered, a trace of envy in her voice as she stretched out her hand and placed it on Ling Shan's abdomen, circulating her yuan qi. A moment later, Ling Shan's face paled and she retched, vomiting out a worm from her mouth. Zmo quickly put the worm away, but Ling Shan couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to the side to vomit. After a long time, she wiped her mouth dry and slowly walked back, her expression complex as she stared at Yang Kai. She was surprised and pleasantly surprised that she had regained her freedom just like that. Did you kill Jin Hao? After a moment of silence, Ling Shan asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. You want revenge? I can give you a chance. I won't avenge him. Ling Shan slowly shook her head, her eyes suddenly becoming cold as she stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, sneering, but I don't believe you'll really let me go. With a burst of cries, a human face appeared in her palm and directly rushed into Yang Kai's body. This was the Ghost King Valley's secret technique, the Ghost King seal. Zmo's expression changed greatly and she was about to act, but Yang Kai stopped her. You. Ling Shan hurriedly retreated, staring at Yang Kai in shock. After being hit by the Ghost King seal, it was impossible for a person to actively control their body. The resentful spirit was more than enough to destroy a person's consciousness and then occupy their body. Ling Shan was very clear that in this isolated world, there were dangers everywhere. Even if she regained her freedom, there was no hope for survival. There wasn't much hope for them to survive. If they encountered other Tian Lang dynasty martial artists, they would be killed and enslaved. So it was better to directly destroy Yang Kai's consciousness and take control of his body. Controlling Yang Kai was tantamount to controlling Zmo, this way Ling Shan would have enough capital. However, the Ghost King's seal didn't have any effect. How could she not be shocked? Sure enough, you're not a good person. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He had long seen through Ling Shan's unwillingness and ambition. All his previous actions were just to deliberately lure her into using the Ghost King seal. Where's my Ghost King seal? Ling Shan asked. You want it? I'll give it back to you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and the face flew out of Yang Kai's body and returned to Ling Shan's body. Ling Shan didn't dare to stay any longer. Turning around, she ran away. Zmo quietly watched from the side, but she couldn't help but ask. You're letting her go just like that? She wanted to attack you just now. Those who attack me must pay the price. Yang Kai grinned. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Shan suddenly fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. Hearing this familiar voice, Zmo couldn't help trembling. Just now, she had also been tortured like this, in so much pain that she wished she could die immediately, but she couldn't get her wish. Now she was just a spectator. How did he do it? Zmo couldn't figure it out. Ling Shan's torture was even more miserable than Zmo's. After a stick of incense worth of time, the howling stopped, but Ling Shan had completely fainted. Yang Kai coldly snorted, bring her back. Oh. Zmo obediently stepped forward and carried the unconscious Ling Shan back. Looking at the soaking wet Ling Shan, Zmo couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy. I need to recover, don't disturb me. Yang Kai walked to the side. Sitting down cross-legged, he began to restore his strength. Half a day later, Ling Shan slowly woke up, but as soon as she woke up, she screamed again. She fainted again. Zmo was frightened and became even more cautious when interacting with Yang Kai. She found that this young man was cruel and merciless, without the slightest pity for the fairer sex. Ling Shan and she were both first-class beauties, but when he tortured them, he didn't have the slightest scruple or pity. Such a person was too terrible. A complete cold-blooded pervert. A day later, Ling Shan woke up again, but this time Yang Kai didn't torture her. Her strength was only at the Yuan Qi boundary and she hadn't cultivated her divine sense yet, so if he continued to torture her, she was afraid she really might become an idiot. Looking at Yang Kai sitting cross-legged on the ground in the distance, Ling Shan's face was filled with fear. Zmo persuaded her for a long time before she finally trembled and stepped in front of Yang Kai, her lips pursed, her face pale, not daring to breathe. Although she had been controlled by Zmo before, it was just a bug in her body. But now? Her soul was being controlled and this high heaven pavilion disciple was playing with her like a toy. She had just escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's den. Ling Shan couldn't help feeling sad. Sigh. Yang Kai had long noticed the two women coming over, but he still closed his eyes and meditated, pretending not to notice, just to see if they had any other thoughts. The results of the test were good, whether it was Zmo or Ling Shan, they were now very obedient, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Opening his eyes and looking at Ling Shan, the latter couldn't help but want to retreat, but was caught by Zmo. Still not apologizing. Zmo didn't know what kind of mood she was in right now, so she gently pushed Ling Shan away. Ling Shan's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation, biting her lip until it bled as she timidly looked up at Yang Kai, then hurriedly avoided his gaze. If you keep acting like this, I won't care about you anymore. Zmo couldn't help feeling resentful. She was just a woman, what was the point of having such a worthless backbone? Other men said that a real man should know when to yield and when not to yield. Ling Shan's face was filled with unwillingness, but she didn't say a word. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a smile as he stared at her closely. I was wrong. After a long time, Ling Shan finally opened her mouth, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, almost inaudible, her two hands wringing each other nervously. Yang Kai just looked at her indifferently, not saying anything. Ling Shan gritted her teeth, tormented. Zmo chuckled and said, she knows she was wrong, so she won't dare to do anything to you in the future. All right, don't cry. Saying so, Zmo helped Ling Shan wipe the corners of her eyes. Chapter 240. It's none of your business. Ling Shan pushed Zmo's hand away in disgust. Only this once. Yang Kai said indifferently. Hearing this sentence, Ling Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that she would no longer have to suffer that unbearable torture. How did you do it? Ling Shan hesitated for a long time before finally daring to ask the question in her heart. Before, she had only used her Ghost King's seal on Yang Kai, and after it returned to her body, something else had appeared in her mind. Ling Shan had not cultivated her divine sense, so she didn't know what it was, but she knew that the man in front of her had relied on it to control her life and death. I'm also very curious about this. If it's convenient, can you tell me? Zmo smiled charmingly, her eyes looking towards Yang Kai, her red lips slightly pursed, showing a somewhat unconvinced look. Her red eyes were extremely attractive. It's very simple, I just planted a brand in your divine sense. Yang Kai replied with a playful look. The two women listened to him and their faces were filled with shock. Very simple. Although they had not cultivated their divine sense, they knew how difficult it was to plant a brand in someone's mind. Not to mention that Yang Kai was just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Even if he was an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, it would still take a lot of effort to do this. Not to mention, he also had to worry about damaging someone's soul and turning them into an idiot. But from his mouth, it was just 3 simple words. Thinking about what had happened to the two of them, it could indeed be described as very simple. Needless to say, Ling Shan had used her Ghost King's seal and then taken it back. In less than 3 breaths of time, her life and death were no longer in her hands. Zmo had only taken back a strand of her divine sense attached to her soul-controlling insect, yet she had suffered the same fate. Now that she thought about it, this young man in front of her had not left after killing Jean Hao. She was afraid he had already prepared for this and was only waiting for ZMO to take the bait. It was ridiculous that ZMO had actually run over. Falling into someone else's trap, she had completely lost her advantage and become his slave. Thinking of this, ZMO's heart went cold and she secretly regretted her actions. Earlier, when he said he would burn her soul-controlling insect, it was definitely to force her to take back her divine sense. It was a thread of divine soul that had been tampered with in advance. Staring at Yang Kai, ZMO took a deep breath and asked, "Are you really just a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. ZMO patted her trembling full chest and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Like I said, you're right. How could a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator accomplish such a feat? Then how strong are you?" Yang Kai chuckled. His body shook, and an invisible aura spread out. The yuan qi in his body surged for a while, but it soon calmed down. Breakthrough. ZMO and Leng Shan stared blankly at Yang Kai. It was obvious that he had only obtained it after breaking through a small realm. But this wave was not strong. It was not even at the level of yuan qi. "I'm now a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at the two women. ZMO and Leng Shan both groaned in their hearts. So, he really was just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. What he had said before was not a lie. Glancing at each other, both ZMO and Leng Shan blushed. Of the two of them, one was a yuan qi 6th stage cultivator, the other was a yuan qi 4th stage cultivator. They were both geniuses of their respective sects. In their confrontation with Yang Kai, being captured in an instant, and even having their life and death controlled, they naturally felt quite ashamed. Smiling bitterly, the two women did not know what to say. "You can do whatever you want. Although I control your life and death, as long as you are obedient, I won't try anything funny. I won't make things too difficult for you. So, if you want to hunt someone or monster beast, feel free to do so. When I need you, I will call for you." Yang Kai closed his eyes again. Leng Shan and ZMO slowly retreated several dozen meters before stopping. They did not want to get too close to Yang Kai and cause him to misunderstand. "This man is really strange," ZMO muttered to herself as she stared at Yang Kai in the distance. "Humph." Leng Shan snorted. Thinking of how she had just surrendered, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Grinding her teeth, she snorted, "Sooner or later, I will make him pay the price." ZMO glanced at her and chuckled, "If you have the ability to escape from his control, then we'll see." "And you?" Leng Shan's pair of beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at ZMO. "I haven't forgotten the shame of being by your side a few days ago." ZMO smiled. "Why are you so angry? I didn't do anything to you. Besides, didn't you enjoy it? Your reaction can't fool me." "Slut." Leng Shan was furious, her face turning red. "If you dare mention those things again, I won't let you go." ZMO smiled contemptuously. "Our life and death is not up to us to decide, so you'd better not be so hostile to me. The most important thing is to find a way to survive in his hands. You saw his attitude towards us, he doesn't show the slightest bit of mercy. If we really make things difficult for him, he will definitely kill us." "Ha!" Leng Shan sneered, taking pleasure in her misfortune. "Even you have such a day. How does it feel to be controlled? We're all women, why be so calculative? We should be in the same boat now." ZMO frowned. Leng Shan took a deep breath. Although her heart was still filled with resentment, she had to admit that ZMO was right, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What do you want to do?" "Seduce him." ZMO's face filled with excitement. "He looks like a 16 or 17-year-old boy, a few years younger than us. No matter how ruthless he is still a man. You and I aren't bad looking, so if you want to seduce this little brat, wouldn't it be easy? I think you just want to go to bed with him. Leng Shan mercilessly attacked. Why are you being so blunt? Zmo couldn't help but roll her eyes, suddenly chuckling, but there is one thing I didn't lie to him about. Us Tian Lang dynasty women naturally worship the strong. His cultivation isn't high, but he can actually control me. This is something even my brother can't do. You go on your own, I won't humiliate myself. Leng Shan snorted, turning around and walking away, sitting down cross-legged. After being tortured by Yang Kai twice, she had fainted. She urgently needed to recover. Zmo sneered, thinking to herself, just wait until I conquer him, then you'll know I'm right. This world had always been like this, men conquer the world, women conquer men, this was an ancient truth. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, not immediately dealing with his own matters, instead focusing on sensing the reactions of Zmo and Leng Shan's souls. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, their strange reactions clearly told Yang Kai their intentions. Not bad, both of them are very obedient, at least they didn't have any thoughts of killing me. Being able to control them so smoothly. This was really a pleasant surprise for Yang Kai. All of this was thanks to the old demon. In Yang Kai's original plan, he had only wanted to burn the two soul-controlling insects to injure Zmo. Then he would wait for an opportunity to kill her. However, the old demon had come up with a better method. By mixing a strand of Yang Kai's soul into Zmo's soul in a special way, once she took it back, it was tantamount to establishing a brand in her mind, allowing him to completely control her. After a final test, it really was convenient, fast, and effective. With this successful precedent, Yang Kai immediately set his sights on Leng Shan. The Ghost King seal was a martial skill that Ghost King Valley's disciples used to cultivate, so it was definitely a useful tool. The old demon lived up to his expectations and immediately used some kind of trick on the Ghost King seal. Moreover, the old demon's trick was very high-end, so there was no need to worry about it being neutralized. The soul was a very fragile thing, and now that both Zmo and Leng Shan's souls were implanted with Yang Kai's brand, even if a master wanted to help them neutralize it, they would have to worry about damaging their consciousness. What a pity. One less resentful soul. The old demon was a little annoyed at this moment. I think it's a pity. Yang Kai was even more dissatisfied. If I had known earlier that I could do this, why would I have killed Jin Hao and the other Ghost King Valley disciple? Wouldn't it have been better to subdue them as thugs? The old demon smiled wryly. You knew all along but didn't say anything, right? Yang Kai was slightly annoyed. The old demon complained, such a weak enemy, it's useless to subdue them. If young master hadn't reminded me, this old servant really wouldn't have thought of this. Forget it. Taking in a man as a subordinate is a bit strange. Yang Kai didn't care too much. After secretly observing Zmo and Leng Shan for a moment, Yang Kai immersed himself in his own affairs. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai called out in his mind, summoning the Yiksha golden shadow leopard he had controlled. Reaching out and touching its head, he crushed the beast slave seal in its body. As soon as the fifth-order monster beast was freed from its shackles and regained its freedom, it immediately fled. Yang Kai didn't kill it, nor did he chase after it. Instead, under Zmo's orders, several dozen monster beasts were dispatched, forcing it back and reimplanting its soul-controlling insect. Yang Kai didn't care about her, using his left hand to form the white tiger seal and his right hand to form the divine ox seal, clasping his palms together and pushing them forward. With a roar, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox appeared at the same time. Attracted by this roar, Zmo and Leng Shan quickly turned their heads, and after seeing the two lifelike beast phantoms, they couldn't help gaping. They had never seen such a magical martial skill before. To be able to activate one's own Yuan Qi, the two red monster beasts' bodies were clearly not flesh and blood, but rather made up of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. Just how rich and pure does this Yuan Qi have to be able to achieve such a feat? Isn't he just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator? Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers, causing the two beast phantoms to collapse at the same time. After using it for such a long time, Yang Kai also discovered some of the mysteries of the beast soul skill. No matter when, only one white tiger and one divine ox could be summoned, it was impossible to summon a second one. The beast soul skill was divided into two beast phantoms and combined to form the beast slave seal, but whether it was divided or combined, before the first beast soul or the beast slave seal was destroyed, it could never be used a second time. This may be related to the two powerful monster beast's remnants in his body. If Yang Kai wanted to practice the beast slave seal, he could only destroy the two beast phantoms. Constantly using the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal, Yang Kai tried to combine them into one, trying to discover the mysteries of the beast slave seal. Chapter 241. Zmo and Leng Shan were both dumbfounded. They could only see two red monster beasts emerge from Yang Kai's side and then shatter into pieces. From time to time, they could only see a ray of light shooting out, so they had no idea what he was doing. However, the two of them were still considered elites of their respective sects, so naturally they could see that Yang Kai was practicing some kind of mysterious martial skill they had never heard of before. It was just that, to practice so recklessly, how much primordial qi would he need to squander? How many of these martial skills do you think he can display with his yuan qi? Zmo couldn't help but ask Leng Shan softly. At most 5 moves, his yuan qi will be exhausted. Leng Shan estimated. Zmo didn't refute this time and instead nodded slightly, apparently agreeing with Leng Shan's point of view. The two women could feel the huge consumption of yuan qi from the yuan qi fluctuations, so it was obvious that this martial skill was definitely not low grade. The higher the grade of the martial skill, the more powerful it was, but the more yuan qi it consumed. Even if the two of them were to display this martial skill, they could only display it 10 times. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, so naturally he couldn't support it for a long time. What, do you have an idea? Leng Shan turned to look at Zmo meaningfully. Zmo was taken aback and patted her chest. Don't talk nonsense. Even if he has exhausted all of his vitality, he only needs a single thought to kill us. It's best for us to be honest. Being controlled by one's soul is no joke. Look, it's the 5th time. As they spoke, Yang Kai once again used his beast spirit skill, but this time he still didn't succeed. The white tiger seal and divine ox seal both activated, and the two beast spirits appeared. Yang Kai didn't rush and simply scattered them. Carefully feeling the mystery of this martial skill, he recalled the unique feeling he had when he had successfully fused it. Zmo smiled sweetly and reached into her sleeve, taking out a bottle. What are you doing? Zmo looked at her in surprise. Trying to please him. Zmo shook the bottle. This is our Tian Lang Dynasty's Yuan Qi Restoration Pill. You should have some on you, right? Now is the time when he needs to recover. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despicable, shameless. Shameless. Using humiliation for glory. Leng Shan reprimanded with a straight face. Hee. Don't say that. Zmo covered her mouth and giggled. If worst comes to worst, the next time he needs to recover, I'll give you the opportunity. We'll take turns. Humph. Leng Shan snorted. His hostility, however, was greatly restrained. Of course, she couldn't seduce Yang Kai, but she could give him some pills at the right time to win Yang Kai's favor. Now that his life and death were in his hands, he had to protect himself. Naturally, he had to lower his posture. Otherwise, if that cheap servant Zmo took the initiative, his future days would be very difficult. I'm going. Zmo said as she stood up, but before she could take another step, she heard 2 more roars coming from the other side. Did he use it again? Zmo was shocked, and so was Ling Shan. This time he should be exhausted, right? Zmo muttered to herself, a charming smile appearing on her face as she took a step forward. But at that moment, Yang Kai shattered the two beast spirits. Once again, he used his beast spirit skill. Success! The white tiger seal and divine ox seal merged perfectly, turning into a beam of light that shot forward. If there was a monster beast in front of him, it would definitely be hit by the beast slave seal and be controlled. Striking while the iron was hot, Yang Kai kept waving his hands, continuously using his beast spirit skill. In a single breath, he used it 4 times, but failed twice. After succeeding twice, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he had found that feeling, but he still wasn't skilled enough. Zmo, who had just taken a step forward, quietly retracted her steps. Along with Ling Shan, both of them stared dumbly at the scene in front of them. Yang Kai's endurance had completely exceeded their expectations and imagination. A whole day passed. Yang Kai was still practicing his beast spirit skill. Zmo and Ling Shan were completely numb, their hearts filled with grief. Just how much yuan qi was stored in this person's body? How could he support such an unscrupulous attack? Could it be that this martial skill consumed very little yuan qi? Not to mention the two women's shock, Yang Kai was also inadvertently shocked. The Dantian's yang liquid reserves had actually decreased by more than 20 drops. Now that there were no more yang attribute pills to supplement his yang liquid, the Dantian's reserves had to be used sparingly, otherwise, there would be no way to restrain the evil energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton. However, using his beast spirit skill really consumed too much yuan qi. Not only did he use his beast spirit skill, but also his burning sun's 3-layer blast, young inflammation wings, star mark, all of which required a huge amount of yuan qi. If it was any separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, it would be impossible for them to use these techniques too frequently. I can no longer use my yang liquid to practice my beast spirit skill. After frowning for a long time, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He had 3 energy warehouses in his body. The star space was exclusive to the star mark martial skill, and the Dantian's yang liquid could not be squandered, but the unyielding golden skeleton's energy could. The amount of energy stored in the golden body was almost immeasurable. Normally, he could only extract energy from the golden body when he used the unyielding will. Now, could he think of a way to use the energy in the golden body to perform martial skills? If he could, then his endurance would rise to a new level, and he would no longer have to worry about the amount of yang liquid he had. As soon as this idea came to his mind, Yang Kai became excited, because none of his martial skills required the use of yang attribute yuan qi, all of them could be used by any attribute yuan qi. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai forced the remaining true yang yuan qi from his meridians into his dantian, completely emptying all his meridians. Immersing his mind into the golden skeleton, Yang Kai tried to communicate with it, trying to extract energy from it. Gradually, the golden skeleton responded, and a small amount of energy poured out of it, pouring into his meridians. A faint sense of violence and bloodthirst rose in his heart. This was the characteristic of the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, a very evil energy. It was completely different from the pure yang attribute true yang yuan qi, a completely opposite existence. As the golden skeleton's energy poured into him, Yang Kai's whole body gradually became wrapped in a black aura, crazy, cruel, and violent, spreading out in all directions. Zmo and Ling Shan saw this scene from a distance and couldn't help but feel their hearts jump. It's become the demon race. Zmo exclaimed. It's really become the demon race. Ling Shan also stood up and stared at Yang Kai. The two women suddenly looked at each other, seeing the joy and excitement in each other's eyes. In their minds, Yang Kai was obviously practicing that mysterious martial skill too frequently, causing his yuan qi to become chaotic, causing his mind to become restless, and then he couldn't control it, leading to the current situation. They didn't care about Yang Kai's life or death, but now that he was in such a situation, the two women saw a glimmer of hope. If the unyielding golden skeleton become the demon race, then his meridians would burn. his cultivation would be ruined. He would become a complete waste, or he would die on the spot, his soul scattered. Regardless of what kind of result Yang Kai would end up in, Zmo and Leng Shan were willing to see it. It would be best if he died. The two women secretly prayed in their hearts. Their pretty faces were filled with joy and expectation. If Yang Kai really become the demon race because of the unyielding golden skeleton, then the brand imprinted in their minds would be broken, and they would be able to regain their freedom. The two women's eyes stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Their breathing gradually became unstable, and their expressions became extremely nervous. As the black qi around Yang Kai's body gradually became thicker, the violent and bloodthirsty aura around him also became more and more intense. If the unyielding golden skeleton become the demon race, then his mind will become muddled, and he won't recognize anyone. What if he accidentally detonates the brand imprinted in our minds? Leng Shan suddenly thought of a very practical problem. Right now, Kai Yang was definitely unconscious and unable to think, so the possibility of her thinking was very low. However, they still had to be on guard. If Yang Kai really did do this, then they would die too unjustly. Zmo's expression changed, her beautiful face turning pale, licking her lips and staring deeply at Leng Shan. What do you want to do? Add fuel to the fire. Leng Shan bit her lip and suggested in a trembling voice. Zmo's brow furrowed slightly, thinking about the gains and losses as well as the possibility of success. After a long time, she nodded slightly. Good, but let's wait a little longer. I don't know if he's still conscious, but if the situation becomes more serious, then we'll go. The last sentence was said resolutely and decisively. It was obvious that he had made up his mind. Leng Shan secretly nodded. Clenching her teeth, she stared in the direction of Yang Kai. Her thoughts were much more complicated than Zmo's. After all, even if she killed Yang Kai and removed the brand imprinted in her mind, Zmo still had dozens of monster beasts to enslave. Leng Shan, on the other hand, was all alone, so naturally she had to plan for a way out. Under the observation of the two women, the signs of Yang Kai's become the demon race were becoming more and more serious. The black qi around him was so thick that it was almost impossible to see his figure. Wrapped in it, only a rough outline could be seen. Even though they were several dozen meters away, the two women could still clearly feel the evil aura seeping out of the black qi. After waiting for the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, Zmo said, "It looks like he has completely fallen into the state of become the demon race. There really is no way to escape. Do you want to go?" Leng Shan glanced at Zmo. Zmo grit her teeth and nodded slightly. The two women took a deep breath and slowly approached Yang Kai together, their yuan qi secretly condensing as they vigilantly observed Yang Kai's movements. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, as they approached, the two women's heartbeats couldn't help but accelerate. This was a matter of life and death for them. How could they remain calm? 20 meters, 10 meters, as long as they were within 5 meters, the two women would be able to attack together and instantly take Yang Kai's life. Once they killed him, the brand imprinted in their minds would be removed. As if they could see freedom beckoning to them, whether it was Zmo or Leng Shan, their pretty faces couldn't help flushing with nervousness and anticipation. 5 meters, just as the two women hardened their hearts and were about to recklessly kill him, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened from within the black qi. These eyes seemed to be filled with a mysterious power, piercing through the hearts of Zmo and Leng Shan. The two women involuntarily stopped in their tracks, their tender bodies trembling uncontrollably. They could see all kinds of evil in these eyes, but even so, there was still a sense of calmness and ridicule in them. Chapter 242. In the next moment, Yang Kai, who was wrapped in black qi, grinned at them. His smile was extremely evil, and his mouth full of white fangs looked extremely terrifying under the contrast of the black qi. Looking at those eyes and that evil grin, Zmo froze in place, her yuan qi involuntarily calming down, not daring to show the slightest hostility. You. Zmo's brow furrowed, she really couldn't figure out whether Yang Kai had actually become the demon race or not. I should give you some punishment. Yang Kai coldly snorted, pushing out his hands and summoning his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. Unlike the true Yang Yuan Qi beast spirits, these two beast spirits were pitch black, just like Yang Kai himself, full of evil and mysterious aura. With a roar, the two beast spirits rushed forward, one from the left and one from the right, directly pressing the two women to the ground. We were wrong, we thought you'd become the demon race. Zmo screamed in horror. Although her strength was much higher than the beast spirits, she still didn't dare to resist. She didn't want to suffer the pain of having her soul tortured again. Even if I become the demon race, do you think you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of me? Yang Kai sneered. If he hadn't seen through their thoughts, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so polite to them. What they were doing now was only out of self-preservation. With a thought, the two beast spirits dispersed and the two women hurriedly got up, terrified. Looking at them indifferently, Yang Kai grinned. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Now tell me, what kind of punishment do you want? Zmo trembled, biting her lip. As long as you don't torture my soul, I'll accept anything. Really? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Zmo nodded. Torturing one's soul was worse than death. It was the most vicious form of torture in the world. What about you? Yang Kai glanced over at Ling Shan. Me too. Ling Shan stuttered. Yang Kai coldly stared at the two of them and suddenly chuckled. Then, take off your clothes. Hearing this, the two women trembled. Zmo quickly returned to her senses and immediately smiled, unbuttoning her robes and slowly taking them off. Her watery eyes contained boundless flirtatious feelings. On the other hand, Ling Shan's body stiffened. She was completely at a loss. It's fine if you don't want to take it off. You'll have to be tortured 3 times until you pass out. It's your choice, Yang Kai said coldly. Thinking of that pain, Ling Shan's entire body turned ice cold. Only then did he close his eyes. He allowed his tears to fall as he said fiercely, if there comes a day when I can regain my freedom, I will do it. I will tear you to pieces. Yang Kai laughed. I'll be waiting. Piece after piece of clothing was taken off, and the two women's graceful figures were soon revealed to Yang Kai. Whether it was Zmo or Ling Shan, both were not bad looking. Their faces were beautiful, and their figures were even more enchanting. Their chests were round, their abdomens were flat, and their buttocks were slender. Yang Kai unscrupulously swept his eyes over the two women's bodies, secretly comparing them, his eyes spitting fire. Soon, both of them were only left with their undergarments. One was wearing a bright red tube top, while the other was wearing a light purple tube top. The thin undergarments could not hide the boundless spring scenery at all. 2 dark red protrusions protruded under the undergarments like grapes. They were small and exquisite, and could be clearly seen. Their lower bodies. The scenery was even more gorgeous, covering most of the fragrant grass, giving a kind of hazy feeling. It was impossible to see clearly, but it was enough to arouse one's imagination. Except for the most important part. The two women's beauty was imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Do you still want to take it off? Zmo lightly pursed her lips and asked softly. Her face blushed. Yang Kai only wanted to teach them a lesson, he didn't want to go too far. He could see that Zmo was a bold and generous woman, while Ling Shan was a bit more conservative. If he went too far, she wouldn't be able to bear it. After feasting his eyes, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Get lost." Zmo was stunned on the spot. Ling Shan also opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai in amazement. The two women had thought that this time they were doomed, but they hadn't expected that this man in front of them would just look at them and let them go. After thinking for a moment, Zmo suddenly grinned and stared deeply at Yang Kai's crotch. Her eyes flashed a look of understanding, and she couldn't help giggling. In the face of such beauty, in this world, besides a true gentleman, there was only one kind of person who would remain indifferent. It turned out that he, asterisk he, asterisk at this moment, Zemo's heart filled with pleasure. She couldn't help but want to laugh, her shoulders trembling, but she forced herself to hold back. What are you still standing there for? I'll count to 3, if you don't leave, then don't even think about leaving. Yang Kai didn't notice Zemo's expression and frowned as he threatened. Leng Shan felt like she had been pardoned and hurriedly bowed. Leave your clothes behind and get lost, Yang Kai said lightly. Leng Shan shot a resentful and aggrieved look towards Yang Kai before quickly covering her private parts and fleeing from the scene. Zmo, on the other hand, didn't seem to be in a hurry. Lazily stretching her waist, she once again threw a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai before turning around and twisting her waist like a water snake. Her round buttocks swayed back and forth, swaying back and forth as she walked away. Watching the two women disappear behind a large tree, Yang Kai closed his eyes and suppressed the urge in his heart. In fact, he didn't mind having sex with Zmo. In any case, this woman looked very generous, so if he really did take her body, she probably wouldn't care too much. However, after all, the two of them were enemies. Once they reached a point where they couldn't be reconciled, they might end up in a life or death situation. Moreover, last time on Hidden Island, Yang Kai had improved his state of mind a lot, so this time he wanted to suppress it. Between strength and women, Yang Kai preferred the former. While Yang Kai was suppressing and improving his state of mind, behind the large tree, Ling Shan and Zmo were hiding their bodies, silently staring at each other. This time, not only had their sneak attack failed, but they had also been taken advantage of by that little brat. It was really a big loss. Ling Shan was flustered and exasperated, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She reached out and picked up a piece of withered grass on the ground, twisting it with all her strength as she cursed, "Bastard, beast, bullying a weak woman, who do you think you are? Sooner or later, I will make him pay back double." Zmo was speechless, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. "We are in front of him. We can't be considered weak women, right? His strength is lower than ours. Moreover, we were the ones who conspired against him first, he was just giving us a small warning. It's just a few glances, he didn't really do anything to you." Ling Shan stared at Zmo coldly and bitterly said, "You don't care at all?" Hee. Zmo suddenly laughed, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. "If it was another man who saw it, I'm afraid I would care. But him, there's no harm in letting him see more." "Humph. It seems you've already given up on yourself," Ling Shan said disdainfully. Zmo didn't care and waved her hand. "I'll tell you a secret, once you know, I promise you won't care too much." "What secret?" Ling Shan asked suspiciously. Zmo leaned forward. She whispered a few words. After hearing this, Ling Shan's face turned red and green, and her eyes revealed a look of schadenfreude and delight. "You mean, he can't do anything about it?" Ling Shan asked softly, trying not to laugh. "Shoo. Why say it out loud? It's fine as long as you know it." Zmo stretched out a finger and blocked Ling Shan's mouth. "How do you know?" Ling Shan asked curiously. For the first time, she felt a sense of familiarity with Zmo, so she couldn't help leaning closer to her. "The two of us were almost naked, but he was still indifferent. Besides impotence, what other explanation could there be?" Zmo covered her mouth and said, "If it was any other man, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist our temptation. So, he must have some kind of hidden disease." Ling Shan listened and nodded involuntarily. Her face was full of approval. "This is a big taboo for any man." Zmo seemed to understand a lot, so she and Ling Shan leaned their heads together and whispered, "You must never mention it in front of him, otherwise you will definitely be killed." "And I won't mention it." Ling Shan nodded again and again, immediately saying, "But if he has this kind of disease, You said before that we seduce him. Wouldn't that be impossible? Zmo chuckled. It's precisely because he's sick that we need to seduce him. We can't do anything to him right now, so if we seduce him and watch him suffer, we won't be able to vent. Isn't that revenge? Ling Shan suddenly came to a realization, and an eager look appeared on her face. Looking at Zmo with admiration, she said, "You really know a lot." Zmo glanced at her. "Little hussy, our Tian Lang dynasty's women aren't as conservative as your great Han dynasty's." "Then you, with a man?" Ling Shan said, her face turning red. Zmo also felt a little embarrassed. "No. I haven't met a man who can conquer me yet." Ling Shan curled her lips. "I don't believe you." After 2 days of continuous meditation, Yang Kai first resisted the temptation in his heart and improved his state of mind a lot, then once again began practicing the beast slave seal. Although he still couldn't fuse the white tiger seal and divine ox seal together every time, he was finally able to get a feel for it and was much more proficient than before. These 2 days, Yang Kai had consumed a huge amount of energy, but the energy stored in his unyielding golden skeleton was bottomless, so this kind of consumption wasn't a burden at all. At this moment, Zmo was sitting in the middle of a group of monster beasts, still wearing only her undergarments. Yang Kai's punishment for them was not over yet. Their strength wasn't low, so naturally they weren't afraid of the cold, but their current appearance was too embarrassing, so Zmo had arranged for the dozens of monster beasts to surround her and Ling Shan, blocking their view of the spring scenery. These 2 days, the two women had mostly discussed how to retaliate against Yang Kai, making him suffer so much that he wished he was dead. As they chatted, they actually shared a common enemy and became closer to each other. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Zmo was stunned for a moment before letting out a light sigh. It seems he still has some conscience. Saying so, she ordered the 2 monster beasts to run out and bring back her and Ling Shan's clothes. When the 2 neatly dressed and walked to Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai opened his eyes as if nothing had happened. The 2 women were secretly shocked. These days, this young man in front of them had squandered a lot of yuan qi and even showed signs of becoming the demon race, but now he was back to normal, without the slightest trace of fatigue. Mysterious man, the 2 women thought to themselves. Chapter 243. I want to ask you something. Yang Kai looked at Zmo and said. Good. Zmo chuckled and slowly walked over to Yang Kai's side, bringing a fragrant scent with her as she sat down unscrupulously, not showing the slightest annoyance towards Yang Kai's previous punishment. What Yang Kai did not expect was that Ling Shan also came over and sat down on the other side of him, but unlike Zmo, her body was a bit stiff. When Yang Kai looked at her, she actually managed to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Furrowing his brow, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what these 2 vicious women were up to, but he didn't notice any hostility from them, so he didn't bother with them. He just assumed that they had realized the situation they were in and didn't dare act presumptuously in front of him anymore. Master, what do you want to ask? Zmo snuggled up to Yang Kai, deliberately pushing her chest against his elbow as she breathed out. Ahem. What did you call me? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Master. Zmo smiled sweetly, her towering breasts bouncing up and down as she spoke in a sweet voice. Not only was Yang Kai unable to bear this form of address, even Ling Shan, who was sitting on the other side, couldn't help shivering, a layer of heat appearing on her arms. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire Zmo's shamelessness. I can't do the same, Ling Shan thought to herself. Zmo smiled like a flower. I don't know your name, and my life is now in your hands. What's the difference between me and a slave from a rich family? If you point me to the east, I don't dare to the west. If you tell me to lie down, I don't dare to stand. Saying so, she shyly glanced at Yang Kai, her voice gradually lowering. If you tell me to take off my clothes, I will take off my clothes. You are naturally my master. Don't try to act like that with me. Yang Kai frowned. You calling me master is not something you are willing to do. I feel uncomfortable hearing you call me that. As I said before, I control you only to protect myself. As long as you don't try anything funny, I won't embarrass you. ZMO froze for a moment before pursing her lips. I was just joking. What's your name? Yang Kai, what about you? The two women reported their names. Yang Kai already knew about Leng Shan's background, so naturally there was nothing to inquire about. What he was interested in was ZMO. Tell me about your sect. Don't lie to me. When you lie, there are some different fluctuations in your soul. I can feel it. Yang Kai warned. How would I dare? ZMO glared at Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before continuing. I am from the Tian Lang Dynasty's San Luo Temple. I don't know if you've heard of it. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. The information he knew was limited to the Great Han Empire, and he didn't know much about the outside world. Leng Shan, on the other hand, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she heard this. Sister Leng seems to have heard of it. ZMO chuckled. Leng Shan nodded slightly. Tian Lang Dynasty's super force. Naturally, I've heard of it. A super force, an existence on the same level as the central capital's 8 great families? Yang Kai was stunned, never having imagined that ZMO's sect would be so famous. More or less. ZMO chuckled. Her hand gently wrapped around Yang Kai's arm. Moreover, I'm a princess of the Tian Lang dynasty, so you'd better not let me die. If you take me to Tian Lang dynasty, maybe you'll be able to become the emperor's son-in-law. From now on, you won't have to worry about wealth, hee. Yang Kai glared at her. Obviously, she wouldn't believe such nonsense. This woman's mind was strange, her thoughts were deep, and she wasn't easy to deal with. On the other hand, Ling Shan's thoughts were easily revealed on her face. Compared to ZMO, she gave Yang Kai much less pressure. Although we brother and sister come from San Luo Temple, we don't represent the sect. However, it does not represent the entire sect. If you think you can look down on our Tian Lang dynasty's super force because of this, then you are too short-sighted. ZMO continued, the few of us can only be regarded as disciples of a branch of San Luo Temple. Our main task is to study some insects. The two of you have already experienced it. Your soul-controlling insects? Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Hearing Yang Kai's disdain, ZMO angrily said, my strength is too low. The insects I raise are naturally not your opponents. If they were good soul-controlling insects, they wouldn't be afraid of heat at all. So those insects are afraid of heat. Yang Kai inadvertently spied this information. ZMO also realized that she had spilled the beans, so she simply said, their nemesis is heat, so any cultivator who cultivates a yang or fire attribute cultivator cannot control them. This also explained why a few days ago, when Leng Shan had told ZMO that Yang Kai cultivated a yang attribute secret art, ZMO had immediately tried to kill him. However, these insects still have some redeeming qualities. At least you Tian Lang dynasty people have relied on them to run rampant in this place. Yang Kai thought about Wu Cheng-yi and the other 30 people who had been chased to the ends of the earth, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. Yang Kai had been lucky enough to discover the mystery of these soul-controlling insects. If he had fought ZMO without knowing anything about them, by relying on the dozens of monster beasts, she would have had the absolute upper hand. Naturally, there are many benefits. We can use these insects to control monster beast and grow stronger like a snowball. If we encounter a monster beast or your Great Han Dynasty cultivator, we won't even need to lift a finger to kill them. However, the disadvantages are equally obvious. For example, when we meet someone like you, we have to be careful of our insects being burned, which in turn damages our souls. ZMO glared at Yang Kai bitterly, her face filled with depression. That's why those who cultivate yang and fire attributes secret arts are your priority targets. Yang Kai's words revealed the truth. That's natural. Without these two kinds of people, our soul-controlling insects will be able to exert their greatest effect. ZMO proudly said, but in fact, you don't have to worry too much. Our soul-controlling insects are too small. Generally speaking, even if your Great Han Dynasty cultivator kills the monster beast we control, they won't be able to discover the existence of these soul-controlling insects. We just need to find the right opportunity to retrieve them. I really don't understand how you were able to discover this secret. ZMO curiously looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, guess for yourself. ZMO's chest heaved up and down, but she didn't dare to act too presumptuous. In the entire isolated world, besides the few cultivators from the Tian Lang dynasty, Yang Kai was probably the only one who was aware of the existence of these soul-controlling insects. Everyone else, no matter who it was, only knew that the Tian Lang dynasty cultivators were able to control and enslave monster beasts to do battle. None of them had thought of the existence of these soul-controlling insects. By the way, when I was at the lake that day, there were a total of 4 people from Sun Luo Temple. How come you're the only one left? Yang Kai looked at ZMO suspiciously. When this sentence was asked, ZMO's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation and anger. On the other side, Ling Shan also chuckled. You can't tell me? Yang Kai's voice became low, his expression unkind. It's not that I can't tell you. ZMO took a deep breath. Ling Shan also knows the situation, let her tell you. Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised and turned to look at Ling Shan. I know. Ling Shan nodded. Let's hear it. Ling Shan pondered for a moment, seemingly sorting out her thoughts. A moment later she said, for the past 6 months, ZMO and the other Tian Lang cultivator have been unbridled and surrounded, making me and Sure Jin Hao suffer. Most of the time, we were hiding, but the monster beast's sense of smell is too strong, so we were often found hiding. This continued until a month ago. More than a month ago, we met a group of a cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty. There were about 30 of them. Yang Kai's expression changed. Naturally he knew who this group of cultivators was. Although our Ghost King Valley has a bad reputation and can be considered an evil sect, in the end, we were all from the Great Han Dynasty. So Jin Hao and I integrated into that group. We thought we had found a backer, haha. Ling Shan couldn't help but smile bitterly, but we didn't expect that in less than 2 days, we would be surrounded by monster beast. Now that she thought about it, if she and Jin Hao hadn't integrated into that group, they probably wouldn't have fallen into enemy hands so quickly. More than 30 people, although they seemed powerful, in fact, they were a big target, far less convenient than her and Jin Hao. And then? Yang Kai asked. After a hard battle, many died, and most of the rest were captured. Captured? Yang Kai was stunned. How could they be captured? Aren't you all Yuan-Chi boundary? If you noticed something was wrong, shouldn't you be able to fly away? We couldn't escape. Ling Shan said helplessly. It's not that they're incompetent. ZMO took a deep breath and interjected. Then what's the reason? It's because my brother Qi Shui is too strong. ZMO looked towards Yang Kai. What's his strength? Yuan-Chi boundary 7th stage, not because of his strength. ZMO shook her head. That's the demonic beast enslaved by his subordinates? How many monster beasts does he have? Yang Kai frowned. ZMO raised one finger. 100? ZMO shook her head. It can't be 1,000, right? Yang Kai's face paled. ZMO smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? He only has one monster beast. But that monster beast is a 6th order monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with shock. Yes, it is a 6th order monster beast. Although it's not a very strong 6th order monster beast, it's more than enough to deal with an Yuan-Chi cultivator. All the cultivators who tried to escape were killed by my brother Qi Shui and that monster beast. There's a 6th order monster beast here? Yang Kai's mind raced. Up until now, the most powerful monster beast he had encountered was only a 5th order one. Zimo's brother Qi Shui could use his soul-controlling insects to control them, but he could use his beast slave seal to control them. If he could find another sixth-order monster beast, he could also do whatever he wanted. I'm afraid there's only one. Zimo's eyes flashed with envy. Moreover, brother spent a lot of effort to subdue that sixth-order monster beast. He gave up all the monster beasts he controlled and took out his soul-controlling insects, allowing them to swallow and fuse with him. This was a very risky move. The slightest mistake and all the soul-controlling insects would have died, but brother's luck was very good. After nearly 100 soul-controlling insects fused together, they all evolved, so he was able to control a sixth-order monster beast. Although Zimo's explanation was simple, Yang Kai couldn't help admiring her brother Qi Shui. Taking such a huge risk just to evolve a single soul-controlling insect, it was obvious that this person's personality was decisive and fierce. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Chapter 244. Go on. Yang Kai temporarily put aside the idea of subduing a sixth-order monster beast and turned to Leng Shan. Leng Shan nodded. Of the more than 30 people, nearly 10 died. Except for one who managed to escape with his strength, the rest were all implanted with soul-controlling insects and are now under Zimo's control. Of the one who had escaped, Yang Kai didn't need to ask to know who it was. Besides Wu Qingyi, no one else could have done such a thing. Why didn't they kill you? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. The blood beads obtained from killing a cultivator were much better than those obtained from subduing a monster beast, especially since those people were all masters at the Yuan Qi boundary. They wanted to obtain the secrets of their respective sects from us, so they didn't kill us for the time being. Leng Shan smiled bitterly. All of us are the elites of our respective sects, so the martial skills and secret arts we cultivate are naturally the best in our respective sects. The Tian Lang dynasty's people were aiming for this. Yang Kai turned to look at Zmo, but Zmo just shrugged and said, "Don't look at me like that, I didn't do anything to those people. The ones I controlled were only Leng Shan and Jin Hao, and I didn't even have time to interrogate them about their martial skills and secret arts before they were subdued by you." Leng Shan continued, after the Tian Lang dynasty's people won, Zimo's brother Qi Shui took his sixth-order monster beast and left alone to pursue Wu Qingyi. Then, for some unknown reason, the three of them had a big quarrel, so Jin Hao and I were assigned to Zmo and left that group. When Leng Shan said this, Zmo gritted her teeth and sneered, her face filled with anger. Yang Kai turned to look at her and sneered, "It looks like you and your two fellow disciples didn't get along very well. Is there no fighting in your sect?" Zmo rolled her eyes at Yang Kai. "This time we came here for life experience. We have a total of 3 tasks. The first is to obtain blood beads to strengthen ourselves, and the second is to extract the cultivation methods of those martial skills and secret arts from the mouths of you great Han Dynasty cultivators. The third was to find the legendary brilliant flame liquid and soul cleansing dew. Every mission is related to our future, so we have to complete it well. After returning to the sect, there will naturally be more benefits. Your two fellow disciples joined forces to bully you. They don't want you to get any benefits, right?" Yang Kai instantly understood the situation. After capturing so many people, only 2 were given to Zmo. Even if Zmo was able to extract information from Leng Shan and Jin Hao, she would only be able to obtain some of Ghost King Valley's secrets. In comparison, Zmo's 2 fellow disciples had much more resources in their hands. This was a competition between members of the same sect, which existed in any sect. They're from the same family. Naturally, I will be excluded. Zmo gnashed her teeth. Her heart was filled with hatred. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Do you want me to help you seek justice?" The grudge between the 3 disciples of the Celestial Wolf Kingdom's Dark Azura Hall was definitely a bargaining chip that could be used. Since everyone was in a foreign land, they would meet sooner or later. If Yang Kai wanted to live comfortably, he had to strike first and get rid of the Tu San Luo temple cultivator. Not to mention, they also had a big brother who controlled the sixth-order monster beast. This person was the same as Wu Chengyi, the strongest enemy. Before meeting this person, he had to eliminate all unstable factors. Zimo's eyes flashed as she glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. Although my life is in your hands, I am still a disciple of Tian Lang Kingdom, a cultivator of San Luo Temple. I won't do anything to betray my sect. Even if you kill me, I won't, so don't expect me to help you deal with them. Yang Kai couldn't help but look at her with some surprise, never having expected this woman to be so principled. Not wanting to force her, Yang Kai smiled and said, I'm just saying, if you don't want to then forget it. Zmo was stunned. She had refused Yang Kai's offer and was mentally prepared to accept the punishment, but he had actually let it go so easily. Why are you so easygoing? Zmo didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking. She was a little suspicious. What do you think? Yang Kai snorted. Zmo blinked her big eyes and smiled. If you're really so easygoing, then remove the seal on my mind. Wishful thinking. Over the next few days, Yang Kai, Ling Shan, and Zmo spent their time together in the isolated world. Now, they basically didn't encounter any enemies, only occasionally encountering one or two monster beasts. If it was a fourth-order one, she would kill it on the spot and take its blood bead. If it was a fifth-order one, Zmo would control it and plant a soul-controlling insect. However, after a few days, they had only encountered a single fifth-order monster beast. Yang Kai didn't want the blood beads and gave them all to Zmo. He didn't lack the energy contained in these blood beads. What he wanted to do now was to constantly temper his meridians and Dantian Yuan Qi so that he could progress towards the Yuan Qi realm. Right now, his main goal was to find the legendary soul-cleansing dew. It was said that Zmo's brother Qi Shui was also looking for it. Whether it was Zmo or Ling Shan, they didn't know much about the soul-cleansing dew, so naturally they didn't know where to look for it. However, what made Yang Kai feel very strange was that these days, whether it was her actions or words, Zmo was constantly teasing him. Compared to when they first met, she was even more wanton and unrestrained. Even Ling Shan, this cold woman, would sometimes do the same. She unintentionally revealed a beautiful and faintly discernible beauty. Occasionally, Yang Kai would see a trace of sympathy and pleasure in their eyes. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled. After walking for half a day, the three of them finally found a place to sit down and rest. Of the dozens of monster beasts, only half were with them, the other half had been sent out to investigate the situation. Yang Kai was sitting in meditation to restore his strength when two fragrant wafts came from beside him. Immediately, Zmo and Ling Shan sat down next to him, one on his left and one on his right. They clung to each other tightly, as if it was very cold. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at them. Ling Shan was embarrassed by his stare, her cheeks turning red. Zmo forced a smile and asked, "What's wrong? You two have been acting very strange these past few days. Were you secretly discussing something?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen expression. Zmo cried out in grievance, "How could that be? The two of us are always by your side, even if we wanted to discuss something, we didn't have the opportunity." Yang Kai also thought about it. They really didn't have the time to conspire, but why did he always feel like something was wrong with them? Why do you think we're acting strange? Zmo smiled sweetly, leaning into Yang Kai's arms, half of her body snuggling up against him. Her firm and full chest squeezed against Yang Kai's arm, completely changing shape. Feeling an amazing elasticity, Yang Kai lowered his head and saw Zmo's snow-white chest. Zmo snickered in her heart, but her face remained expressionless as she leaned forward slightly, revealing even more. "It's just a feeling." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking, licking his lips, his expression unscrupulous. "Hee, your feelings aren't always accurate." Zmo giggled, her chest rolling up and down. While his throat was burning, Ling Shan also pressed her chest against his. Yang Kai's whole body shook, his abdomen feeling like it was on fire. Two different sensations, one from the left and one from the right, made his soul flutter. Stealing his heart, he pushed Zmo to the ground and directly mounted her. "Ah!" Zmo exclaimed, but she didn't show the slightest fear, her pair of beautiful eyes like a spring tide, a smile on her face as she stared straight at Yang Kai. "This smelly brat can't even do anything, what else does he want?" "Humph." Leng Shan, who was next to her, was startled, staring dumbfounded. "This is what you asked for. These past few days, I've seen that you don't have any good intentions towards me, right?" Yang Kai's expression was ferocious, his hands covering Zmo's full breasts and rubbing them. When did I have any bad intentions towards you?" Zmo bit her red lips, her brow furrowed in pain, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a kind of pleasure after being ravaged, wishing that Yang Kai's big hands would be a bit stronger. This thought came to her mind, causing her to blush with shame. "Do you really think I'm blind?" Yang Kai sneered, rudely and overbearingly lifting up Zmo's clothes, exposing her beautiful upper body to his eyes, his big hands rubbing her breasts without the slightest trace of tenderness. Zmo's body stiffened, and she couldn't help but moan. Leng Shan, who was standing to the side, was dumbstruck. Hearing this charming sound, her heart filled with a strange feeling. As Yang Kai continued to rub her breasts, Zmo began to wriggle her body, making a series of incessant squeaking sounds, causing Leng Shan to feel powerless and collapse to the ground, her legs tightly clamped together. Although she was very aroused, Zmo still hadn't lost her mind. She and Leng Shan had teased Yang Kai together just to see him make a fool of himself. Now that his wolf nature had been aroused, Zmo really couldn't handle it. Wasn't he? How could he still be in such a good mood? Zmo gasped for breath, quietly bending her knee, she aimed it at Yang Kai's crotch. A moment later, Zmo felt something as hard as iron and as hot as fire. Shocked, Zmo exclaimed, her body instantly stiffening, her pretty face immediately changing color. "Heh heh." Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned, reaching out his hand and reaching under Zmo's skirt. Don't. Zmo panicked, quickly grabbing Yang Kai's arm. "You think I'll stop just because you say no?" Yang Kai sneered, but his movements didn't stop. Wherever his big hand went, it was warm, wet, and muddy. Zmo, who was struggling, instantly lost the strength to resist and softly lay down. Leng Shan also lost the ability to think, she didn't know how Zmo could act so realistically. Even if she wanted to see him make a fool of himself, she didn't need to sacrifice so much. This was already somewhat unacceptable. Leng Shan's face turned red, her heartbeat accelerated, her blood boiled, and her lower abdomen seemed to be filled with all kinds of emotions. Just as Zmo felt like she had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, she suddenly opened her eyes. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she quickly pushed away Kai Yang, who was caressing her. Her complexion greatly changed. "You wait, my monster beast is dead, there may be enemies nearby." Chapter 245. Listening to her words, Yang Kai's lust was instantly extinguished, his brow furrowing as he asked, "How many died?" 6. Instantly killed, 1 5th order, 5 4th order. Zmo's face was filled with shock, her brow furrowed as she crawled out from under Yang Kai's body and hurriedly arranged her clothes to cover her upper body. Not knowing what she was thinking, her clear eyes quietly glanced towards Yang Kai's crotch before quickly turning away, her face as red as blood, flashing an alluring luster. "Do you know who did this and how many people there are?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Zmo controlled the monster beast through her soul-controlling insect, so within a certain range she could sense whether the monster beast was dead or alive, but other information was difficult to grasp. After all, She had not seen it with her own eyes. I'm not sure. Zmo shook her head. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai made a prompt decision. It may be dangerous. Zmo hesitated. What if it's the master who escaped before? Naturally, she was referring to Wu Chengyi. In this isolated world, being able to kill 6 monster beasts in an instant meant that the other party's strength was definitely very strong. If it's him, that would be the best. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little eager. Wu Chengyi had sent his junior brother to kill him, something Yang Kai still held a grudge against him. Sooner or later he would settle this account, not to mention, Wu Chengyi most likely had a treasure like the brilliant flame liquid on him. Whether it was revenge or treasure, Yang Kai had no reason to let him go. Seeing Yang Kai so stubborn, Zmo couldn't just ignore his intentions. What's more, even if it really was Wu Chengyi, facing Zmo's monster beast army would not be easy. Hurriedly ordering, Zmo led the rest of the monster beast army towards the scene of the accident. Leng Shan also followed, the 2 women walking side by side, deliberately leaving Yang Kai behind. Yang Kai didn't pay them any mind and simply followed behind them while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. What's wrong? Leng Shan keenly noticed the change in Zmo and couldn't help asking. What? Zmo seemed to be in a daze just now. He didn't seem to have heard Leng Shan's words. You've become strange. Leng Shan looked at her curiously. Didn't you say you were going to seduce him and embarrass him? Why did you? Leng Shan thought for a long time before she came up with a suitable adjective. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Zmo couldn't wait to dig a hole and crawl into it. Her ears and neck were all red as she gritted her teeth and whispered, Don't talk about this anymore. Don't try to seduce him again in the future, otherwise, you might end up playing with fire. Ah. Leng Shan was surprised. What a huge loss. Originally, she thought that Yang Kai wasn't a real man, so Zmo didn't take his frivolity to heart. So what if he kissed and touched her? You're not a real man. What more could he do? Even if I were to strip naked and lie in front of you, you would only be able to touch me. But what she never expected was that Yang Kai was not what she had imagined at all. The feeling of touch in that instant. Even now, it still lingered in Zmo's mind. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Zmo's heart was not as bold as she appeared on the surface. But, if he really was a real man, then why was he able to remain indifferent when she and Leng Shan almost stripped naked a few days ago? What kind of man would be able to resist the temptation at their fingertips? Could it be that he was really a gentleman? While her thoughts were running wild, Zmo soon arrived at the place where the 6 monster beast had died. There were some bloodstains on the ground, but the monster beast's body was no longer there. All that was left was a pile of powder. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. Zmo squatted down and fiddled with the powder. A moment later her expression changed. What's wrong? Leng Shan asked. The soul-controlling insects are gone. Zmo's face was pale as she carefully searched another pile of powder. But even after searching through all 6 piles of powder, she still couldn't find a single soul-controlling insect. No need to search, the one who killed your monster beast was not that master from the 9-star sword school. Yang Kai looked at Zmo playfully. There are no traces of sword chi left behind here. What are you trying to say? Zmo looked uneasy, faintly guessing something, but she didn't dare to confirm it. Or rather, she didn't want to confirm it. You know it in your heart, do you still need me to say more? Yang Kai sneered. It can't be. Zmo shook her head, her voice low, her heart shaking. Suddenly, Zmo raised her head and looked in another direction. A few more of my monster beast have died. Yang Kai sneered, becoming more and more convinced of his guess. Tilting his head, he looked at Zmo. Do you want to go and take a look? Zmo hesitated for a long time before finally nodding her head. But this time, she no longer dared to disperse her monster beast to the periphery, instead summoning all of them back and hurrying to the second place. Half an hour later, ZMO once again stood up in disappointment. There were 4 piles of powder here, so there should have been 4 soul-controlling insects, but at this moment, just like before, those insects had disappeared. Was it your 2 fellow disciples? Leng Shan finally reacted and looked at ZMO in amazement. The soul-controlling insects were unique to ZMO and her fellow disciples. If it was really Wu Chengyi who had killed the monster beast, it was impossible for him to take away the soul-controlling insects. He simply didn't have such great skill. Being able to kill 2 batches of ZMO's monster beast in such a short time, the one who did it was either very strong or had a large number of people. Combined with the clues of the disappearance of the soul-controlling insects, the identity of the one who had done it was obvious. As a fellow San Luo Temple cultivator, ZMO's 2 fellow disciples definitely knew how to take away her soul-controlling insects and had the strength to kill so many monster beasts in an instant. Their subordinates controlled many of the great Han cultivators. However, ZMO couldn't believe this fact, nor did she want to believe it. They were all fellow disciples, how could they do such a thing to her? Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, ZMO spread out her perception in an attempt to find the whereabouts of her soul-controlling insects, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find them. A moment later, ZMO opened her eyes, a cold light flashing across them as she coldly glanced around, sneering. Let's get out of here first. Yang Kai frowned, not allowing her to explain, grabbing ZMO's arm and dragging her out. 2 hours later, the 3 of them were already 100 kilometers away. Of the several dozen monster beasts, 10 had died, 2 of which were 5th-order monster beasts, causing ZMO's strength to greatly decrease. After stopping to rest, ZMO sat down, her expression constantly changing, sometimes cold, sometimes confused. Sometimes painful, sometimes cruel. Leng Shan and Yang Kai glanced at each other, both of them somewhat speechless, knowing that she was struggling internally at the moment. Yang Kai winked at Leng Shan, hinting for her to comfort her, but Leng Shan turned a blind eye and looked away. Yang Kai was speechless and could only remain silent. After a while, ZMO let out a painful groan. Breathing heavily, she looked at Yang Kai with some pity. Why did they do this? You should ask them that, Yang Kai said lightly. We're all fellow disciples, although there is competition between us. But why would they do this to me? ZMO couldn't figure it out. What's wrong with being fellow disciples? Yang Kai disagreed. Fellow disciples are the most terrible. Will your fellow disciples kill each other? Yang Kai and Leng Shan nodded. ZMO was surprised and frowned. Sighing, she said, maybe we all come from a small branch of San Luo Temple and don't have many fellow disciples, so when we were in Tian Lang Dynasty, we all looked out for each other, so even if there was competition, we didn't go too far. This is not Tian Lang Dynasty, nor is it your San Luo Temple. Yang Kai said calmly. It's because of this that we need to support each other. ZMO still couldn't accept it. I thought you were a ruthless woman, but I didn't expect you to be so naive. Yang Kai sneered. ZMO's ruthlessness was probably only directed at the cultivator. Facing her fellow disciples, she still had some scruples and couldn't let loose. ZMO smiled bitterly, but just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly became painful and she fell to the ground, clutching her head with both hands. She howled miserably. Yang Kai and Leng Shan's expressions changed and they hurried forward. ZMO seemed to be suffering a great deal of torture, her hands tightly gripping her hair, her body curled up like a shrimp, her whole body tense. Sweat poured out like water. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai had tortured her before. This was the result of her soul being injured. Yang Kai and Leng Shan glanced at each other. Both of them saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. ZMO's pain lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided. Her clothes were soaked with sweat and her body was weak, but her eyes had become cold and piercing. It's them. They are warning me, summoning me. Let me go. Zmo grit her teeth, her face filled with murderous intent. Finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and solemnly looked at him. Help me kill them. Yang Kai grinned. I've been thinking about this for a long time. A few days ago, when Yang Kai proposed it, Zmo had refused. She hadn't expected things to develop so dramatically. Zmo still had some principles and didn't want to harm her fellow disciples, but her two fellow disciples obviously weren't so kind. Where are they? Yang Kai asked. That way. Zmo pointed in a direction. It's about an hour away. An hour, let's think about it carefully. Yang Kai frowned, then put Zmo on his back and carried her on his back. Leaning against Yang Kai's back, Zmo felt a little strange. The two of them could only be considered enemies, but now they were in the same boat, working together to deal with her two fellow disciples. The change in roles between friend and foe made her feel like she was falling through the clouds. Along the way, Zmo briefly explained the situation between her two fellow disciples. The two of them came from the same family and were cousins, both of whom had reached the Yuan Qi boundary fourth order. One was called Yao He, the other was called Yao Shi. Each of them controlled around 50 monster beasts, adding up to a total of over 100 monster beasts. In terms of the number of monster beasts they controlled, they were more than twice the number of monster beasts Zmo controlled. Currently, Zmo only had 30 to 40 monster beasts under her control. It was absolutely impossible to fight them head-on, but as long as she could find a way to kill one of them, the monster beast controlled by the one she killed would be destroyed. At that time, chaos would definitely ensue, and only in that chaos would there be hope for victory. Because of her anger, Zmo told him all the information about her two fellow disciples. Yang Kai listened quietly, silently memorizing it all in his mind, constantly deducing how to win. Chapter 246. Hearing this, Yang Kai said with some worry, Is your brother Qi Shui with them? If Qi Shui is with them, then we'll be in big trouble. Qi Shui was Yuan Qi's 7th stage master, and he had also enslaved a 6th order monster beast, making him very difficult to deal with. Zmo sighed, I hope he isn't. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at their destination. Zmo also slid down from Yang Kai's back, glancing towards him gratefully as she tidied up her clothes and messy hair, her pretty face turning cold as she walked over to their destination. In the distance, Yang Kai saw a large number of monster beasts and a dozen or so figures gathered together. As Zmo approached, two people stood up, Yao He and Yao Shi from Sun Luo Temple. This man and woman were smiling towards them, without the slightest trace of guilt on their faces. With a single order, the hundreds of monster beasts scattered and surrounded Zmo's monster beast army. Senior sister has finally arrived. Yao He's expression was frivolous, not putting Zmo in his eyes at all as he chuckled and greeted her. Yao Shi also giggled and looked at Zmo disdainfully. Didn't you ask me to come here? Zmo looked at them coldly, standing about 10 feet away from them. The three disciples from Sun Luo Temple stood facing each other, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Yang Kai stood behind Zmo and swept his eyes around, seeing many familiar faces. A few dozen meters away, the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace sat cross-legged on the ground, looking defeated. Yiqing Si and Zhou Ba of Azura sect, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu of Reflecting Moon sect were also gathered together. In addition, the disciples of Gemini Island, Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and many other sects were also present. After seeing Yang Kai, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu both smiled wryly at him, both of them feeling the same kind of sadness that came from falling into the same predicament. Yang Kai nodded slightly, greeting them. There were still 16 or 17 people left in their group, but their numbers should have been more than that. It was likely that many of them had died recently. You two, scram to the side. Yao He glanced at Yang Kai and Leng Shan and ordered. Zmo nodded slightly. Yang Kai and Leng Shan then walked over to Qin Shueshu and the others. When the two sides met, one of the girls from 10,000 Flower Palace looked at Yang Kai and sighed, "You also couldn't escape." Yang Kai smiled, "Young lady, may I ask you for your name?" The last time they had met, when Wu Qingyi had tried to embarrass him, this young woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace had helped him out, so Yang Kai had a good impression of her. The four sisters, Chun Lan and Qiu. Their appearances were outstanding, and they each had their own merits. They sat together. It was also a beautiful scenery. The other girl, who looked more playful, immediately pouted. "You're already a prisoner. How can you still be in the mood to inquire about a girl's name?" Yang Kai raised his brow at her and said, "Haven't you heard of a man's true colors? I haven't asked you for your name yet." The girl pursed her lips and said, "Yi Han." Yi Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, "You have the same surname as me. If I can return alive, I must marry little sister Han." Han Shaoqi smiled and introduced her other two junior sisters. One of them was called Hua Ruoyin while the other was called Lu Qingru. They were all people who had fallen from grace, but with Yang Kai as a new face, the others also introduced themselves. Water Moon Hall's Feng Qianhen, Pure Heart Palace's Wafang Li Xian Yuan, Soaring Feather Pavilion's Chu Jingshan, with the elite disciples of each sect gathered together, the scene was joyous and harmonious. The worries of the past few days had been washed away by this atmosphere. Death is near, yet you still have the mood to exchange pleasantries. It's not too late to talk about this if you can survive. A voice suddenly interrupted everyone's laughter. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw a man looking at him with a contemptuous smile. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai didn't care. Yi Qingxi sneered and said, "By Xiuming. Since we were captured, you've been pouring cold water on us every other day." "What do you mean by that?" Bai Xiuming sneered, "Nothing. It's just a piece of trash. Is it worth it for you to be so happy? Don't tell me you still expect him to save us." Qin Shueshu frowned and said, "If you think you have no hope of surviving, just end it yourself. Why bother with other people's interests? Don't slander Brother Yang. Brother Yang's cultivation is just a bit low." Bai Xiuming didn't say anything. The other person next to him chuckled, "A low cultivation is a piece of trash. Father really doesn't know how a piece of trash like him managed to survive until now. He should have died long ago, why bother dragging out his last breath? This person should be from the same sect as Bai Xiuming." The two of them were brother, so naturally they would stand on the same side. Han Shaoqi coldly said, "You talk too much." Yi Han, Hua Ruoyin, and Lu Qingru also glared at him angrily. Although Bai Xiuming and the people around him looked down on Yang Kai, they didn't want to provoke public anger, so they just coldly snorted and no longer said anything. Because of the disturbance caused by these two, the original atmosphere was suddenly ruined, and everyone's hearts became heavy. Yi Han puffed up her cheeks and comforted, "Yang Kai, right? Don't mind them, these two are always so pessimistic and can't bear to see others in a good mood." Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't care, just treat them like dogs barking." To the side, Han Shaoqi was stunned for a moment before smiling. "What did you say?" Bai Xiuming and the person next to him opened their eyes at the same time and stared at Yang Kai with murderous intent. "If you're not deaf, you should be able to hear me clearly." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "You court death?" Bai Xiuming angrily shouted as he stood up. "You all want to die, don't you?" Yao He angrily shouted, "If you want to die, I'll help you right now." Bai Xiuming glanced at Yao He with a look of dread before unwillingly sitting down and angrily glaring at Yang Kai, "You just wait, sooner or later I'll make you pay." "Good, I'll be waiting." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The atmosphere in the Great Han Cultivator was quite tense, but the atmosphere between the Tian Lang trio was also quite delicate. Since Zmo returned, Yao He and Yao Shi only looked at her with a smile, not saying a word. After a long time, Zmo let out a sigh of relief and coldly asked, "Why are you doing this?" Yao He chuckled, "Why? Can't senior sister Z understand? Just because in the sect, master takes care of me more?" Zmo smiled contemptuously. Yao He and Yao Shi's expressions both changed slightly, their expressions becoming cold. Zmo continued, "You entered the sect earlier than I did, but your strength didn't grow as fast as mine, so in the end, you were all unwilling. You could only call me senior sister. Is this your reason and excuse? Do you really think your aptitude is outstanding?" Yao Shi sneered, "If master hadn't given you more resources, how could you have caught up? In terms of aptitude alone, which part of us can't compare to you? You've never been better than me." Zmo refused to back down, tit for tat. Yao He's face showed a look of disdain. "Is that so? Then dare I ask senior sister, did you ever expect this situation? I really didn't expect you to be so vicious, even daring to act against me." Zmo's face was filled with hatred. Yao He sneered, "Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. After all, you are senior sister. We called you here. We didn't mean anything else, we just couldn't leave this damned place for the time being, and there were no enemies here. So we thought, senior sister, you don't have any use for those monster beast, right?" Zmo's pretty face became cold. "You want my monster beast?" "Yes." Yao He nodded. "She and I are just a little bit away from breaking through. However, we are somewhat reluctant to slaughter our own monster beast, so we can only hope that senior sister can contribute a bit." Zmo was filled with grief. "Just because of this, you didn't hesitate to destroy a wisp of my soul?" Yao Shi smiled. "Who told senior sister to hide? If you hadn't hidden, we wouldn't have done this. Now, there isn't much fun in staying here. We originally wanted to have a hunting competition with senior sister's monster beast, but we didn't expect that the heavens wouldn't let us. You forced us to do this." "Good." Zmo's expression was bitter, but her eyes still showed a trace of determination. "You want my monster beast? I'll give them all to you." Yao He laughed. "I knew senior sister was easy to talk to, so I asked senior sister to order them not to resist, otherwise, if they really start fighting, I'm afraid it won't end well." Zmo closed her eyes, her chest heaving up and down. Although after arriving here, she had already taken back the soul-controlling insect and Yao Shi's soul threads, so she no longer had to worry about Yao He and Yao Shi destroying them. However, the other party still had an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention the numerous monster beasts in their hands, the dozen or so cultivators who were controlled by them were also quite a powerful fighting force. If they really fought, Zmo had no chance of winning. Even if she didn't have much hope of breaking through, so even if she was unwilling, she had no choice. Zmo could only compromise for the time being. Staring at Zmo's towering peaks, Yao He's eyes flashed a trace of lust, involuntarily licking his lips. "Good." Zmo opened her eyes and said expressionlessly. Yao He and Yao Shi glanced at each other and issued orders in their hearts. In an instant, the miserable howls of countless demonic beasts rang out. Blood splattered everywhere as the demonic beasts that didn't resist fell to the ground one after another. Their necks were bitten off by their own kind, and they died on the spot. The large man's group of cultivators' faces were filled with horror as they watched this scene unfold. In less than a dozen breaths of time, 30 to 40 monster beasts had been killed. "Ha ha ha ha." Yao He laughed loudly. With 30 to 40 blood beads, either he or Yao Shi could break through their current realm and break through to the Yuan Qi 5th stage. As for the rest, as long as they interrogated the large man's group of cultivators' secrets, they would be able to slaughter them all. At that time, they would be able to obtain a large number of blood beads. What particularly tempted Yao He were the several beautiful women in the large man's group. Each of them was extraordinarily beautiful and had enchanting figures. These days, he had tried every means possible to get close to them, but Yao Shi had been watching him too closely, never leaving his side, making it impossible for him to find an opportunity. Although the two of them were cousins, their relationship was far more than that. he had to find a way to distract his cousin so he could do whatever he wanted. Yao he glanced over at Han Shaoqi and the others and couldn't help but gulp. I'll let her use these blood beads for the time being. Once she refines and absorbs them, breaking through to the Yuan Qi 5th stage will take some time. That time is enough for me to act presumptuously. The more Yao he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to immediately embrace the large man's group of beauties and play with them as he pleased, tasting the taste of their flesh. Chapter 247. Thinking up to here, Yao he turned to Yao Shi and said, "Shi, you use the blood beads first." Yao Shi's face was filled with emotion and tenderness as she nodded slightly. She then raised her beautiful face towards the cultivator and ordered, "Collect the blood beads for me." The 17 to 18 people all looked at each other, but no one was willing to get up. During this time, they had suffered a lot of humiliation at the hands of Yao He and Yao Shi. They couldn't wait to burn their bones and scatter their ashes, so how could they be willing to help them? But since it was someone else's order, they couldn't keep dragging it out. If they angered them, it would only lead to more torture and disaster. 10,000 Flower Palace's Yi Han stood up angrily, her small canine teeth glinting as she said, "I'll go." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and reached out to pull her aside. "I'll go, you rest." Bai Xiaoming was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and chuckled, "What's wrong? You've just been subdued and you want to show your loyalty? You want to rush to do this kind of work?" "That's right. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads." Yang Kai chuckled and stood up. Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother sneered, their faces full of disdain, causing many people to show displeasure. Walking around the area where the monster beast had died, he collected 30 to 40 blood beads before striding over to the 3 San Luo temple disciples. Yao Shi looked at Yang Kai coldly, her expression somewhat vigilant. After all, Yang Kai was brought here by Zmo, so Yao Shi couldn't help but be on guard. "Throw the blood beads over." When Yang Kai was about 10 meters away, Yao Shi coldly said, not letting him come any closer. Yang Kai nodded and used his strength to throw the more than 30 blood beads over one by one, which Yao Shi caught without missing a single one. Zmo watched indifferently, waiting for Yao Shi to finish collecting the blood beads before saying, "Now you've gotten what you wanted. If you don't have anything else, I'll be leaving first." Yao He and Yao Shi looked at each other and chuckled, "Senior sister, where do you want to go?" Zmo's expression immediately changed, "Where I go is none of your business." Yao Shi giggled, "Senior sister's temper is still so bad. We are also thinking for you, senior sister. This exotic land is extremely dangerous. You don't have the monster beast to protect you now. If you run out and encounter an accident, how are we going to explain it to master?" Zmo stared at them in disbelief. "You even want to control me?" Yao He said, "Senior sister, what are you saying? We are a family, so we should take care of each other." Yao Shi also nodded. "That's right. For the sake of senior sister's safety, junior sister thinks it's better for you to stay." Zmo's lips curled into a sneer. His face was filled with grief. On the way here, Yang Kai had already told her that Yao He and Yao Shi were very likely to go all the way. He would take things to the extreme. Since they dared to touch your monster beast, they would dare to touch your people. That was what Yang Kai told her. Zmo still had a little bit of hope, but now it seems. What Kai Yang said was absolutely right. If they killed Zmo in this kind of place, as long as the aftermath was handled properly, there would be no clues left. As for the great Han dynasty's cultivator, they would all be silenced, so why should Yao He and Yao Shi be afraid? First, they would eliminate her monster beast, then target her. All of this was exactly as Yang Kai had inferred. She didn't know whether to say he had foresight or that he had a clear understanding of people's schemes. Zmo was silent, her eyes gradually becoming cold. Yao Shi suddenly frowned. Turning her head towards Yang Kai, she bluntly reprimanded, What are you standing here for? Why don't you get lost? Saying so, she looked at Zmo contemptuously. Senior sister, is this how you teach your subordinates? You have no manners at all. Zmo didn't answer, but Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and cautiously cupped his fists towards her. His eyes darted towards Zmo, his expression suddenly filled with resentment. You too, can you make this slut get that insect out of my body? I am willing to abandon the dark and pledge my loyalty to you too. Zmo heard this. Turning her head towards Yang Kai, she grit her teeth and asked, what did you just call me? Slut. What's wrong? Yang Kai seemed to have found a backer. Straightening his back, he stood up straight. Ha! Zmo laughed angrily, daring to call me that. It seems you've forgotten who's in charge. These words were what Yang Kai had said to her, but now he was throwing them back at her. The lesson I taught you before wasn't enough. Zmo's murderous intent soared. Yang Kai immediately fell to the ground in pain, his hands clutching his stomach as he rolled around, shouting to Yao He and Yao Shi, you two save me, I really want to pledge my loyalty to you, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate to do so. This sudden turn of events naturally attracted the attention of the cultivator. Hearing Yang Kai's shameless words, those who had some friendship with him couldn't help showing a pained expression, especially the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace. Han Shaoqi's brow wrinkled, obviously she hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so spineless. On the other hand, Bai Xiuming and his junior brother were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. What did he say? He wants to pledge his loyalty to those two. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Just now he took that job to show his loyalty. I was wondering why he was so hard-working. It seems he really is. Saying so, he spat on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. Shame, this was a complete shame. Although this group of big man cultivators were also being controlled, none of them had ever begged for mercy like Yang Kai. Kai Yang was still shouting at the top of his lungs, as if he didn't know how much face he had lost. You too, please save me. Seeing that I am willing to join you, please save me. Yao He and Yao Shi obviously didn't expect to see such a good show. Zmo was the one they wanted to deal with, and Yang Kai was the cultivator Zmo had brought, but now, the two of them had turned against each other. Wonderful, wonderful. Not to save Yang Kai's life, but to attack Zmo's arrogance, Yao He and Yao Shi also felt that they couldn't continue to watch. If they continued to watch, this spineless big man cultivator would become a waste. Senior sister, please stop. Yao Shi's face was filled with pride as she tried to hold back her laughter. Zmo raised her head, her eyes cold. What? Do you want to interfere when I teach my own subordinate a lesson? Yao He quickly replied, if it was someone else, we naturally wouldn't interfere, but senior sister, you also heard him, he wants to be loyal to the two of us, so he is now one of us. Senior sister, you won't be so unreasonable, right? The two stared at each other, Zmo gasping for breath. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, good, since junior brother and junior sister want him, then as senior sister, I will naturally help. Yao He smiled, as if he had won a great battle, his face filled with pride. Yang Kai, who was rolling on the ground, slowly stopped screaming and struggling. His clothes were soaked with sweat as he staggered to his feet and cupped his fists to Yao He and Yao Shi, gratefully saying, many thanks to the two of you, I have suffered a lot under this cheap woman's hands these days. Yao He looked at him meaningfully and nodded, good, senior sister's temper is not good, but you made the right choice. Following us, we won't let you suffer. Many thanks to the two of you, many thanks to the two of you. Yang Kai became more and more flattering. On the other side of the cultivator, Bai Xiuming sneered, a grass that swings from side to side, doesn't he know that no matter who hands he falls into, in the end, only death awaits him? Yang Kai straightened his back again and looked at Zmo with a grin, his mouth not holding back. Slut, get that bug out of my body, or else you'll suffer. A fox borrowing the tiger's might. Using the tiger's skin as a banner, this was what it meant. Yao He and Yao Shi became more and more proud. They no longer needed to confront Zmo directly. Yang Kai's betrayal was enough to make her lose face. Good, good. Zmo's heart was pained, and it seemed that she was really angry. Since you want it, then we'll do as you wish. But, do you think that falling into their hands will bring you any good? Sooner or later you'll die. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Yang Kai pointed his nose at the sky, arrogantly and domineeringly. Who asked a slut like you to meddle in other people's business? This father is happy, so bite me. Yao He and Yao Shi glanced at each other, feeling that this big man cultivator was really an idiot, but if he wasn't, he wouldn't have been stupid enough to talk back to Zmo in front of her. The Yao family brother and sister were very proud of themselves, while the group of big man cultivator couldn't wait to kowtow. Although their friendship with Yang Kai wasn't very deep, at this moment, they also felt that they had lost face. Everyone here was a big man, but now this kind of thing had happened in front of Tian Lang's group. It was really shameful. Unfortunately, the person involved didn't have the slightest awareness of this. Leng Shan was the only one who inadvertently coughed and covered her mouth as a trace of a smile flashed across her eyes. She really admired Zmo's and her two brothers' acting skills. As for Yang Kai's previous planning, she admired him even more. The current situation was basically no different from what he had predicted. Leng Shan knew that as long as they passed this hurdle, the main event was about to begin, so she quietly walked over to Han Shaoqi's side and whispered in her ear. When Han Shaoqi heard this, her eyes flashed and she looked at Leng Shan in surprise. The latter nodded with a serious expression. I understand. Han Shaoqi took a deep breath, a faint smile appearing on her face as she passed on what she had heard to her three junior sisters. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Yang Kai urged, as if he couldn't wait to convert to Yao He and Yao Shi. Zmo stared at him deeply before stepping forward, stretching out her hand and placing it on Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai blinked a few times before turning to Yao He. You too, she won't take this opportunity to kill me, right? Yao He sneered. How could senior sister be such a person? That's good, that's good. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, he vomited out a soul-controlling insect with an ugly expression. Before Zmo could take it back, Yang Kai rushed up and stomped on it, cursing viciously and vulgarly, spittle flying everywhere. Yao He and Yao Shi's eyebrows twitched as they listened while Zmo's face paled, her tender body trembling as she glared at Yang Kai with a murderous look. Enough. Yao He couldn't stand Yang Kai's idiocy and hurriedly shouted, the soul-controlling insect has a unique physique, you won't be able to kill it. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Everyone felt dizzy. This, should they say that he was self-aware or something? Chapter 248. Yao He lightly coughed and looked at Yang Kai. Since you're willing to pledge allegiance to us, you should know how we'll treat you, right? Yang Kai nodded. I know, isn't it just a bug? Yao He smiled lightly. Good, although we're very pleased that you've decided to abandon the dark and join us, we don't know much about you. Planting these soul-controlling insects is just a precaution. If you perform well in the future, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Many thanks for Big Brother's support. Yang Kai flattered. Give me your hand. Yao He glanced at Zmo proudly before ordering Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Yao He took out one of his soul-controlling insects and was about to place it in Yang Kai's hand when Yao Shi suddenly shouted, Wait. What's wrong? Yao He turned to look at her. Yao Shi's face was filled with vigilance as she looked at Yang Kai, then at Zmo, suddenly sneering. Yao He's expression changed slightly as he read the meaning in his cousin's eyes, and in an instant his forehead began to sweat. He had only cared about humiliating Zmo by subduing Yang Kai, but he hadn't thought about whether this was a trap or not. If this was a trap, then, fortunately, his cousin was smart. Thinking so, Yao He hurriedly took back the insect and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, circulate your secret art and let me see your Yuan Qi attribute. The nemesis of soul-controlling insects was heat. Any cultivator who cultivated a yang or fire attribute secret art would not be able to control it. Once the insect was burned, their soul would also be damaged. Therefore, among the group of cultivators on the Great Han Dynasty's side, one of them from the Raging Fire Temple had been killed without exception. As soon as Yao He's voice fell, Zmo sneered contemptuously. The people on the Great Han Dynasty's side couldn't help feeling nervous, especially Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Yang Kai had only fought in front of the two of them, so this pair of lovers naturally knew about Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute. They hadn't thought of this until Leng Shan quietly reminded them. Only then did they realize. But now, the other party actually wanted to check the attributes of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. He couldn't help but feel anxious, afraid that Yang Kai would be exposed. Han Shaoqi and Yi Han glanced at each other, then quietly signaled to Hua Ruoyin and Lu Qingru. The 4 girls of the 10,000 Flower Palace were all secretly circulating their Yuan Qi, ready to attack at any time. The same was true for Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba. Yao Shi stared straight at Yang Kai and coldly reprimanded, "I told you to circulate your secret art, did you hear me?" The hundreds of monster beasts around them were getting restless. Yang Kai quickly nodded, and then forced out the energy from his unyielding golden skeleton. A faintly discernible black gas spread out, wrapping around Yang Kai. This black gas was mixed with the smell of violence, blood, and slaughter, making Yang Kai look somewhat evil. Sensing the attribute of this energy, Yao He and Yao Shi's expressions gradually relaxed. As long as it wasn't the heat-attributed Yuan Qi, the soul-controlling insect had nothing to fear. "You're cultivating an evil secret art?" Yao He looked at Yang Kai curiously. Your strength is too low, you haven't even reached the Yuan Qi boundary, how did you survive?" Yao He couldn't understand. Yang Kai was embarrassed. "More than half a year ago, I accidentally fell into a valley and spent a lot of effort to climb up, but as soon as I appeared, I was caught by that slut surnamed Z." Yao He chuckled, "You're really unlucky." But this also explained why he was still alive. If a separation and reunion boundary cultivator fell into a valley, they would have to slowly climb up. "Give me your hand." Yao He's expression relaxed, and Yao Shi no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. What kind of waves could a little cultivator who cultivated an evil secret art cause? Yao He directly threw a soul-controlling insect into Yang Kai's hand, and the insect instantly drilled into Yang Kai's body, rushing along his meridians towards Dantian. "Get lost. If I need you, I'll call you. Now we need to talk to senior sister." Yao He waved his hand at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai grinned at him. This smile was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Yao He's heart skipped a beat, but before he could react, Zmo suddenly took action. Stepping forward, she rushed towards Yao He. "Slut, ah." Yao He had just shouted 2 words when he let out a miserable scream, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground, his 2 hands clutching his head as his face distorted, as if he had just been subjected to the most vicious torture in the world. With his soul injured, no one would be able to endure the pain of that moment. Zmo brushed past Yao He's body, ignoring him as she directly attacked Yao Shi with her palm. The unforeseen event happened so quickly that Yao Shi didn't even have time to react before Zmo's palm struck her chest, deforming it and sending her flying through the air, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Before she had even landed, she saw the large cultivator who had always bowed to her and fawned over her suddenly chop down on Yao He's neck. Accompanied by a loud crack, Yao He's screams came to an abrupt end as his head drooped down. "No!" Yao Shi cried out in alarm, quickly issuing orders in her heart, and the dozens of monster beasts she controlled immediately rushed towards her. Yang Kai's expression was cold. After taking Yao He's life, he activated his movement skill and rushed behind Yao Shi, clenching his fists and punching forward. Yao Shi had just landed when she was struck by a burning sun's 3-layer blast. With a loud bang, the true Yang Yuan Qi poured into her body, directly causing her minor injuries to become serious, and she was sent flying back towards Zmo. Zmo's palms crisscrossed as she pushed her true chi, striking Yao Shi 3 or 4 times in a ruthless manner. Only at this moment did Yao Shi have the opportunity to counterattack, hurriedly blocking Zmo's deadly attack and landing on the ground. Gasping for breath, she screamed, "Kill them for me." Naturally, she was calling out to the large cultivator she had planted with her soul-controlling insect. Of the 17 to 18 people, she and Yao He each controlled half. In other words, she could control the life and death of 9 people. However, none of the large cultivator responded to her. "You asked for this." Yao Shi's face was pale as she glared at Yang Kai and Zmo, screaming viciously. On the large man's side, 2 people suddenly collapsed, clutching their stomachs in pain as they rolled around on the ground. Yang Kai and Zmo glanced at each other and sped up. Yao Shi was only a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator. With this kind of strength, even Yang Kai could easily kill her, not to mention that she was seriously injured and had to face a Yuan Qi 6th stage opponent like Zmo. After a few moves, Yao Shi's arm was crippled by Zmo, while Yang Kai condensed a drop of Yang liquid into a sword and cut off Yao Shi's head. Until death, Yao Shi's eyes were wide open, unable to rest in peace. From Yang Kai's sudden attack to Yao Shi's death, only 7 or 8 breaths of time had passed. This battle could be described as a flash of lightning. 2 of her fellow disciples had died, but Zmo was still expressionless. Yang Kai roared to the sky, "The monster beast is about to riot. Defend with all your strength. Don't hurt the enemy, just protect yourselves." There were more than 100 monster beasts nearby, all of which were controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, but now that the 2 of them were dead, these monster beasts had become ownerless. According to the information Zmo had given him before, once the monster beast was out of control, it would become violent and attack people, but as long as they felt pressure, they would still choose to retreat. With so many monster beasts, the large man's cultivator simply couldn't cope, not to mention that they already had 2 people on the ground who needed to be taken care of. Even if all of them were intact, they still wouldn't be a match. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the more than 50 monster beasts under Yao He's control rushed towards the large man's group. This group of people were all elites of their respective sects, and with Leng Shan's reminder, they were able to react quickly, surrounding the 2 exhausted cultivators who were being tortured by the soul-controlling insects in the middle while the others spread out and worked together to resist the numerous monster beasts that were pouncing towards them. The 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace formed a small spirit array and simultaneously released a visible Yuan Qi, the 4 Yuan Qi fusing together in midair. Han Shao Qi lightly shouted, "For Symbol's seal." The fused Yuan Qi transformed into a cage and fell from the sky, directly trapping 3 or 4 monster beasts inside. As the 4 girls' hands' seals changed, a sea of petals floated up from the cage, each petal like a small sword, crisscrossing through the cage, containing infinite murderous intent. The monster beast tried to break free but was unable to break out of this cage, and after a short time, it was cut into pieces by the countless petals and fell to the ground, never to rise again. Shura Sexy Qing Si and Zhou Ba were both shrouded in blood-red light and filled with murderous intent. Yi Qing Si was a woman, so her fighting style was somewhat gentle and graceful, giving off a seductive and enchanting feeling. On the other hand, Zhou Ba, who was like an iron tower, directly grabbed a 4th-order monster beast and tore it apart. Accompanied by a loud roar, this 4th-order monster beast was suddenly torn in half, blood flowing out like a fountain as its internal organs splattered all over the ground, drenching Zhou Ba like a god of death, his expression ferocious. Zhou Ba grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs as he brought the monster beast's corpse to his mouth and tore off a chunk of flesh, chewing it in his mouth, creating a bloody scene. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu worked together to kill the enemy, once again using the reflecting moon sect's secret technique, full moon overhead. Moonlight poured down and penetrated the monster beast's body. This was a large-scale offensive secret technique, and once it was used, it immediately reduced the pressure on everyone. Gemini Island, Soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace, the cultivator from each of the great sects desperately pushed their Yuan Qi, using their killing techniques. For a time, the roars of beasts rang out continuously, and colorful lights flashed, stabilizing the situation. Although they were unable to break through the encirclement, the monster beast would not be able to break through in the short term. The two of us are in big trouble. Yang Kai and Zmo both stood back to back, their expressions dignified. Before Yaoshi died, she had ordered the 50 or so monster beast under her control to attack, so now the two of them were surrounded and the situation was worrying. Let's go and join them. Zmo finished speaking, turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's waist, and flew up into the air. This. Yang Kai sniffled, feeling like he had lost face. I saved your life. Zmo snorted. We're even. Yang Kai chuckled, then shouted to the other side, give up your position. Leng Shan looked up and then moved to the side. As soon as the vacant position was cleared, Zmo and Yang Kai stepped in and joined the others. Chapter 249. The sounds of battle shook the heavens as 17 to 18 people formed a large circle, leaving the defense of their backs to the others. At this moment, the elites of nearly a dozen sects had united into a single entity. From time to time, a monster beast would fall, but the cultivators would continue to use their yuan qi to their heart's content. As the smell of blood spread, the monster beast's ferocity was aroused, and as if they had gone mad, they attacked without any regard for their lives. Originally, this group of people was more than enough to deal with more than 50 monster beasts, but with the arrival of Yang Kai and Zmo, the other 50 monster beasts were also attracted to them, increasing the pressure on everyone. Accompanied by a scream, a cultivator's chest was almost cut open by a fifth-order monster beast. Although he did not die, he was still severely injured. He was also quite clever and immediately retreated, shrinking into the circle of people around him. The people around him also quickly filled the gap he left behind. Can you control the monster beast? Yang Kai asked Zmo. I'm working on it, but it's very difficult to control. Zmo grit her teeth, releasing her soul-controlling insects as she continued to attack. However, the monster beast were all moving quickly, so the soul-controlling insects could not do anything. After about an incense stick worth of time, Zmo was only able to control 5 monster beasts, and after these 5 monster beasts were controlled, it did not take long for them to die under the attacks of the other monster beast. As time passed, with the consumption of yuan qi and the injuries of the cultivators, the situation gradually became dangerous. What do we do? Zmo was so anxious that she began to sweat. After such a long time, only 30 monster beasts had died, and most of them were only 4th-order monster beast. The 5th-order monster beast that was still alive were the ones that could threaten everyone's lives. Yang Kai grit his teeth and held on. He was not worried about being broken through, so with his full strength, there was no monster beast that could get close. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted, everyone, leave a bit of yuan qi. If you really can't do it, just fly away. But remember, don't leave early by yourself. Han Shaoqi raised her voice and said, just shout. We will listen to your orders. Yi Han was a little worried. What about you? You're only at the separation and reunion boundary. Everyone could fly, except for Yang Kai. Once that happened, he would definitely be torn apart by the monster beast. I'll take him away. Zmo said coldly. Many people glanced at her in surprise as they took a break from their work. However, this was not a foolproof plan. Although the yuan qi cultivator could fly, its speed was not very fast. Moreover, it consumed too much yuan qi. If the monster beast chased after it, it would only be in greater danger. The white-hot battle was still going on. There were people who were constantly injured and retreated into the big circle. Everyone was also shrinking the line of defense bit by bit. At the same time, there were also countless casualties among the monster beast. After a while, like a dying flash, the monster beast's attacks suddenly became much stronger. For a time, everyone was flustered and exhausted. Yang Kai's expression was calm. While observing the situation, he was weighing the best time to retreat. While he was deep in thought, several monster beasts suddenly rushed in from the side. Zimo and Leng Shan stood side by side and worked together to block the monster beast. In the middle of the fierce battle, two fifth-order monster beasts leaped over the crowd of beasts and opened its mouth in midair. One on the left and one on the right, it pounced towards them, its fangs gleaming with a cold light. The two women's expressions changed greatly, and in an instant, they felt cold all over. They were now in a hurry to deal with the fifth-order monster beast. How could they spare any energy to deal with the fifth-order monster beast? Counting on others? Not to mention, everyone had to deal with the enemy in front of them, even Yang Kai. Once these two fifth-order monster beasts pounced on them, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. While they were panicking, Yang Kai didn't care about the monster beast in front of him, letting it pounce on him and bite him. His expression became incomparably dignified, his eyebrows serious, and the yuan qi fiercely gushed out from his palms. The white tiger seal in his left hand and the divine ox seal in his right, the two seals fused together. A faint light shot out. Beast slave seal. It hit the body of one of the fifth-order monster beast. Immediately, the fifth-order monster beast bared its fangs and rushed towards its companion. The two monster beasts instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and Zmo and Leng Shan's crisis was resolved. Looking at Yang Kai with lingering fear, the two women's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. No matter who it was, both of them had the idea of taking Yang Kai's life, but due to a freak combination of factors, they had been tricked by Yang Kai and ended up being controlled instead. These days, whether it was Zmo or Leng Shan, although they appeared obedient on the surface, in their hearts, there was never a moment where they didn't want to kill Yang Kai to remove the brand in their minds. This thought had never weakened, even at this moment. But it was undeniable that Yang Kai had disregarded his own safety to save their lives, which still touched Zmo and Leng Shan. Compared to their fellow disciples, this boy who had controlled them, tortured them many times, and didn't even know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex, seemed more reliable. Damn it! Yang Kai cursed. Just now, because of the slight delay, a piece of his flesh had been torn off by the monster beast in front of him. Although the injury wasn't serious, he was still bleeding profusely. With a roar, Yuan Qi went berserk and attacked fiercely, each attack taking the life of the enemy. Since the two fifth-order monster beasts' sneak attack had failed, the monster beast on the battlefield seemed to have lost all motivation. After attacking for a while, some monster beast fled. In just half a cup of tea's time, all the monster beast had fled, those that hadn't been killed. Everyone stood on the spot, gasping for breath. Every one of them was dripping with blood and looked extremely exhausted. Looking at the ground covered in demon beast corpses, all of them felt as if they had just survived a calamity. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples that stirred up everyone's excitement and joy. Laughter rang out one after another, and even the women were smiling at this moment. Alive. He survived. Although it was difficult, although it was inconceivable, everyone had survived. They had thought that after being controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, they would sooner or later be unable to escape death, but now, not a single one of them had died. And all of this was thanks to Yang Kai. If he hadn't killed Yao He in a surprise attack, then together with Zmo to kill Yao Shi, the only fate that awaited these people would have been certain death. I owe you my life. Zuofeng from the Pure Heart Palace turned to look at him and said sincerely. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. We all owe you our lives. Han Shaoqi smiled. After the battle, everyone was resting and recovering without a care for their image. After this battle, nearly 80% of the people were injured, and only a few were unscathed. These injuries were not fatal. As long as they were properly nursed back to health, they would be able to recover in at most half a month. Yang Kai was not stingy, taking out a bottle of healing pills from his universe bag and distributing them to the injured, causing them to feel even more grateful. After the joy of surviving a disaster passed, a cloud of worry once again enveloped everyone. This worry came from the two cultivator who had fallen to the ground. Before Yao Shi died, she had ordered the cultivator under her control to kill Yang Kai and Zmo. But no one had responded, so in a fit of anger, Yao Shi had decided to punish them in an attempt to coerce them. This punishment fell on the two cultivators' heads. One was Li Xian Yuan from the Pure Heart Palace, Zhuo Fang's brother, and the other was Bai Xiao Ming's junior brother, one of the people who had ridiculed Yang Kai before. Everyone gathered around them, frowning. "How is it?" Yang Kai squeezed through the crowd and asked. Zhuo Fang's expression was gloomy as he smiled bitterly. Brother's dantian was drilled through by that insect. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hesitated, then his cultivation. Zhuo Fang slowly shook his head. With his dantian broken, his yuan qi had been completely drained. Although his life was not in danger, from now on, he could only be reduced to an ordinary person and would never be able to cultivate again unless he could find a peerless medicine that could repair his dantian. However, this kind of pill only existed in legends. Where could one find it? Li Xian Yuan was an elite of the Pure Heart Palace, so naturally his aptitude and strength were not too bad, but now because of a small insect, he could no longer cultivate. Li Xian Yuan's face was ashen at this moment, and his expression was dull, as if he had lost his soul. This kind of blow was not something anyone could bear. Compared to his silence, another person who had suffered the same fate seemed much more violent. This person was Bai Xiao Ming's junior brother, the one who had ridiculed Yang Kai time and time again. Perhaps it was karma, but when Yao Shi chose to punish him, she had included him in her list. This person tightly held on to Bai Xiao Ming, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed, "Brother, I can still cultivate, my dantian isn't broken, right?" Bai Xiao Ming's face was cold, his lips twitching a few times, but he did not know how to comfort him. The group of people was silent, their hearts filled with sorrow. Although they had not been very happy with this person before, and he had even been rude to Yang Kai, he was still a cultivator for the great Han dynasty. "Brother, tell me, am I a cripple?" The person roared, his face red with anger. Only then did Bai Xiao Ming nod his head with difficulty. "Impossible." The person's expression suddenly became fierce. "Impossible. How could a trivial insect damage my dantian? My talent is outstanding. After entering the sect and cultivating for less than 10 years, I have already reached the Yuan Qi boundary 3rd order. I will become an immortal ascension boundary master. I will become one of the strongest masters in the world. As he roared, he seemed to remember something and suddenly turned his eyes to Zmo standing nearby. "Right, she is a cultivator for Tian Lang. She must know how to save it." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Li Xian Yuan involuntarily turned to Zmo. Everyone's eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Zmo's expression was indifferent as she slowly shook her head. "I have no way." Li Xian Yuan's eyes dimmed again. Bai Xiao Ming's junior brother roared, "Bitch, you are one of Tian Lang's people. Those insects were brought here by you. How could you not know? You must know, but you're not willing to save them." Zmo's pretty face became cold as she glared at him murderously. Yang Kai's expression also instantly became cold. Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, Chen Shueshu opened his mouth and said, "Don't say that. Although those insects were brought here by them, the one who attacked you was not this girl. What's more, you were damaged by the dantian. Who can save you?" The man sneered, "What's wrong? She was the one who attacked us before, but now you're speaking up for her. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. That bitch is from Tian Lang. I am the cultivator for the great Han dynasty." Chapter 250. This man had obviously become muddle-headed because of his bad luck, so when everyone heard him speak, they couldn't help frowning. "Watch your mouth." Su Xiaoyu took a step forward and scolded. Originally, she was quite sympathetic to this young man's experience, but now seeing him act so indiscriminately, even cursing her senior brother. Any trace of sympathy she had for him instantly disappeared. Chen Shuaishu pulled her back and slowly shook his head. Chen Shuaishu had a good temper and knew that this man had suffered a great blow, so he didn't want to argue with him. But now, this man actually wanted a yard after taking an inch, glaring at ZMO and cursing, "Slut, if you can't find a way to make up for my dantian, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." ZMO wasn't a woman with a good temper. These past few days, she had been under the control of others and had no control over her own life and death. Not only had she been deceived by Yang Kai, but she had also been plotted against by her fellow sect brothers. She had been suppressing a belly full of anger, so now hearing this man threaten her like this, she couldn't help but become enraged and sneered. "You? Don't say I don't know how to save you. Even if I did, I wouldn't save you." These words were just spoken out of anger, but when the man heard them, he suddenly became overjoyed and grabbed by Xiao Ming's arm, excitedly saying, "Brother, did you hear that? She really has a way. Quickly, grab her and let her save me. I don't want to become a cripple." Bai Xiaoming's expression became gloomy, but after a moment, he slowly nodded and comforted, "Good, if she doesn't save you, I'll waste her cultivation and make her your maid, serving you for the rest of her life." Saying so, he slowly got up, turned around, and stared at ZMO with a gloomy expression. ZMO's pretty face flashed a murderous intent as she stared back at him indifferently. "What are you doing?" Chen Shuaishu stood up and tried to smooth things over. "By Xiaoming, you should know that what this girl said just now was only out of anger. She also saved our lives. If it weren't for her and brother Yang joining forces to put on a good show, we would still be under the control of Yao He and Yao Shi. It's fine if you don't know how to repay her kindness, but do you really want to attack her? Save our lives?" Bai Xiaoming sneered. "If it wasn't for her and those two heavenly wolf bastards attacking us, how could we have become their prisoners? She saved us. That was only her way of protecting herself. She had only saved herself. Chen Shuaishu, I know you have a good temper, but don't get involved in this matter." Chen Shuaishu frowned. Although he didn't like Bai Xiaoming, he had to admit that Bai Xiaoming was right. It was indeed the truth. ZMO had previously led the monster beast to attack everyone here. Since they were controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, ZMO was also responsible for this. Just now, when she joined forces with Yang Kai to kill Yao He and Yao Shi, ZMO did so out of self-preservation. He didn't want to save anyone. It was precisely because he knew that Bai Xiaoming was telling the truth that Chen Shuaishu felt somewhat troubled. On the one hand, he didn't like ZMO. On the other hand, he knew that ZMO and Yang Kai had come here together, so there was definitely some kind of friendship between the two of them. Whether it was the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace or Yiqing Si and Zhou Ba's senior sister, all of them chose to remain silent, choosing not to help either side and instead observing the development of the situation. Because none of them knew what the relationship between Yang Kai and ZMO was. Seeing countless pairs of eyes staring at him, ZMO smiled coldly. Staring at Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai sneered, "You want to waste her cultivation and make her your junior brother's maid?" Since someone had set their sights on ZMO, he naturally couldn't just stand idly by. In any case, ZMO was currently under his control. If she can't restore my junior brother to his original state, this will be her fate. Bai Xiaoming's expression was gloomy. "Your junior brother doesn't have such good fortune." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "She's already my maid." ZMO's chest heaved up and down. However, she couldn't refute. Saying that she was Yang Kai's maid was already giving her too much face. Her life and death was in Yang Kai's hands, what could she say? Although she was grinding her teeth, ZMO felt that this man was too hateful to hate. Because this man was now standing up for her. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. Because when they saw that ZMO didn't refute, all of them stared at ZMO and then at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with disbelief. These people had fallen into the hands of Yao He and Yao Shi, living a life of humiliation and torture, but the relationship between Yang Kai and Zmo was reversed. What kind of situation was this? How did he do it? On Ling Shan's face, an unnatural expression flashed. Strictly speaking, her status was the same as Zmo's. Only I can decide the life and death of my maid, you don't have the qualifications to do so. Yang Kai had long been unhappy with Bai Xiaoming, so at this moment he decided to vent it all out. Ha! Bai Xiaoming sneered, looking at Yang Kai contemptuously. It seems that you've become so infatuated with this Tian Lang dragon lady that you don't even know which side you should stand on. For you to speak up for her like this, could it be that you've become a subject under her skirt? That's right, this woman is obviously a fox spirit, a promiscuous whore. There's nothing to lose by letting you play with her a few times. All the women's brows furrowed. Bai Xiaoming's words were too blunt and unpleasant to listen to, none of them could accept it. Zmo's beautiful face paled in anger, her tender body trembling slightly. Although she really did look like a slut, and her words and actions gave others the wrong impression, only those who knew her well would know that she was still a real girl. Get out of the way, I'm going to kill him. Zmo clenched her teeth, glaring at Bai Xiaoming with hatred, her expression cold. After being humiliated to this extent, there was no room for reconciliation. You can't do it. Yang Kai glared at her coldly. After all, she was a member of Tian Lang dynasty, even if her strength was higher than Bai Xiaoming's, she could still defeat him, but once she started a fight with Bai Xiaoming, it would be impossible for the great Han dynasty to just sit back and watch. I don't care. I want him to die. Zmo went crazy, the yuan qi in her body raging uneasily. Get out of my way. Yang Kai angrily shouted. Zmo's expression froze, her anger subsiding a lot. She was intelligent and naturally understood what Yang Kai was worried about. Ling Shan, observing the situation, quickly rushed forward and pulled Zmo away. Both of them had experienced the pain of having their souls tortured, so they were well aware of Yang Kai's temperament. If they really disobeyed him, they would likely suffer another round of torture. Bai Xiaoming stared coldly at Zmo, his face filled with restlessness. Brother, you can't let her go. Bai Xiaoming's junior brother shouted from the side. Bai Xiaoming's eyes flashed a trace of determination, nodding slightly, and was about to rush towards Zmo when Yang Kai blocked his path. I'll play with you. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Xiaoming frowned. His expression filled with disgust. For a Tian Lang dynasty slut, are you really willing to go against me? I already said, she is my maidservant, her life and death is up to me. You are not my opponent, I don't want to kill you. Bai Xiaoming's face was full of impatience. How do you know if you haven't fought? Yang Kai stood firm as a rock. Bai Xiaoming stared deeply at Yang Kai for a moment before nodding disdainfully. Good, since you want to die. You can't blame me. I'll kill you first, then I'll go find that dragon lady. Saying so, Bai Xiaoming fiercely pushed his palm towards Yang Kai. Yuan Qi was activated, and the wind from his palm whistled through the air. Cries of alarm rang out, no one had expected Bai Xiaoming to suddenly attack. He was a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator. On the other hand, Yang Kai was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator. If this kind of killing move continued, how could Yang Kai still be alive? Did he not care that Yang Kai had just saved his life? This person had clearly been blinded by anger, without the slightest bit of morality. Please show mercy. Han Shaoqi exclaimed. Yi Qingxi, wrapped in a bloody aura, rushed over. Zmo and Ling Shan both couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. In a flash, Yang Kai raised his palm and met Bai Xiaoming's attack head-on. Yuan Qi collided, and world energy surged. Asterisk thump 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 thump, asterisk Bai Xiaoming involuntarily retreated a dozen steps before regaining his footing, while Yang Kai remained motionless. Yi Qingxi, who was rushing over, came to a halt. The bloody aura around her body was faintly discernible, making her extremely surprised. Zmo and Leng Shan's eyes were filled with disbelief. The towering Zhou Ba narrowed his eyes, his chiseled face twitching a few times. Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu's jaws dropped in shock. The brother and sister both felt like they were out of breath. Everyone's reaction was different, but they were all shocked that Yang Kai was able to repel Bai Xiaoming with a single palm. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, Yuan Qi 4th stage. There was a difference of 5 minor realms. However, there was a great dividing line between them. Before the Yuan Qi boundary, the Yuan Qi in a cultivator's body was only Yuan Qi, but after the Yuan Qi boundary, the cultivator's body would be Yuan Qi. The two were simply not on the same level. There had never been a separation and reunion boundary cultivator who could repel an Yuan Qi boundary master in this realm, except for those extremely rare heavenly sons. But now, this shocking scene was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. Bai Xiaoming also stared at Yang Kai in horror, his left hand covering his right hand, desperately urging his Yuan Qi to dissolve the true Yang Yuan Qi that had invaded his body. His right palm was red, as if it was on fire, and this red color was spreading to his arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your Yuan Qi. Bai Xiaoming's voice trembled. How can it be so pure? Yang Kai sneered, activating his movement skill, leaving behind an afterimage. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bai Xiaoming, his giant palm covering the sky. Bai Xiaoming exclaimed and hurriedly raised his palms to counter. Plucking cloud palm. The palm wind could push away clouds, an Earth-grade high-rank martial skill with extraordinary power. Yang Kai's palm met Bai Xiaoming's attack head-on, and with a resounding bang, Bai Xiaoming's body suddenly shrank. Yang Kai was also slightly shaken, but after stabilizing his pace, he gathered his qi in his dantian and punched out. Bai Xiaoming was simply unable to defend against such a ferocious attack that came one after another without rest. This fist directly landed on his chest. Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion. More than a month ago, during the battle between Yang Kai and Qi Jianxing, Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion was perfectly countered by Qi Jianxing, who was at the 3rd level of Yuan Qi. But at this moment, Bai Xiaoming, who was at the 4th level of Yuan Qi, did not have this ability. Firstly, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was much purer than a month ago, all thanks to the brilliant flame liquid. Secondly, Qi Jianxing's 9-star sword sect was a first-class sect, while Bai Xiaoming's sect was only a second-class sect. Their foundations were very different. Because of this, Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion exploded in Bai Xiaoming's body. Bai Xiaoming screamed, his face pale, and involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 251. Since he had decided to fight with Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of letting him off easily. He had just saved this person's life, but instead of repaying his kindness, he had even tried to kill him. This kind of person was definitely a scourge. Coupled with the fact that he had repeatedly ridiculed Yang Kai, this only served to increase Yang Kai's desire to kill him. Yang Kai was not a kind person, others had already tried to bully him, so how could he endure? Suddenly suffering a big loss at Yang Kai's hands, Bai Xiaoming no longer dared to act arrogantly, his eyes filled with fear and resentment as he glared at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to use his full strength, he saw Yang Kai raise his palms and release a fierce burst of Yuan Qi. Beast Soul Skill. 2 roars rang out as the giant tiger and divine ox, burning like fire, rushed out and joined forces with Yang Kai to attack Bai Xiaoming in a triangular formation. Shocked, Bai Xiaoming's heart was filled with panic as he struggled to cope with this attack, unable to fight back. The 2 beast souls and Yang Kai's figures crisscrossed, and in less than 3 breaths of time, a hole appeared in Bai Xiaoming's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Bai Xiaoming fell on his back. His eyes were wide open. His face was filled with disbelief and grievance. Yang Kai looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him in shock. The battle had started quickly and ended quickly, but the result was something no one had expected. A separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator had actually taken the life of a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator in the blink of an eye, seemingly effortless. In particular, ZMO and Leng Shan were even more shocked. Although the two of them had been together with Yang Kai for some time now, they had never seen him really fight. Even when they were dealing with the monster beast a moment ago, Yang Kai had only shown that he was slightly stronger than an ordinary separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Therefore, the two women had always thought that Yang Kai was only relying on some kind of special secret technique to control their souls. Even though he was wary of the other party, he didn't think much of the other party's strength. Thinking that Yang Kai was just a small separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, they didn't take him seriously. Many times, when ZMO and Leng Shan talked about this matter, their hearts were filled with hatred. Part of the reason why Yang Kai was so presumptuous these days was because of this mentality. But now, ZMO and Leng Shan discovered that Yang Kai, whom they had always looked down upon, was actually quite amazing. No matter what, Bai Xiaoming was a level 4 Yuan Qi cultivator. Leng Shan really wanted to fight him. It was not certain who would win or lose. Even if it was ZMO, it would take some effort to take him down. After such a comparison, ZMO and Leng Shan were both shocked and speechless for a long time. Everyone else felt the same way. After killing Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai turned to look at his junior brother. This person had been chattering non-stop, clamoring for his brother to cripple ZMO's cultivation, and when Bai Xiaoming and Yang Kai were fighting, he had even pointed his gun at Yang Kai, his mouth constantly spewing out obscenities. Now, he had shut his mouth, as if he had lost his parents. Looking at Yang Kai in horror, his face instantly became pale as he saw the murderous intent and disgust in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai dared to kill Bai Xiaoming in front of so many people. How could he let him go? The two beast phantoms bared their fangs at him and immediately rushed towards him. No, no. The man struggled to get up and fled in panic. But he was now nothing more than a crippled Dantian cultivator, without a trace of Yuan Qi. How could he escape from the two beast phantoms? The giant tiger and divine ox rushed forward. A series of gnawing sounds rang out. Screams and pleas for mercy rang out. The faces of the dozen or so cultivators trembled. Some of the more soft-hearted cultivators opened their mouths but didn't know what to say. After a moment, the screams stopped and Bai Xiaoming's junior brother was also attacked by the beast phantoms, his body a bloody mess. Glancing around, Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply walked to the side. ZMO and Leng Shan also silently walked over to his side, staring at him with a complex expression. Only now did the two women truly feel a sense of awe towards Yang Kai. Not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had controlled their souls, his terrifying combat prowess alone was enough for them to take him seriously. In a real life or death battle, Leng Shan definitely wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. ZMO might be able to fight for a while, but ZMO didn't know if she could win. She didn't have much confidence. Recalling Yang Kai's sudden burst of strength, ZMO thought to herself. How did this man cultivate? Why does a separation and reunion 8th stage cultivator have the ability to fight across a great realm? Of the people who came here, which one of them wasn't an elite from their respective sect? Which one of them didn't have the ability to fight across a realm? But in front of Yang Kai, none of this was worth mentioning. He was the elite of this group of elites. It was almost foreseeable that if he didn't die, once he truly matured, he would definitely have a place in this great Han dynasty. Thank you. After a long time, ZMO softly thanked him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her, smiling faintly. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to help you. ZMO stared blankly. Then what? Is it just because he ridiculed you before? Yes. Yang Kai bluntly admitted. ZMO opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. You're really petty. You need to change your character. But, you're really strong, I've underestimated you before. What's wrong? Are you impressed by my strength? Do you want to commit yourself to me? Yang Kai chuckled. Hearing this, Zmo couldn't help but recall the unfinished business she had with Yang Kai. In an instant, her expression became cold as she ground her teeth. Sooner or later I'll make you pay the price. You said it yourself, I'm a petty person. It's not a wise choice to speak such harsh words to me. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Zmo felt bitter, but she didn't dare to refute. If she did, who knew what he would do? If he really did take her virginity, Zmo wouldn't even have a place to cry even if she wanted to. A moment later, the sound of footsteps rang out not far away. Yang Kai looked up and saw the group of people from the Great Han Dynasty, led by Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, walking towards him. Yang Kai stood up and looked at them quietly. Yi Qingxi smiled towards Yang Kai, and the others who had some friendship with Yang Kai also looked at him without the slightest psychological burden. Only a few of them had some kind of dread on their faces. Yang Kai had just killed Bai Xiaoming and decisively eliminated his junior brother who had no power to resist. This kind of ruthless method of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots made them somewhat uncomfortable, but since their hands were also stained with blood, they could understand Yang Kai's actions. At this moment, they didn't show any hostility. Obviously they had accepted the facts. Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother had been speaking some demoralizing words these days, so his popularity wasn't very good. The scene just now had happened right under their noses, so none of them were people who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Naturally, they wouldn't blame the deaths of Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother on Yang Kai. In this place, it was already too late to protect oneself, so who would care about the life or death of others? On top of that, these two were annoying people, so their deaths were meaningless. Chen Shueshu stepped forward and together with Su Xiaoyu, handed over a large handful of blood beads and said, "These are the harvest from just now, as well as the blood beads left behind by Yao He and Yao Shi when they killed this girl's monster beast. There are a total of 82 of them, Brother Yang, please count them." Zmo's 30 to 40 monster beast had been killed without any resistance, and with the addition of the monster beast controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, the harvest from this battle was huge. Yang Kai glanced at him and didn't refuse, reaching out and taking all the blood beads. Although everyone had a share in killing the monster beast, if it weren't for Yang Kai's plan acting out such a good play, they wouldn't have been able to regain their freedom. Compared to these blood beads, being able to keep their lives was their greatest gain. What's more, after the battle, Yang Kai had even taken out some healing pills for them to consume, which was already the best he could do. These are the blood beads of those 4 people, all of them at the Yuan Qi boundary. Yi Qingxi smiled tenderly, placing another 4 larger and purer blood beads into Yang Kai's hands. Seeing Yang Kai's bountiful harvest, many people were envious, but even though they were envious, no one tried to snatch them, nor did they show any greed. Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and seeing this scene, secretly nodded and relaxed, knowing that there were only a few like Bai Xiaoming and his brother. Chen Shueshu's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Brother Yang, for saving our lives. This kindness will be engraved in my heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you generously." The dozen or so people all cupped their fists respectfully. Yang Kai also returned the gesture with a dignified expression. No one mentioned Bai Xiaoming's death. Even if all of these people made it out alive, they probably wouldn't mention it to anyone else. In this isolated world, it was normal for a few people to die. As long as no one leaked that Yang Kai was the one who killed Bai Xiaoming, the sect behind him would naturally not come looking for trouble with Yang Kai. This incident was thus covered up, and everyone had a tacit understanding. The atmosphere gradually became harmonious, and the little bit of estrangement and fear that originally existed instantly dissipated, but when everyone looked at Zmo, their expressions were still somewhat unnatural. If she was a cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty, it would be a good story to say the least. But after all, Zmo was a cultivator of the Tian Lang Dynasty and had attacked them before, so this matter had risen to a whole new level. Even if some people wanted to reconcile, they still had some scruples. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Zmo was intelligent and was well aware of this, so she slipped away to the side, her figure hanging in the air. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly looked at Qin Shueshu and asked, "Brother Qin, is there something else?" Qin Shueshu's hesitant appearance allowed Yang Kai to see what he wanted to say. Qin Shueshu was stunned for a moment before immediately smiling wryly. "We really do have something we want to ask." "There's no harm in asking." Qin Shueshu pointed to his own dantian, the insect inside. "Is it dead?" Yao He and Yao Shi were already dead, but the soul-controlling insect they had planted in the Great Han Dynasty cultivator was still alive, which was the most worrying thing for everyone. Li Xian Yuan of the Pure Heart Palace had already been drilled into the dantian, and his junior brothers Wafang had been supporting him, so who knew if he would become the next one? Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zmo. Zmo expressionlessly said, "It's not dead, it's still alive in your bodies." Everyone's faces paled as they stared at Zmo. Chapter 252. Yang Kai also frowned and asked, "Do you have a way to get them out?" "Those aren't the soul-controlling insects I planted." Zmo slowly shook her head, her brow furrowed as she continued, "In fact, it's not a big deal to keep them inside, they just need to absorb a little bit of Yuan Qi to survive. Without anyone's orders, they won't harm you. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can naturally use your divine sense to force them out or return to your sect and have your elders deal with them." This was the lowest level of soul-controlling insects. In addition to being afraid of heat, using one's divine sense to deal with them was also a powerful weapon. That being said, everyone was still frowning. None of them believed Zmo. What's more, even if what Zmo said was true, anyone who had an insect in a dantian would feel somewhat uncomfortable. If in a life or death battle, this insect moved, it could lead to serious consequences. Zmo saw the expressions on everyone's faces and smiled contemptuously. "But if you really want to get these insects out now, I have a way, I just don't know if you'd be willing to let me try." Everyone's expression became bitter as they all turned to look at Yang Kai. None of them believed Zmo. If this Tian Lang girl used some kind of trick to control them, then, but if they didn't agree, everyone would also feel uneasy. Having an insect in a dantian, no matter how they thought about it, it was strange. Zmo sneered, satisfied with her mischievous thoughts, and said, "My mistress can help you." "Your mistress?" Qin Shueshu couldn't help but cough lightly. Yang Kai's expression also became awkward as he glared at Zmo bitterly. "Brother Yang, did you really accept her as a maidservant?" Qin Shueshu asked enviously. Su Xiaoyu pinched him fiercely from the side, causing Qin Shueshu's face to twist, but he didn't dare say anything. "She's bullshit. She wants me dead." Yang Kai flatly denied, snorting. He frowned and said, "But I might have a way. It's just that I haven't tried it on a human yet." The soul-controlling insect was afraid of heat, and his true Yang Yuan Qi was its nemesis. Now that Yao He and Yao Shi were no longer controlling them, as long as he used his true Yang Yuan Qi, he would be able to force the soul-controlling insect out of their bodies. Previously, Yang Kai had used this method to force the soul-controlling insect out of the head of a rank 5 monster beast, the Yiksha Golden Shadow Leopard. From there, he learned the secret of the soul-controlling insect. However, if the target was a human, Yang Kai didn't dare to make any guarantees. These people were the elites of their respective sections. The place where the soul-controlling insect was located was the most vulnerable and sensitive part of the dantian. A small mistake could lead to serious consequences. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, everyone felt uneasy. "Try it on me." Li Xian Yuan of the Pure Heart Palace suddenly said weakly, a bitter smile hanging on his face, "In any case, my cultivation has been crippled, so if I can let Brother Yang practice on it, it can be considered as doing everyone a favor." Zhuo Fang immediately said, "Brother, don't say that. Dantian's crippled cultivation can still be repaired, as long as we can find a good medicine. If you want to try, I'll go first. Junior brother, Li Xian Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother, there's nothing to worry about. Even if Brother Yang fails, isn't it just a life? I'll live like this. A life worse than death. Don't argue. I don't have much confidence in myself. Yang Kai frowned, then reached out and beckoned to Zmo. What do you want? Zmo's face was filled with dissatisfaction, but she still obediently walked over. Seeing her so obedient, the great Han dynasty's people became more and more surprised. Could it be that the relationship between her and Yang Kai was really that of a servant and master? This was too strange. Tell me about it. What do I need to do? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Zmo explained in detail. The method was exactly the same as what Yang Kai had used on the Yiksha golden shadow leopard before, but he had to be more careful. Either he incinerated the Yiksha golden shadow leopard quickly, not giving it any time to react, or he had to use gentle methods to force it out. He absolutely couldn't let it feel uneasy, otherwise, it might really break through his dantian. After understanding this point, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before looking at everyone and asking, "Are you sure you want me to do it?" The group nodded. Good, I can only guarantee that I will do my best to help you, but you will have to bear the consequences. Yang Kai didn't want to get into trouble because of this. Han Shaoqi smiled and said, "Of course, we believe you can do it." The others also didn't object, naturally agreeing with his statement. Yang Kai nodded. After pondering for a long time, he decided to choose the second method. The first method was certainly faster, but the drawbacks were also very big. If he didn't control it well, he would only end up hurting others. Glancing at Li Xian Yuan, Yang Kai said, "I'll try it on you first." Li Xian Yuan smiled and nodded. Zuofeng wanted to say something, but he was stopped by a glare. Lifting his robes and exposing his lower abdomen, the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace couldn't help blushing, but they didn't dare turn their heads and stared at him. Yang Kai reached out and covered Li Xian Yuan's dantian, took a deep breath, and immersed himself in controlling his true Yang Yuan Qi, slowly pouring it into Li Xian Yuan's body. Not long after, Yang Kai felt where the soul-controlling insect was. With a thought, he became even more cautious. His true Yang Yuan Qi turned into thousands of threads and wrapped around the soul-controlling insect, wrapping it up before it could react. Li Xian Yuan's face suddenly turned red. He was now a cripple, so the hot Yuan Qi pouring in was somewhat difficult to resist, but this person's perseverance was very strong. Even if his abdomen was burning, he still gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, only the veins on his forehead throbbing and sweat pouring down his forehead. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Bear with it." As soon as his voice fell, he affected the true Yang Yuan Qi, forcing the soul-controlling insect out bit by bit. The soul-controlling insect was clearly struggling, which increased Li Xian Yuan's pain. As the junior brother, Zuofeng couldn't bear to watch from the side, his heart in his throat. Very quickly, the soul-controlling insect was forced out of the dantian. At this point, Yang Kai could finally let go of his hands and feet, no longer needing to be restrained. His true Yang Yuan Qi suddenly increased in strength. Not long after, everyone could clearly see a small dot appear on Li Xian Yuan's abdomen. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He cut a small hole in the abdomen and directly took out the soul-controlling insect, burning it to ashes. At the same time, Li Xian Yuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and weakly collapsed. "Brother." Zuofeng was shocked and quickly went to support him. After a while, Li Xian Yuan weakly opened his eyes and chuckled. "It was really uncomfortable, but I'm also free." Seeing that he was safe, everyone felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts. Yang Kai's confidence greatly increased and he quickly looked around. "Who's next?" "I'll do it." Chen Shueshu shouted impatiently and then sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. Having succeeded once, Yang Kai naturally had a much easier time, but Qin Shueshu was different from Li Xian Yuan. He still had the Yuan Qi in his body, so even if he relaxed his mind and body, the Yuan Qi would automatically resist Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only increase the output of his Yuan Qi and take a long time to release the soul-controlling insect. One after another, there were 17 to 18 people in total, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely tired. After half a day, only a few women were left. Azura Sex Yi Qing Si, Water Moon Hall's Feng Qian Hen, Reflecting Moon Sex Su Xiaoyu, and the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace. With the exception of Yi Qing Si, who was the most charming of the lot, the other women all blushed, glancing around at each other in embarrassment. The reason was simple: when Yang Kai was pulling the soul-controlling insect, his hand was covering the dantian. The dantian was the lower abdomen, the delicate navel. Thinking of this, the women all blushed. Yi Qing Si pursed her lips and giggled. "I'll go first, you little girls, why are you so shy? It's not like he'll eat you." Ahem. Yang Kai said seriously, "Don't tease me." The expressions of the group of men around them also became strange. Sitting down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, Yi Qing Si's eyes shone like water as she stared at Yang Kai boldly, slowly unbuttoning her clothes. Kacha, kacha, heavy breathing sounds rang out. Yi Qing Si's enchanting figure was like a ripe peach, her face charming and her figure graceful. Such a mature woman's temptation to men was extremely strong. Seeing her unbuttoning her clothes and about to reveal her beautiful body, the group of men naturally stared intently. Who would want to miss such a wonderful moment? Hee hee. Yi Qing Si not only didn't show any signs of fear, she even giggled. Little vixen. All the men present breathed heavily. Han Shaoqi's expression became cold as she glanced around. "Close your dog eyes, close your dog eyes." Su Xiaoyu kept sweeping her hand across her brother's eyes, causing Qin Shueshu's face to redden as he blinked, feeling like a cat was scratching at his heart. Yi Qing Si's movements also stopped and she smiled. You really want to stay?" "Heh heh." Zuofeng, Chu Jingshan, and the others suddenly smiled and licked their lips. "We thought you wouldn't mind." "Nonsense." Yi Qing Si rolled her eyes at them. "I'm just giving you some face. You don't even have the slightest self-awareness. Do you want me to drive you away?" Let's go, let's go." Zuofeng supported Li Xian Yuan and quickly retreated with the other men. After a while, all of them sighed regretfully. "Don't pull me away." Qin Shueshu was anxious as he was hugged by Zhou Ba, unable to resist. "My junior sister is still there, I have to watch, get away." Su Xiaoyu said shyly. After all the men had retreated 1,000 meters away and determined that they couldn't see anything, the women relaxed. Yang Kai's expression was calm and natural as he turned to Yi Qing Si and said, "Continue." Yi Qing Si's face blushed slightly as she took a deep breath, grit her teeth, and continued to unbutton her clothes. Yi Han's eyes widened as her cheeks burned as she stammered, "Do we all have to do this?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Yi Han immediately covered her cheeks. "Can we not take off our clothes?" Yang Kai frowned. "If you're not afraid of making a mistake, you can. But direct contact will make it easier for me to control Yuan Qi." Chapter 253. What he said was the truth. Being separated by a layer of clothing was definitely not as convenient as physical contact to control her Yuan Qi. Han Shaoqi's eyelashes fluttered as she whispered, "Junior brother Yang is a gentleman, what are you afraid of?" Yi Han stammered, "I'm not afraid. Before she could finish speaking, she threw herself into the arms of Lu Qing Ru's senior sister and hid. Zmo, who was standing nearby, sneered meaningfully, causing all the other women's expressions to become unnatural. "Don't make a sound. Yang Kai glared at her for a moment before stretching out his hand and placing it on Yi Qingxi's smooth belly. As soon as he touched her, Yi Qingxi couldn't help shivering, grit her teeth, and stared straight at Yang Kai with watery eyes, as if she wanted to see into his heart. His exposed skin was suffused with a layer of faint red light. Yang Kai was unscrupulous and without the slightest hint of guilt. His pair of thieving eyes roamed over Yi Qingxi's body as his hands continued to move, controlling her true Yang Yuan Qi to perfection. Little bastard. How could Yi Qingxi not see the change in Yang Kai's demeanor? His eyes were even sharper than a thief's, so she couldn't help blushing as she scolded him. You can't see anything. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Indeed, he couldn't see anything. All women were wearing corsets and Yi Qingxi hadn't taken off all her clothes, so even if Yang Kai wanted to see, he couldn't. Shameless. Yi Qingxi ground her teeth so hard they were about to break. Although she said this, there was still a trace of a smile on her face. She was simply angered by Yang Kai. There had never been a man who dared to take advantage of her so unscrupulously. A gentleman. Zmo ridiculed from the side, glancing over at Han Shaoqi faintly, the latter's pretty face suddenly blushing red. Just now, she had wanted to use this big hat of a gentleman to pressure Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't buy it at all. Han Shaoqi finally understood what Yang Kai meant when he said, a man's true colors. In front of a beauty, which man wouldn't take a few glances? If he really was indifferent, that would be a problem. On the surface he was indifferent, but on the inside he was acting dirty. At least. His true nature, without the slightest pretentious. Thinking up to here, Han Shaoqi let out a sigh of relief. Just take it as a reward for him. A short time later, a small bulge appeared on Yi Qingxi's waist. Yang Kai was about to cut it, but Yang Kai, if you leave a scar, I won't let you. At a time like this, you still care about such things. Yang Kai was speechless for a while before he raised his hand and cut open a small wound. He forced the soul-controlling insect out and burned it. Next, Yang Kai turned to look at the women. The girls all looked at each other and hesitated for a long time before Han Shaoqi braced herself and blushed, I'll do it. As the senior sister of the four from the 10,000 Flower Palace, she felt that she had to set an example. Sitting in front of Yang Kai, she methodically unbuttoned her clothes, closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai became even more impolite. One by one. Of the four from 10,000 Flower Palace, Han Shaoqi's elegance, Yi Han's tenderness, Lu Qingru's charm, and Hua Ruoyin's tranquility. Each of them had a different temperament. Coupled with Yi Qingxi's charm and Feng Qianhen's agility, Yang Kai was addicted to watching. Finally, it was Su Xiaoyu's turn. After she sat in front of him, she blushed and was about to unbutton her clothes, but Yang Kai reached out and stopped her. You don't need to. Isn't it difficult to control Yuan Qi? Su Xiaoyu asked softly. I've tried so many times, now I should be able to do it with clothes on. Yang Kai explained. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not finished yet, Yang Kai reached out and tore a piece of cloth from his clothes. Then he blindfolded his eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Han angrily said, Why did you cover your eyes when it was Su Xiaoyu's turn? Yang Kai turned his head and said, She has a man, if I don't cover my eyes, I'm afraid Brother Chen will try to kill me. Yi Han nodded thoughtfully, smiling as she said, You're quite considerate. Of course, who do you think I am? Do you think I'm some kind of pervert? The group of women all looked a little apologetic, feeling like they had misunderstood Yang Kai. Han Shaoqi was feeling guilty, but suddenly her expression became cold. Just now, can you also cover your eyes? To force out the soul-controlling insect, he only needed to use his hands and true Yang Yuan Qi. It didn't matter if he couldn't see. Originally, she hadn't thought of this, but now seeing Yang Kai do this, Han Shaoqi suddenly became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't dare to answer, his face filled with embarrassment. Han Shaoqi's tender body suddenly began to tremble. The other women glanced at each other and immediately sneered, rushing forward and smashing him with their fists. Half an hour later, the group of girls conversed with the others while chatting and laughing. Chen Shuaishu was the first to rush over. He held his junior sister's hand and asked anxiously, "How is it? How is it?" Su Xiaoyu quickly explained what had just happened. Chen Shuaishu immediately looked towards Yang Kai gratefully. Yang Kai taking care of his face and dignity as a man undoubtedly made Chen Shuaishu feel very moved. Looking up, Chen Shuaishu saw Yang Kai's swollen face and immediately became shocked. "Brother Yang, you..." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Minor injuries, serves you right." ZMO gloated from the side. Yang Kai didn't care, thinking about it for a moment before taking out 2 bottles of healing pills from his universe bag and handing them to Chen Shuaishu. "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Chen Shuaishu took them and asked curiously. "Keep these for everyone in case of emergency. Also, if you encounter Wu Qingyi, don't trust him," Yang Kai said solemnly. "What's wrong?" Hearing him mention Wu Qingyi, everyone gathered around. Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened before. After listening, everyone's expression became ugly. Zuofang angrily cursed, "Yes, I was wondering why Qi Jianxing suddenly disappeared. It turns out he was sent out by Wu Qingyi to kill Brother Yang. The last time I asked him, he told me he was just going to explore and would be back in a few days." Chen Shuaishu was even more furious. That bastard's schemes are truly ruthless. What a vicious method. Just for a bottle of healing medicine, you actually want to kill them all. Han Shaoqi frowned. It turns out we were all wrong about him. If we had continued to follow him, perhaps we would have encountered some kind of accident. Just for a bottle of healing pills. Wu Qingyi was willing to kill Yang Kai, so there was no guarantee he wouldn't do the same to any of the cultivators around him. So many people, so many blood beads, and all of them were Yuan Qi masters. It was enough for Wu Qingyi to break through to the next realm. "Next time we meet him, elder sister will help you teach him a lesson." Yi Qingxi's brow furrowed. She had come from the Endless Sea Islands, so she had no scruples when it came to the 9-star sword school. Now that this group of people had joined forces, the Tianlang dynasty's monster beast army no longer existed. In addition to Wu Qingyi, only Qi Shui and the 6th Order monster beast were left. However, even with the 6th Order monster beast enslaved, Qi Shui wanting to deal with so many people on his own was still somewhat unrealistic. In short, with this group of people here, as long as they did not separate, they were invincible existences. Chen Shuaishu, on the other hand, saw some clues from Yang Kai's words. "Brother Yang, you..." Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists, and said, "I want to leave." Everyone's expression changed slightly, and Yihan asked, "You want to leave? Why do you want to leave?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yi Qingxi rolled her eyes and stepped forward. "Is it because I just beat you up and you're not feeling well? If that's the case, elder sister will let you beat me up, so please be gentle with me." "It's nothing, I just have my own considerations." Yang Kai did not explain further. Hearing this sentence, ZMO looked at him strangely, her heart slightly moved. The others also guessed something, looking at ZMO and then at Yang Kai, hesitating to speak. "That's all." Yang Kai smiled, turning to Leng Shan, "You stay with them." Saying so, he called out to the old demon in his heart. But there was no response, so Yang Kai knew this old demon must have sealed him. After unsealing the seal, Yang Kai looked at Leng Shan and said, "I have a grudge with your Ghost King Valley. Jin Hao was killed by me, and so was Yu Qingkuan. If you want to avenge them in the future, just come to High Heaven Pavilion and find me." If it was 10 days ago, Yang Kai would definitely not have spared Leng Shan's life, but now that they had gone through so much together, it would be unreasonable to kill her. Leng Shan's eyelashes fluttered as she shook her head. "No need." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "That would be for the best." Saying so, he glanced at her forehead, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can't take back the gift I gave you for the time being. Wait until I break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Leng Shan nodded slightly, squeezing out a smile. I believe it won't be long. She naturally knew what Yang Kai's gift was. It was nothing more than the brand in her mind. If the brand didn't change, she would forever be Yang Kai's slave, her life and death uncontrollable. On this point, Yang Kai hadn't lied to her. That brand was something the old demon had helped him plant, and whether it was ZMO or Leng Shan, both of them had personally sent their divine senses to Yang Kai. If not for this, there would have been no way to plant the brand. However, if they wanted to remove it, it wouldn't be so simple. Yang Kai would have to use his own means to do so. Everyone, the green hills do not change, the green water flows forever. Farewell, we will meet again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Take care. Yang Kai turned around and flew off like a meteor. ZMO didn't say a word, silently following behind him. After a long time, Chen Shueshu said, in fact, there's nothing wrong with that Tian Lang woman following us. Brother Yang has too many concerns. Yi Qingxi smiled charmingly. Can you guarantee that you can lead that Tian Lang woman with a calm heart? Chen Shueshu was stunned for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. ZMO had once been their enemy and was also the cultivator of Tian Lang. With a soul-controlling insect in her hands, no one could treat her with a calm heart. If she stayed, no one would embarrass her out of respect for Yang Kai, but they would definitely be on guard against her. As an outsider, she naturally wouldn't feel comfortable. Yang Kai must have taken her with this in mind. Leng Shan, is that woman really Brother Yang's maid? Chen Shueshu asked curiously. Leng Shan glanced at him coldly before turning around and leaving him with her back to him. What did I say wrong? Chen Shueshu was speechless. At that moment, he had seen the disgust in Leng Shan's eyes, but he hadn't realized that his question had also poked Leng Shan's sore spot. Chapter 254. Walking through the dense forest, ZMO stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression. Several times she wanted to say something but hesitated, not knowing what to say. Silence lingered between the two of them as Yang Kai simply dashed forward, stopping from time to time, frowning as he pondered, glancing left and right, then suddenly setting off again. ZMO was like a tail, closely following behind Yang Kai, never leaving his side. A day later, ZMO finally couldn't stand the silence any longer, and in a fit of pique, she froze in place. Yang Kai ran a few thousand meters before realizing something was wrong and quickly rushed back, only to see that ZMO was still standing in place, staring at him coldly with her chin slightly raised. What are you doing? Yang Kai frowned, his expression quite unpleasant. I was going to ask you what you were doing. ZMO's chest heaved up and down as she spat out these harsh words, her voice softening a lot. In fact, you don't need to do this. What do I do? Yang Kai looked at her questioningly. Separate from those people. With them, you don't need to worry about your own safety. Now in this isolated world, besides you, me, and that group of people, only my brother is left. With their strength and numbers, they don't need to fear my brother and Wu Chengyi, so separating from them is not a wise choice. Yang Kai looked her up and down, his mouth slowly blooming into an inexplicable smile. You don't think I separated from those people because I was worried about your situation, right? Yang Kai frowned. ZMO's face reddened as she stared straight at Yang Kai. Instead, she asked, is that not the case? You think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. You are the cultivator of Tian Lang, and before yesterday, we were enemies. Even if you acted well, in your heart, you still wanted to take my life. If you are not benevolent, then I will not be righteous. Why should I care if you live or die? Zmo was so angry that her chest heaved up and down as she ground her teeth. Ever since I was controlled by you. Which part of me didn't do well? I know you care a lot about your reputation and are stubborn, but you don't have to be so heartless, right? It was the same when he killed Bai Xiuming. Although he was annoyed that Bai Xiuming had ridiculed him before, it was more or less because he wanted to stand up for himself. However, this man refused to admit it no matter what. Zmo was smart, so whatever he said was the truth. She wouldn't point it out and make him lose face. But now, he actually said that. Was face that important? Are there feelings between us? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and stepped forward, reaching out and wrapping his arm around Zmo's waist, his hand unceremoniously stroking her smooth and tender skin. Zmo quickly stretched out her hands and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Her upper body bent backwards, and a numb feeling came from her waist. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She frowned and coldly rebuked, "What are you doing? You said I'm heartless, but I'll show you that I'm heartless." Yang Kai's hands became even more unbridled. "Let me go." Zmo's expression turned cold. Yang Kai grinned. He no longer acted presumptuously and loosened his grip. Zmo quickly retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between them, her face filled with vigilance. "You're right." Yang Kai suddenly nodded. "Part of the reason I separated from them was because I was worried about your situation." Zmo's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of emotion. "No matter what, you're still my slave. You're my servant, so if you don't have any face, I won't have any face either, right?" Zmo's pretty face suddenly became cold again. "This damn stinky man." Zmo cursed in her heart, secretly hating him. "But, that's not the main reason." Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "What's the main reason?" Zmo took a deep breath and asked. "I'm going to find Wu Qingyi." Yang Kai's face flashed a fierce light. "I'm going to kill him." Wu Qingyi had sent his junior brother to take Yang Kai's life, but Yang Kai wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Wu Qingyi must pay the price for his actions. As a 9-star sword faction disciple, his status was definitely not low. Once he escaped from this isolated world, it would be difficult to kill him outside, so Yang Kai wanted to deal with him here. This opportunity was now or never. What's more, Wu Qingyi must have a treasure like the brilliant flame liquid on him, so Yang Kai couldn't just let him go. Although the brilliant flame liquid was no longer useful to him, it was still useful to others. However, if they acted together with this group of people, even if they killed Wu Qingyi, there wouldn't be enough brilliant flame liquid to share. Yang Kai wanted to monopolize it. "You're really bold. Someone who can escape from my brother's hands must have extraordinary strength. I won't deny that you're very strong, but do you think you can win against that Wu Qingyi?" Zmo stared at Yang Kai like she was looking at a monster, her face filled with disbelief, thinking to herself that this person was really bold. "Whether I can win or not, we'll know after we fight." Yang Kai snorted and stared at Zmo meaningfully. "Don't I still have you here to help me? What do you think I brought you out here for?" Zmo's pretty face went cold as she stamped her foot. "You can go die now." So he has so many plans. She had just been a little touched by his words. Haha. Laughing heartily, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently stroked Zmo's face, pretending to be mesmerized by her beauty. "Don't be so heartless. If you spend more time with me, you'll discover many of my strong points. Maybe you'll even fall for me." "Shameless." Zmo sneered. Although his words were a bit shameless, it was undeniable that this young man had many qualities that other men of his generation didn't have. These qualities that were unintentionally revealed were very attractive, especially to women. Knowing his true thoughts, Zmo was no longer annoyed, instead smiling slightly and asking, "You've been looking everywhere for traces of that Wu Qingyi. Have you found any clues?" "No," Yang Kai shook his head. "For a master like him, it's very easy for him to hide his tracks." After a short pause, Yang Kai smiled confidently. but as long as he's still here, we'll find him. I think I can help you. Zmo chuckled. Yang Kai nodded, that's exactly what I was thinking. Over the next few days, Yang Kai and Zmo searched for traces of Wu Changyi while also searching for Monster Beast. Yao He and Yao Shi had controlled more than 100 monster beasts that day, and although they had killed 30 to 40 of them, there were still nearly 70 left. These were probably the only monster beast left in this isolated world. After a few days, their harvest was not great. Zmo only managed to control 7 monster beasts with her soul-controlling insects. These controlled monster beasts were scattered around, greatly increasing the range and efficiency of their search. 10 days later, the number of monster beasts controlled by Zmo had increased to 15, and on this day, Yang Kai finally found traces of Wu Changyi. One of the monster beasts that had been scattered around suddenly died, and when Yang Kai and Zmo went to investigate, they were surprised to find some traces of sword qi left behind. It's Wu Changyi. Yang Kai's expression brightened. This sword qi could not be displayed by ordinary people, only a disciple of the 9-star sword faction could. On top of that, the one who had died was a 5th-order monster beast, so to be able to kill it in a single blow, the strength of the one who used this sword qi was definitely not low. Combining all the clues, Yang Kai almost instantly determined that it was Wu Changyi who had killed it. Following these clues, they quickly chased after him, but after half a day, they lost track of Wu Changyi. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. For the first time he felt that without cultivating his divine sense, even finding someone was so troublesome. If he cultivated his divine sense, it would be a different story. As long as his divine sense was strong enough, he would be able to see everything within a dozen kilometers at a glance. Just as Yang Kai was feeling vexed, Zmo's expression suddenly changed as she looked towards Yang Kai and said, "My brother is nearby." Yang Kai turned to look at her and asked, "Qi Shui?" Zmo's expression was very ugly. He has a 6th-order monster beast. Combined with his own strength, he is invincible here. If you meet him, you will die. We need to avoid him. He's also here. Could it be he was chasing after Wu Changyi? Yang Kai's mind raced. When the 4 Tian Lang San Luo temple disciples had besieged the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator with their monster beast army, except for Wu Changyi, who had managed to escape with his own strength, the others had all been captured. After that, Qi Shui had led his 6th-order monster beast to chase after Wu Changyi. Yang Kai was also doing the same thing. The two of them had the same goal, so it was not surprising that they would meet. It's too late. Zmo's beautiful face went pale as she quickly turned her head to the side and whispered, "Don't say anything, I'll deal with him. If he finds out about the relationship between you and me, he definitely won't let you off." Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Zmo coldly snorted, "I'm just trying to protect myself, don't think too much about it. If you wanted to kill me, it would only take a single thought. So I can't let you be in any danger, lest you try to drag me down with you." Heh. Yang Kai chuckled and turned his head towards the direction Zmo was looking at. A majestic monster beast leapt out from the nearby jungle. This monster beast looked like a mix between a wolf and a tiger. Its body was vigorous and its 4 limbs were powerful, giving off a ferocious aura. Its body was more than 10 meters long, and even though it was several dozen meters away, this monster beast still gave Yang Kai an inexplicable sense of oppression. 6th-order monster beast. A veritable 6th-order monster beast. When it appeared, the monster beast around Zmo all crouched down, like mice that had seen a cat. On the back of the monster beast sat a young man wearing a purple robe, about 25 to 26 years old, with sword-like eyebrows, a pair of piercing eyes, and a cold expression. This was Qi Shui. Compared to Wu Changyi, he had a completely different temperament. In comparison, Wu Changyi was calmer, while Qi Shui was more overbearing, but no matter who it was, they both gave off a sense of arrogance. Both were proud sons of the heavens, so they had the qualifications to be arrogant. Qi Shui looked at Zmo and let the 6th-order monster beast he was sitting on walk forward, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai. The sixth order monster beast came to a stop a few dozen meters away. Big brother. ZMO stepped forward and saluted. The sixth order monster beast let out a low roar filled with menace. The monster beast's reaction made ZMO's heart skip a beat. Looking at her big brother, she found that he was staring at her with cold eyes. Chapter 255. Yao He and Yao Shi are dead, do you know that? After a long silence, Qi Shui finally spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous light, as if warning ZMO that her answer would determine her fate. ZMO felt a chill run down her spine, frowning, I killed them. Qi Shui's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted, You killed them? Yes. ZMO replied without fear. Give me a reason. Qi Shui coldly snorted, his face cold and ruthless. ZMO trembled slightly and replied, They killed my monster beast, took my soul-controlling insect, and destroyed a thread of my divine sense. Qi Shui frowned, looking at ZMO suspiciously, Why did they do that? ZMO sneered, Brother, you already know the answer in your heart, why ask me? Qi Shui closed his eyes for a moment before nodding slightly, They dared to act against you, they brought this upon themselves. Hearing this sentence, ZMO couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Qi Shui really wanted to stick his neck out for Yao He and Yao Shi, then things would become quite bad. Fortunately, Qi Shui still had some semblance of a brother and didn't indiscriminately punish ZMO, but, you alone can't kill them. Qi Shui faintly said, Who helped you? ZMO bit her red lips, not saying a word. Qi Shui glanced at Yang Kai, his expression indifferent. I don't care about the fight between you and Yao He and Yao Shi. When we return, Master will deal with it impartially. But, if an outsider acts against them, you should know how to deal with it. I know. ZMO whispered. Then, kill him. Qi Shui stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai, his expression cold. His tone brooked no argument. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, secretly becoming vigilant. He hadn't expected ZMO's brother to be so decisive and ruthless. ZMO raised her head, her eyes flashing with a hint of struggle. She definitely couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. As long as she had such thoughts, Yang Kai would be able to kill her. But Qi Shui was right in front of her, forcing her to do something, no matter how intelligent ZMO was. At this moment, he didn't know how to solve the problem in front of him. No matter what she chose, it was impossible to satisfy both of them at the same time. You are with me, so there is no need for him to protect you. What are you waiting for? Qi Shui coldly urged. ZMO's chest heaved as she struggled, unable to make up her mind. After a long time, ZMO raised her head and smiled bitterly, I can't kill him. Scarlet blood narrowed his eyes, his voice cold, why? Yang Kai sneered in his heart as he waited for ZMO's reply. Once she revealed his secret, she would suffer an unforgettable punishment. Because I like him. ZMO's eyes were firm, her cheeks slightly flushed. After that, she added, I'm already his woman, so I can't do anything to him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he stared at ZMO in amazement. He never thought that this woman would come up with such a lame excuse. Qi Shui's face was also filled with shock as he stared at ZMO with a pained expression. Gritting his teeth, he said, What did you say? I said, I like him, I'm already his woman. ZMO had already broken the jar, so when she said such a thing for the second time, her expression was undoubtedly much more natural. Qi Shui was so angry that he laughed, You like a big man's cultivator? Yes. ZMO secretly glanced at Yang Kai and saw his ruddy face filled with self-satisfaction. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. She couldn't wait to go up and slap him a few times to vent her anger. Although she also knew that this excuse was too lame, at this point, she really couldn't think of a better one. However, this man was still so proud of himself, completely unaware of the bitterness in her heart. Qi Shue's face was cold as he stared at Yang Kai, taking a deep breath and saying, "You really didn't plant a soul-controlling insect. It seems you weren't lying." Yang Kai's heart went cold. Qi Shue's words inadvertently revealed an important piece of information. He seemed to be able to sense the existence of a soul-controlling insect. "I don't need to lie to you." Zmo forced a smile. Good, good. Qi Shue's yuan qi surged as his murderous intent spread out. "Since you don't know how to respect yourself, even that big man's trash can easily possess you. This big brother doesn't need to be biased towards you. This time when we return, I will report everything to Master. You can just wait to receive your punishment." Zmo's tender body trembled as she remained silent. As for him, Qi Shui coldly stared at Yang Kai. "If you don't want to kill him, then this big brother will do it for you." As soon as his voice fell, the more than a dozen monster beasts controlled by Zmo suddenly stood up and rushed towards Yang Kai, baring their fangs fiercely. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared at Zmo coldly. Zmo hurriedly explained, "You run. Big Brother's soul-controlling insect is of a higher grade and can affect my soul-controlling insect. So that's how it is." Listening to Zmo's words, Yang Kai finally relaxed. Originally, he had thought that Zmo wanted to secretly kill him, but it seems he had misunderstood this woman. "You think you can run away?" Qi Shui coldly snorted, and the more than a dozen monster beasts became even more ferocious as they formed a circle around Yang Kai. Zmo's face instantly turned pale as sweat poured out of her forehead. While trying to control her soul-controlling insect, she anxiously shouted to Yang Kai, "Hurry up and run, why are you still standing there like a fool?" Yang Kai remained unmoved as he stared at the sixth-order monster beast under Qi Shui. Qi Shui sneered and issued a command in his heart. The more than a dozen monster beasts leapt up and rushed towards Yang Kai. Zmo tried her best to control her soul-controlling insect, but to no avail. Yang Kai's expression was cold as his figure flickered and he flashed out of the monster beast's encirclement. The yuan qi in his body surged as he used the white tiger seal in his left hand and the divine ox seal in his right, fusing the two seals into one. A ray of light flew out from his palm and shot straight towards the sixth-order monster beast. Roar. A deafening roar rang out as the sixth-order monster beast under Qi Shui opened its mouth and spat out a huge wind blade visible to the naked eye. This wind blade collided with Yang Kai's beast slave seal. The two violent energies collided mid-air and the beast slave seal was directly shattered. "You overestimate yourself." Qi Shui coldly snorted. He didn't know the mysteries of the beast slave seal. He only thought that this was some kind of offensive method used by Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's actions had also revealed his true strength. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. Perceiving this, Qi Shui became even angrier. If this person was really a genius from the Great Han Dynasty, Zmo's love for him was understandable, but he clearly hadn't even reached the yuan qi boundary. How could he have the qualifications to make Zmo fall in love with him? Qi Shui, as the eldest brother of this family, naturally felt deeply ashamed. He was even more determined to eliminate Yang Kai. Kill. Qi Shui didn't even have the intention to personally take action, raising his hand and waving it. The more than a dozen monster beasts under Zmo's control once again rushed forward. Yang Kai's figure flashed again. Turning a deaf ear to the shouts of the more than a dozen monster beasts and Zmo, Yang Kai rushed straight towards the sixth-order monster beast. Sitting on the back of the monster beast, Qi Shui sneered again and again, his eyes filled with arrogance as he watched Yang Kai's struggle and resistance with disdain. "Your footwork is good, but your strength is too weak," Qi Shui arrogantly commented. The rank 6 monster beast under him seemed to know his master's thoughts. The beast opened its mouth again, but this time it roared continuously. Accompanied by the roar, a half-foot-long wind blade flew out, fiercely attacking Yang Kai's path. Yang Kai dodged left and right, concentrating on dodging as he approached the sixth-order monster beast without stopping for a moment. As the distance between them got closer and closer, Qi Shue's expression finally changed slightly. He found that he had underestimated the speed and footwork of this big man cultivator. Zemo's more than a dozen monster beast couldn't do anything to him, and even his own sixth-order monster beast couldn't attack him. In just a few breaths of time, Yang Kai was already within 5 feet of him. Humph! Qi Shue's face was filled with anger, his eyes staring at Yang Kai, his expression extremely cold. 3 feet, the big man cultivator's speed increased again, leaving behind an afterimage. Qi Shue's eyes were focused on the 6 directions, his ears listening to all directions, suddenly sneering. Qi Shue leaned sideways and sent out a palm strike. The palm wind whistled, and when it burst out, Yang Kai's figure appeared. It looked like Yang Kai had hit Qi Shue's attack. A light shot out from Yang Kai's palms, hitting the sixth-order monster beast under Qi Shue. At the same time, Yang Kai hurriedly exchanged a blow with Qi Shue, accompanied by a light sound. His body flew far away like a paper kite. Ridiculous. Qi Shue frowned. He found that the big man cultivator had rushed over, but had only shot a light at his sixth-order monster beast. Although it had hit, his monster beast didn't have much of a reaction. On the other hand, Qi Shue was certain that the big man cultivator had suffered some injuries. Pung! Yang Kai fell to the ground, stumbling back a few steps before stabilizing his body. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumbling blood in his chest, his eyes flashing a look of surprise. Amazing! Yang Kai was not stingy with his praise. Qi Shue was worthy of being an elite from a super force, even if he was only from a small branch. This kind of strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Now it's too late to beg for mercy. Qi Shue's expression was cold. Junior sister, this big brother can give you a chance. As long as you kill him, I will put in a few good words for you in front of Master. I can even help you hide the fact that you have lost your virginity, so it won't affect your status in the sect. Otherwise, if this matter spreads, it will be very difficult for you. Zmo shook her head without hesitation. It's impossible for me to kill him. Attacking Yang Kai was tantamount to digging one's own grave. This was something Zmo had considered very clearly. Good, this is the path you have chosen, so don't regret it in the future. Qi Shue didn't know the reason for this, so naturally, he felt resentful towards Yang Kai for failing to meet his expectations. Patting his monster beast, he coldly glared at Yang Kai and said, I don't know what means you used to conquer my junior sister, but the women of our Tian Lang dynasty cannot be possessed by your great Han dynasty men, so you must die. Saying these words in an overbearing manner, Qi Shue quietly waited for Yang Kai's death, but a moment later, his expression couldn't help but change as he looked down at his monster beast in surprise. Just now, he had given his monster beast the order to attack, but it had not responded at all. The soul-controlling insect was still there. How could this be? Feeling suspicious, Qi Shue issued another order in his heart, and this time the monster beast reacted, but instead of attacking Yang Kai, it jumped up and landed heavily, directly throwing Qi Shue away. Chapter 256. After tumbling through the air, Qi Shue landed firmly on the ground and looked at his own monster beast. At this moment, it was facing him, and from the depths of its throat came a low roar, its eyes flashing with an ominous light. Qi Shue's face paled. This monster beast that he had implanted with his soul-controlling insect, had actually broken free from his control and was now hostile to him. Ha ha ha. Kai Yang laughed proudly, his laughter incomparably wild. Qi Shue looked at him, recalling his strange actions just now, and fiercely shouted, What did you just do? Recalling that ghostly light, Scarlet Blood suddenly realized that this person had desperately rushed over and only shot out a single ghostly light at his monster beast, so he definitely had a great reason for doing so. Otherwise, his monster beast wouldn't have had such a change. Yang Kai laughed, sweeping away his previous cautiousness and walking towards the sixth-order monster beast. He reached out and patted its back, looking at Qi Shui with disdain. What did I do? Did you not see it? Zimo's small mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. The more time she spent with him, the more mysterious she found him to be. This person's strength and strangeness had far exceeded Zimo's imagination. It wasn't until this moment that Zmo finally understood why a few days ago, when they were fighting the monster beast, he was able to resolve the crisis between her and Ling Shan. At that time, although she knew it was his doing, she didn't quite understand the mystery behind it. But now, Zmo finally understood, this man could actually control the monster beast. Easily controlling a sixth-order monster beast, who could resist such a heaven-defying method? Even her brother Qi Shui had sacrificed hundreds of his soul-controlling insects, risking a great deal of danger, to allow them to fuse with each other and become a higher-level soul-controlling insect. Then, he had given up dozens of more powerful monster beasts in order to subdue this sixth-order monster beast. Comparing the two, Yang Kai's method was simply unfathomable. How did you do it? My soul-controlling insect is still inside its body. This is impossible. Scarlet Blood could no longer remain calm. He tried his best to communicate with the soul-controlling insect, but he couldn't make the level 6 monster beast obey him. Nothing is impossible. I can only say that your insects are too weak. Yang Kai laughed disdainfully, his expression cold. Interesting. Qi Shui's expression suddenly became excited, as if he had encountered something new and interesting. He stared at Yang Kai with burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Kill. Yang Kai spat out a single word. The Type 6 monster beast charged towards Scarlet Blood like a gust of wind. In the midst of the attack, the wind blades continued to spit out, and Qi Shui's figure flashed. His movement technique was also quite exquisite. He did not have any direct confrontation with the monster beast. Instead, he leaped into the air and refracted again. Like an eagle striking the sky, it swooped down toward Yang Kai. Although Qi Shui was strong, it was impossible for him to face the Type 6 monster beast head-on. His target was only Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was killed, the Type 6 monster beast would still be under his control. Pouncing down from above, Qi Shui's moves were big and wide. Yuan Qi level 7 strength was fully unleashed, containing a shocking destructive power. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. The Yuan Qi in his body was also pushed to the limit. Not only did he not dodge the attack, but he also stepped on the ground and met Qi Shui's attack head-on. You're very interesting. Qi Shui laughed sinisterly. You're not bad either. Yang Kai also laughed. In the exchange of words, their hands were not ambiguous, and there was no trace of fancy moves. No matter who it was, this attack was done with all their strength, without holding back. Qi Shui wanted to use a thunderous method to kill Yang Kai, so that he could gain control of the Type 6 monster beast. In the face of such an enemy's attack, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to hold back. Fist and palm collided, exploding in the air with a muffled sound, shaking everyone's eardrums, and the heaven and earth energy in an instant chaotic. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time. Qi Shui was sent flying, while Yang Kai fell like a meteor. Pung! Yang Kai smashed a small hole in the ground, and when he got up, he could not help but have some blood at the corner of his mouth. Qi Shui, on the other hand, landed on the ground, his face slightly reddened, but he was fine. This time, Qi Shui had the upper hand. Even so, Qi Shui's eyes still flashed a trace of disbelief, and he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Before he could see Yang Kai's state, a series of wind blades attacked him. Qi Shui cursed and hurriedly dodged. This was an attack from a Type 6 monster beast. He could not block more than a few times. You! Zmo exclaimed, not knowing what to do. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai shouted, knowing that she was in a dilemma, so naturally he would not force her to help. Using his movement skill again, he rushed straight towards Qi Shui. Qi Shui paled, not daring to stay any longer. He fled in panic. He had thought that Yang Kai would not be able to withstand a single blow, and as long as he killed Yang Kai he would be able to turn the situation around, but he had not expected this person to be so strong. Even though he was a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, he had only suffered some minor injuries. There was no way to take Yang Kai's life in a short time. The Type 6 monster beast had fallen into the enemy's hands, and his junior sister would not help, so how could Qi Shui stay and die? Seeing Qi Shui flash 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai naturally did not want to give up, directly jumping onto the back of the Type 6 monster beast and quickly chasing after him. ZMO hesitated for a long time before gritting her teeth and following behind him. Her life and death was still in Yang Kai's hands, how could she not care? In the jungle, 3 figures flew one after the other. Qi Shui rushed to the front, his speed extremely fast. Yang Kai riding the Type 6 monster beast followed closely behind. A few kilometers behind was ZMO, leading her dozen monster beasts. Her expression was conflicted. She wanted to keep up, but also wanted to escape. She could not make up her mind, her speed not too fast nor too slow. In the midst of the pursuit, the Type 6 monster beast displayed its might, sending out a series of wind blades 1,000 meters away, cutting down thick trees like wheat. The tyrannical strength of the Type 6 monster beast was clear to see. This was a powerful monster beast comparable to an immortal ascension boundary master. Although Qi Shui was fleeing, he did not look distressed, only anxious. He was worried that if he continued to run like this, sooner or later he would run out of Yuan Qi. On the other hand, the burly cultivator did not need to worry about this problem. Once he was forced into a desperate situation, he really would not be able to escape. Little did he know, Yang Kai was also very conflicted at this moment. Although the beast slave seal was strange and powerful, he had only ever used it on 4th or 5th order monster beast, never a Type 6 monster beast. Before, he had speculated that the beast slave seal was not invincible, it should be limited by strength, but he had never had the opportunity to verify it. Now that he had tried it, it seemed to be the case. Yang Kai was now at the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, which was equivalent to the peak of the 4th order monster beast. At this level, the beast slave seal could easily control a Type 4 monster beast, or even a Type 5 monster beast, but when it came to the Type 6 monster beast in front of him, it was not so effective. This monster beast's subconscious was attacking the beast slave seal that he had inserted into its body. Although it was still obedient to his control and orders, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at most an hour for the beast slave seal to shatter, and at that time, the Type 6 monster beast would once again fall under Qi Shui's control. The situation was not good. He had to finish this battle within an hour, otherwise, there would be a change in the situation. Yang Kai did not know if using the beast slave seal on a Type 6 monster beast twice in a row would have any effect. If it did not, thinking of this, Yang Kai continued to give orders to the monster beast under him. This monster beast was now very obedient. After understanding Yang Kai's intentions, its speed suddenly increased a lot, gradually closing the distance between it and Qi Shui. After an incense stick worth of time, Qi Shui, who was in the midst of sprinting, looked back and almost could not help but curse out loud. The original distance of 1,000 feet had been closed by about 500 feet, and in another incense stick worth of time, Qi Shui would catch up. Should I go there? A thought suddenly flashed in Qi Shui's mind, and he looked hesitant, unable to make up his mind. Qi Shui did not know what was so mysterious about that place. It was a forest surrounded by clouds, and he could not see the situation inside. Qi Shui had accidentally discovered it a few days ago. Qi Shui had intended to go in and explore, but at that time, the Type 6 monster beast was clearly afraid of that place, and Qi Shui was also faintly uneasy, so he gave up on the idea of exploring. But now, the pursuers were getting closer and closer, and there was no way to get rid of them, so Qi Shui had no choice but to take the risk. He had no way to contend against the Type 6 monster beast and the strength of the burly cultivator. The monster beast was afraid of that place, and would definitely not dare to go in. If the burly cultivator went in alone, Qi Shui would have a chance to win. Thinking of this, Qi Shui's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately made up his mind. After observing the terrain for a moment, he suddenly turned around and dashed toward that mysterious place. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the distance between Yang Kai and Qi Shui had shortened to 10 feet. At such a close distance, not only could the Type 6 monster beast do whatever it wanted, even Yang Kai could release his killing moves and fiercely attack Qi Shui. In a short time, Qi Shui was somewhat overwhelmed, and was swept by a wind blade, cutting a large hole in his clothes. Fortunately, the Yuan Qi in his body was strong, and it blocked the wind blade's damage. Only a little blood flowed out, and his muscles and bones were not injured. Qi Shui resentfully looked back at Yang Kai, and a cold and provocative smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he turned around again, and plunged into a vast expanse of white dense forest. Yang Kai chased after him. Unexpectedly, the Type 6 monster beast under him suddenly stopped outside the clouds, and Yang Kai did not notice, and under the influence of inertia, he fell into the forest. He hurriedly turned around in midair, and landed on the ground. Before he had time to observe the surrounding terrain, he heard an extremely mournful scream. It was Qi Shui. He seemed to be suffering unbearable pain, and his scream made people's hair stand on end. Yang Kai's face slightly changed, and in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. This pain was familiar, and it was the same as when the old demon tried to take over his body and destroy his consciousness. Involuntarily, Yang Kai groaned, and the veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat poured out like water, and his whole body trembled. Ah! An even more mournful, even more tragic cry came out, and it was even more mournful than Qi Shui's cry. It was the old demon's cry of pain. Chapter 257. Old Demon's screams continued, rising and falling, filled with panic and fear. Old Demon. Yang Kai endured the pain in his head and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Young master." The old demon's voice trembled, "What the hell is this place? Why is my soul being attacked?" Hearing him say this, Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the pain in his head was so familiar. It turned out that it was the feeling of his soul being injured. For the past few days, Yang Kai had been using this method to torture and deter Zmo and Lingshan, but today he would also have to bear this pain. This was truly a case of good being rewarded with good and evil with evil. It wasn't that he didn't get what he wanted, it was just that the time had not yet come. Qi Shui had led him into this forest wrapped in white fog, clearly with ill intentions. However, at this moment, he was screaming in pain several dozen feet away. It seemed that he didn't know the mystery of this place, so he couldn't bear the consequences of accidentally breaking in. Now, both of them were suffering from the pain of having their divine souls injured. They couldn't fight at all. "Young master, quickly leave this place. This white fog is very strange, it doesn't hurt the body, only the soul, this old servant can't bear it," the old demon urged anxiously. Although he was a 10,000-year-old demon, right now he was only a soul without a physical body. Normally, he could hide in the soul breaker all freely, but now, as soon as he entered this place, he immediately encountered a nemesis. The torture and pain he suffered was much worse than Yang Kai and Qi Shui. In this short period of time, the old demon clearly felt that his soul strength had weakened a little. This discovery made him panic and grieve. "Good, you bear with it." Yang Kai struggled to look up and glanced at Qi Shui, only to see that he was also running amok in the white fog, trying to find a way out, but he still couldn't find it. Gritting his teeth and enduring the piercing pain, Yang Kai quickly retreated in the direction he had rushed in. After retreating a few hundred meters, he was still surrounded by white fog. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. When he rushed into this white fog, at most he could only go a few dozen meters, so why hadn't he retreated yet? Unwilling to give up, he retreated another 1,000 feet, but it was still the same. Old demon. This place is very strange, I can't get out. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. The old demon cried out miserably, and it couldn't help but feel despair when it heard this. Could it be that this old servant will die here today? This old servant is unwilling to accept this. He had been sealed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance for countless years until the restriction of the Heaven's Cave inheritance was broken. Only then was he able to escape. Although he was subdued by Yang Kai. In any case, they had come out, but now they were facing a life and death crisis, so the old demon was naturally filled with resentment. Yang Kai frowned. Resisting the sharp pain in his head with great difficulty, he observed the terrain left and right while thinking of a way to escape. There must be some kind of restriction placed here. That was why it was so strange. The old demon wasn't doing anything right now, and Yang Kai himself couldn't find the source of the restriction, so how could he break it? I'm a bit dizzy. Suddenly, Kai Yang saw stars in front of his eyes, and his footsteps staggered. It's over, this is dangerous. This is a sign that your soul is damaged. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid young master's soul will be destroyed. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Enduring all kinds of discomfort, his mind raced. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said, "Old demon, enter my golden body and try." What golden body? Oh. The old demon didn't understand at first, but immediately understood and quickly hid inside Yang Kai's unyielding golden body. After a while, the old demon's laughter came, ha ha ha. Young master, your golden body is really amazing, it can actually resist the attack of the white fog. This old servant is safe now. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, you're safe, but I'm in danger. The unyielding golden body was all-encompassing. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could absorb it. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this white fog was, since it could attack one's soul, it must be a manifestation of some kind of energy, so he suddenly had the idea of letting the old demon try. It turned out to be effective. Young master, you must hold on. The old demon nervously cheered for Yang Kai. Although he didn't have any worries now, if Yang Kai died, he couldn't escape his fate. Is there any way to let my soul escape into the golden body? The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged, his clothes soaked with sweat, his fists clenched, his body trembling. You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary. The old demon sighed. Without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, without cultivating his divine sense, how could his soul escape into the golden body? Yang Kai grit his teeth and tried his best to resist the pain coming from his head, his yuan qi becoming uncontrollably chaotic. The pain lasted for a long time before the feeling of dizziness hit him again. Yang Kai staggered and fell to the ground, his soul damaged for the second time. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his soul was destroyed and he ceased to exist. He had to find a way to get out of this crisis. Although the situation was not good, in this adversity, Yang Kai became calmer and calmer. Taking advantage of this short period of dizziness, before the pain hit him, Yang Kai gathered all of his will and spirit and tried to think of a way to escape. While Yang Kai was concentrating, he suddenly felt a cool sensation in his mind. This was not an illusion, but a real sensation. With the spread of this cool sensation, Yang Kai's consciousness instantly became clear and his whole body felt warm. The pain in his head also disappeared, as if he had been enlightened. Even his pale face became somewhat rosy. With a trace of doubt on his face, Yang Kai slowly got up and frowned as he felt the changes in his body before and after. Young master. The old demon called out softly. Yang Kai did not answer and was still immersed in feeling. A moment later, accompanied by a short groan, the severe pain hit him again. This was unbearable pain. This pain lasted for a while, and when the pain reached a certain extent, the familiar feeling of dizziness came again. At the same time, the cool sensation in his mind also spread, not only dispelling the dizziness but also eliminating the pain. The situation was exactly the same as before. This time, Kai Yang's perception was even more detailed, allowing him to grasp a key point. The pain was caused by the white fog attacking his soul, and the dizziness was caused by the damage to his soul. However, after 2 or 3 times, not only did Yang Kai not feel that his soul was damaged, but it even grew a little because his perception seemed to have expanded a little, which was the most obvious sign of the strength of his soul. Although the increase was not much, it was really increasing. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Old demon, this time, I'm afraid this young master has profited from a disaster. Yang Kai suddenly laughed, but before his laughter fell, he couldn't help groaning, clutching his head as his whole body spasmed. After a long time, when Yang Kai returned to normal, the old demon asked, "What's going on?" "The soul-warming lotus is working." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's repairing my damaged soul." The old demon was startled and suddenly realized. The old demon was also panicking just now, so he didn't think about this at all. Now that Yang Kai reminded him, he finally understood. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai had collected a 5-colored soul-warming lotus, which was a supreme treasure for nourishing the soul. However, Yang Kai had never reached the immortal ascension boundary, so although the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was in his mind, he had never seen it before. This time, Yang Kai fell into this dangerous place and his soul was damaged, so the soul-warming lotus naturally played a role. With this treasure, why would he need to fear the surrounding white fog? The white fog and the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, one damaged the other, replenished the other. During this process, Yang Kai's soul was also slowly growing. However, this process was quite painful and was not something an average person could endure. "Young master is blessed by the heavens, old servant knew that nothing would happen to you." Old demon's belated words shook the heavens. Yang Kai smiled lightly and no longer worried. Instead, sitting down cross-legged and allowing the white fog to envelop him, he remained motionless. Although this place was dangerous, it was also a good place to temper one's soul. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would be able to find such a treasure again? So Yang Kai made up his mind to stay here for a while. Although each time the soul-warming lotus healed his soul, the improvement it brought to him was very small, but as long as he had enough time, he might be able to cultivate his knowledge. The pain came again and again like a fierce tide, but with his tyrannical willpower, Yang Kai endured it each time. After the pain came dizziness, but at the same time, the soul-warming lotus healed his soul. The process was very slow, but Yang Kai was very satisfied. This was a very time-consuming thing to begin with. Half a day later, a mournful scream suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. What he saw was Zimo's brother Qi Shui rampaging through the white fog like a headless fly, his expression extremely ferocious. While charging, he constantly wantonly used his Yuan Qi and various fierce martial skills. This person obviously wasn't as lucky as Yang Kai. With the soul-warming lotus, he didn't need to worry about his soul being damaged. At this moment, he was already delirious, so even if he could leave this white fog, he would have already lost his mind. Yang Kai slowly got up and stared at him coldly. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but move forward to meet him. Although if he didn't do anything, he would still die, but this was a Yuan Qi 7th stage master, so the blood bead he condensed after his death was naturally extraordinary. Qi Shui had led Yang Kai into this white fog with the intention of taking a risk, but unfortunately, the heavens didn't allow him to do as he wished and instead dug his own grave. If he had known that this white fog was so dangerous, he definitely wouldn't have foolishly rushed in. After 3 steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of Qi Shui and punched out. Qi Shui didn't even try to dodge and instead instinctively met this attack with his palm. Yang Kai sidestepped and dodged, but the burning sun's 3-layer blast landed on his body and with a few muffled sounds, Qi Shui was sent flying. The battle wasn't thrilling at all. Qi Shui had lost his mind, so with his Yuan Qi 7th stage cultivation, he couldn't display his full strength and was killed by Yang Kai in less than 30 breaths. Putting away the blood bead he condensed after his death, Yang Kai sat down and continued to cultivate his soul. Chapter 258. In this isolated world, there was no sun or moon, so he did not know the passage of time. Most of the time, Yang Kai had to rely on his senses to determine how much time had passed. After cultivating for about half a month in the white fog, Yang Kai finally successfully broke through to the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. This was not all the result of his hard work, but also the credit of absorbing more than 80 blood beads. These blood beads were obtained when he parted ways with Chen Shueshu and the others. Most of them were monster beast blood beads, only the blood beads of 5 Yuan Qi masters contained extraordinary energy. After absorbing such a huge amount of energy, after half a month of cultivation, Yang Kai was naturally able to break through and consolidate his foundation in the 9th stage, heading straight towards the Yuan Qi boundary. Over the past half a month, Yang Kai had slowly become accustomed to the pain in his head and could even ignore it. Although the pain was still there, it was not enough to have any effect on Yang Kai. As he repaired the damage, his divine sense slowly grew stronger and his perception expanded. After half a month, Yang Kai began to look for a way out. In any case, he did not need to worry about cultivating his divine sense. The white fog around him would attack him and the soul-warming lotus would automatically repair itself. Whether he cared or not, the result would be the same. After exploring for several days, Yang Kai was still stuck in the white fog, unable to see a way out. The situation was not good. Yang Kai was secretly anxious, even using his yang inflammation wings, but he still could not fly out of this strange place. On this day, while Yang Kai was exploring, he suddenly noticed some changes in the white fog around him. This change was very subtle. If one did not carefully examine it, they would not be able to detect it. This was something that Yang Kai was only able to discover after his perception had improved. If it had been half a month ago, he would have definitely missed it. Pausing his pace, Yang Kai carefully observed. After a long time, Yang Kai determined that the white fog around him was slowly gathering in a fixed direction. Although he did not know why this was happening, Yang Kai had been searching this place for so long. Now that he had finally found something, naturally he would not let go of any clues. Following the direction of the white fog, as he went deeper and deeper, the flow of the white fog also became faster and faster, faintly bringing with it the sound of the wind, as if there was something in front of him that was absorbing the white fog. Yang Kai secretly became vigilant, his footwork very light and slow. Little by little. After a short while, a humming sound was heard, as if a cold wind was pouring into the hole. Yang Kai's mind, his perception to its limit. Yang Kai cautiously approached the source of the sound. A moment later, Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he saw a strangely shaped stone standing not far away from him. The white fog was actually flowing into a small hole in this stones. It was as if the stone had a mouth and was sucking in the white mist. After perceiving that there was no danger, Yang Kai gradually relaxed and walked over with a relaxed expression. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that the stone was hollow. The white fog was pouring in from the top and coming out from a small hole at the bottom. That was how the humming sound was made. It was very strange. Yang Kai circled the stone with great interest. He found that this stone was not simple. There were traces of attacks on the stone, only faint scratches, but it was not broken at all. These traces must have been left by someone who attacked it. The person who could come here was at least of the Yuan Qi state. But the attack of the Yuan Qi state cultivator still only left faint scratches. This stone was naturally something special. If it was an ordinary stone, it would have been broken into pieces by the attack of the Yuan Qi state cultivator. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai also tried to attack it and found that it was true. He used all his strength to hit it with his palm, but he could not shake it at all. Although he knew that this stone was a treasure, Yang Kai could only look at it and sigh. Such a big stone, at least a few thousand pounds, or even more. He definitely could not take it away. While he was sighing, Yang Kai looked at the bottom of the stone in surprise and slowly squatted down. Under the hole where the white fog came out, there was a small hole. The hole was about the size of a soybean, and at this moment, there was a drop of crystal clear amber liquid in the hole. He leaned forward and sniffed it. His nose was full of fragrance, and his whole spirit was refreshed. It was not inferior to the comfortable feeling when the soul-warming lotus repaired his divine soul. Treasure. Although Yang Kai did not know what this drop of liquid was, it was definitely a treasure, and a treasure that was very beneficial to the divine soul. Looking at this drop of liquid again, Yang Kai's eyes were full of greed. He stretched out a finger and carefully controlled the yuan qi to take this drop of amber liquid out of the hole. Before he could take a closer look, the surrounding white fog suddenly surged and drilled into the hole above the stone at a speed more than 10 times faster than before. But this time, the white fog that entered the hole did not come out again. Instead, it was all poured into the small hole under the effect of a mysterious force and disappeared. Yang Kai looked at all this in amazement. Gradually, there seemed to be a layer of mist in the soybean-sized hole, and there was a trace of amber condensing at the bottom. Could it be that the drop of liquid in his hand was formed by the white fog under such natural conditions? Although this was only a guess, Yang Kai estimated that it was most likely true based on what he saw. Originally, he wanted to store this drop of treasure, but now that he knew that it could be formed again, Yang Kai did not care so much. After thinking about it, Yang Kai directly put the drop of amber liquid into his mouth and swallowed it. His mouth was full of sweetness, like the finest nectar. Yang Kai clearly felt that the amber liquid turned into a kind of energy, directly flowing into the dantian, ignoring the burning of the true yang yuan qi, all the way up through the meridians, straight to the top of his head. In an instant, his whole body was light as if he was floating in the clouds, and an indescribable feeling of comfort spread from the inside out. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body rejoiced. His mind was countless times clearer than before. His senses, vision, and hearing were all magnified at this moment by a lot. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai could even see the grass and trees 100 feet away. This place was covered by clouds and mist, and Yang Kai could only see the scenery 100 feet away, and it was still vague, but now, his vision was directly magnified 10 times. His hearing and senses were all significantly improved. Knowing that he must have eaten something extraordinary, Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent, and quickly sat down cross-legged, guarding his heart and refining the energy of the amber liquid. As this energy spread and absorbed, more and more benefits followed. First was the physical benefits. Yang Kai could feel the traces and movements of the heaven and earth energy from the outside world pouring into his body, and he could also feel the movement of his internal organs like the back of his hand. After this sensation passed, a strange and indescribable feeling filled Yang Kai's mind. It was somewhat itchy, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking his mind, making him want to scratch it but unable to do so. Yang Kai was so anxious that he was at his wit's end, unable to do anything about it. This layer of shackles existed, and even Yang Kai's perception was blocked. This situation lasted for a long time, and suddenly, this layer of shackles was broken. The itchy feeling was replaced by a hearty feeling in an instant, and Yang Kai felt that his spirit had received an indescribable baptism and sublimation. His original perception had evolved and upgraded at the same time, as if it had become an invisible eye, rapidly contracting and condensing, and spreading out with a bang. Everywhere it passed, with him as the center, the surrounding white fog, the vegetation, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes, and it was imprinted in his mind, incomparably clear. Within a radius of 2 to 3 miles, nothing was missed. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in his eyes as he quietly pondered. After a long time, he showed a strange smile, and his eyes flashed. Old demon. I'm afraid I've already cultivated divine sense, Yang Kai said softly. What? The old demon was shocked. Young master, are you not mistaken? No, I really have cultivated divine sense. The smile in Yang Kai's eyes deepened, and he described what he had just felt and seen. After the old demon heard this, he was almost shocked by Yang Kai's words, and was speechless for a long time. If that's really the case, then it's definitely divine sense. The old demon's tone was full of shock and admiration. To be able to see everything around him with his eyes closed, what else could it be if not divine sense? Before reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, a cultivator relied on their perception to detect movements around them. The term perception was vague, but it was also a kind of instinct, but this instinct could be strengthened later on. It was based on one's own strength, hearing, sight, smell, and sometimes combined with the air around them to infer the situation around them. Perception was not omnipotent, and it was easy to make mistakes, but before a cultivator reached the Heaven's Gate realm, this was the only way to obtain invisible information. After reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, things were different. Once a cultivator cultivated divine sense, with a single thought, their divine sense could spread out, allowing them to see the situation around them as if they were inspecting it with their own eyes. Compared to the more vague perception, the role of divine sense was undoubtedly much more powerful. This kind of power was not only reflected in detecting the enemy's situation, but also in attacking, making it difficult to defend against. However, divine sense could only be cultivated by an immortal ascension boundary master. What was the young master's realm? Separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. There was a gap between a great realm and a watershed minor realm. Even after following Yang Kai for so long and witnessing his mysteriousness and strength countless times, the old demon still found it somewhat difficult to accept at this moment. Since young master has cultivated divine sense, you must also have a knowledge sea, right? The old demon asked. No. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He naturally had some understanding of the knowledge sea and had carefully examined himself for a long time to determine that he did not have one. How could that be? The old demon cried out, hesitating for a moment before asking, Young master, can you clearly see the situation inside your body, especially in your mind? There is a soul-warming lotus in your mind. Being able to see it means you already have a knowledge sea. I can't see it, Yang Kai frowned. I can only observe the situation outside my body. Chapter 259. Yang Kai's situation was quite special. It was likely that such a case would not occur even once in 1,000 years. A separation and reunion 9th stage divine sense was not something an average person could achieve. Divine sense was the hallmark of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so generally speaking, it was impossible for a separation and reunion boundary cultivator to cultivate it. What's more, Yang Kai only had his divine sense and did not have a knowledge sea, making him even more special. Knowledge sea, knowledge sea. It was also the direct manifestation of a cultivator's spiritual power. When a cultivator reached the immortal ascension boundary and cultivated their divine sense, countless wisps of divine sense would converge and form an ocean-like existence, forming a knowledge sea. The size and depth of a knowledge sea was directly proportional to the strength of a cultivator's divine sense. Regarding Yang Kai's current situation, the old demon did not know how to explain it. That drop of amber liquid should be the soul-cleansing du joie when mentioned. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, his tone confident. Back at the lakeside, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiao Yu's honored master, Zhuo Wen, had said that 30 years ago, someone had found an incredible treasure in this isolated world. One was brilliant flame liquid, and the other was soul-cleansing dew. Attracted by these two treasures, more and more people had come here to experience and explore. Killing Qi Jianxing had allowed Yang Kai to obtain a few drops of brilliant flame liquid, allowing him to temper his yuan qi. Now, chasing qi shui and obtaining a drop of soul-cleansing dew was really a stroke of good luck. Moreover, there was more than one drop of soul-cleansing dew. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that at the bottom of the small hole in the rock, there was a layer of amber crystal silk. He believed that as long as he waited a little longer, another drop of soul-cleansing dew would form. In his mind, there was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme divine sense treasure, and after being attacked by the white fog for more than half a month, coupled with the great effect of a drop of soul-cleansing dew, Yang Kai was able to cultivate his own knowledge see when he was just a separation and reunion boundary 9th stage cultivator. Young master, now fully release your divine sense. How large is the range it can cover? Old demon asked. About 2 to 3 li. The old demon sucked in a breath of cold air and smiled bitterly. Young master's luck is not shallow. The strength of your divine sense has already far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator who has just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, almost equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary 2nd or 3rd stage cultivator. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. Even if an average person breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary, their newly formed divine sense is still very fragile. At this time, even if they spread out their divine sense, at most they would only be able to explore 1,000 meters around them. He could only slowly cultivate and nurture it. Only then will the use of divine sense become more and more important. The old demon was very experienced and knew a lot, even though he was not very reliable at times. However, his experience was still very valuable. He told Yang Kai about the benefits and conveniences of having a strong divine sense. Yang Kai was also excited and looked forward to it. After obtaining the divine sense, this would make it easier for him to hide and sneak in. Coupled with his chi concealment skill, if he didn't act now, even an immortal ascension boundary 5th or 6th stage master wouldn't be able to see through his depths. After chatting with the old demon for a long time, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Glancing at the small hole in the stone, Yang Kai saw that the number of amber crystal threads at the bottom seemed to have increased by a few. The rate at which the soul-cleansing dew formed was too slow. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 10 days for a single drop to form. The surrounding white mist continued to pour into the small hole above the stone, converging into the small hole and forming a part of the soul-cleansing dew. This white mist would attack one's soul. However, the soul-cleansing dew formed by this white mist was of great benefit to one's soul. What kind of mysteries were hidden behind this transformation, and whether it had anything to do with this strange stone, Yang Kai didn't know. However, he didn't need to know. All he needed to do was wait for the soul-cleansing dew to form and then extract it. Old demon, keep an eye on it. If the soul-cleansing dew forms, call me. I'm going to enter retreat to break through to the Yuan Qi boundary. Young master can rest assured. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai immersed himself completely into his divine sense. Inside the dantian, he burst open a dozen drops of yang liquid. In an instant, the true yang yuan qi in his meridians filled to the brim. His meridians also swelled, and a burst of soreness spread throughout his body. Yang Kai didn't say a word, instead continuing to circulate his true yang's secret art. While absorbing world energy from the outside world, he also compressed and tempered the yuan qi in his body, causing his meridians to squirm, contracting and expanding, endlessly pulsating. Time passed little by little, and the true yang yuan qi in his meridians finally began to undergo some subtle changes. His meridians had been filled with such abundant yuan qi for a long time, gradually becoming wider and thicker than before, as well as more resilient. The transformation of his meridians also increased the speed at which his true yang's secret art circulated, and even his true yang yuan qi began to fuse with each other, gradually becoming purer. When the soreness in his meridians disappeared, Yang Kai once again burst open 5 drops of yang liquid, repeating his previous actions. While Yang Kai was refining and fusing his yuan qi, the white fog from the outside world was constantly attacking his soul, and the soul-warming lotus was constantly playing a restorative role. His divine sense slowly grew, keeping pace with the true yang yuan qi in his meridians. About 10 days later, the old demon woke Yang Kai from his retreat. A drop of soul-cleansing dew had formed once again. Yang Kai took it out, but this time he didn't consume it, instead placing it into a bottle. Generally speaking, precious treasures could only be consumed once, and even if they had an effect a second time, the effect would not be very obvious. The soul-cleansing dew was too precious, so Yang Kai didn't want to waste it. If he took it back and refined it into a pill, taking it again would allow him to display its full effect. Cultivation is like the flowing time, great emperor. This saying was not false at all. After Yang Kai entered retreat, he had devoted all of his attention to his meridians, Dantian and true Yang Yuan Qi, working hard to refine and fuse his Yuan Qi, making it purer and more powerful, to the point where he didn't even notice the passage of time. From time to time, the old demon would wake him up and collect a drop of soul-cleansing dew into the bottle. It wasn't until the soul-cleansing dew had filled half the bottle, a dozen drops in total, that Yang Kai gradually touched the threshold of the Yuan Qi boundary. This time, Yang Kai had spent almost 4 months in retreat, without taking any pills or absorbing any Yang Qi, only relying on his true Yang's secret art and his own willpower to refine his Yuan Qi, finally stepping into the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. Although the main purpose of staying here was to collect the soul-cleansing dew, the fact that it had taken so long to break through showed how difficult it was to cross the threshold of the Yuan Qi boundary. Many cultivators were unable to cross this threshold in their entire life, leaving them with nothing but grief, speechless and tears. A layer of shackles had been placed on his body, sealing off his Yuan Qi, making it impossible for him to break through the final stage of fusion and purity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and opened his eyes, a light flashing across his eyes. Immersing his consciousness into the unyielding golden skeleton, where he had stored a drop of the 9 Yuan condensing dew. This was a treasure that he and Xia Ningchang had obtained in the 9 mountain valley. Later, half of it had been given to Su Yan, while Yang Kai had kept the other half for himself. Taking this drop of the 9 Yuan condensing dew out of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai poured it into the Dantian. Yang Kai's true Yang's secret art madly circulated, refining the 9 Yuan condensing dew's effects. Suddenly, a cold sensation burst out from the Dantian, spreading outwards at an incredible speed, following his meridians and spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Kacha, at a speed visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's entire body, clothes, and hair were all covered in ice. The 9 Yuan condensing dew was a treasure used to temper Yuan Qi, and was of a higher grade than the brilliant flame liquid. This was the crystallization of countless years' worth of Yin Qi, and the chill it contained was difficult for even Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi to resist. However, heat was the nemesis of cold, so Yang Kai didn't feel too uncomfortable. Wherever the medicinal effect of the 9 Yuan condensing dew passed, the true Yang Yuan Qi instantly solidified, and as if there was some kind of reaction between the two, radioactive ripples began to spread outwards. With the spread of the ripples, the true Yang Yuan Qi, which had already reached the limit of purity, was once again purified. The chill gradually disappeared, and in the meridians of his body, there was the sound of Yuan Qi flowing, like a mountain stream, crisp and pleasant to the ear. The ice on Yang Kai's clothes and hair suddenly shattered into powder. The sky changed color, and the violent energy gathered in mid-air, gathering more and more until it reached a shocking level, and then suddenly poured down, directly rushing into Yang Kai's body. The blessing of advancing to a new realm had come. Yang Kai's whole body trembled, and the countless pores all over his body opened up. The true Yang's secret art made a humming sound, accepting the power of heaven and earth into his body. This power of heaven and earth passed through his meridians, and part of it merged into his flesh and bones, tempering his body. The other part that Yang Kai didn't have time to absorb should have returned to heaven and earth, once again becoming a part of heaven and earth, but at this moment, none of it escaped, and was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, not leaving behind a single drop. Every time a cultivator advanced to a new realm, they would have this kind of blessing, but how much benefit they could obtain would depend on their own efforts and the limit of their endurance. An ordinary cultivator, no matter how good their aptitude was, or how strong they were, could at most absorb 30% of the power. The main purpose of this 30% was to temper the cultivator's body, so that it could withstand the impact of the yuan qi, and the remaining 70% would dissipate again. But since the first time Yang Kai advanced to a new realm, every time the power of heaven and earth entered his body, he would absorb at least 90% of it. And this time, it was even more direct, not missing a single bit. The tyrannical power of the unyielding golden skeleton could be seen. The chaotic energy of heaven and earth gradually calmed down, and Yang Kai's breath also slowly converged, becoming no different from an ordinary person. Exhaling a long breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his face filled with vigor. Yuan Qi realm. After so many hardships, he had finally reached the height of Yuan Qi realm. In the past, the Yuan Qi realm was an existence he looked up to, and at this moment, he was also standing on the stage of Yuan Qi realm masters. It had only taken him 2 years. Even if he added the previous 3 years of decadence, it was only 5 years. To cultivate to the Yuan Qi realm in 5 years, he would be considered a genius no matter where he went. Gently clenching his fist, he felt that his whole body was full of indescribable explosive power, and the Yuan Qi flowing in his meridians had also undergone a fundamental change. Compared to the previous Yuan Qi that was ethereal and invisible, the current Yuan Qi was undoubtedly more solid and full of powerful energy. Chapter 260. What was flowing in his body could no longer be called Yuan Qi, but Yuan Qi. The two were not on the same level at all. There were originally 70 to 80 drops of yang liquid in Dantian, but now there were only 20 drops left. However, the energy stored in each drop of yang liquid was equivalent to the sum of the previous 3 or 4 drops. The lethality of this kind of yang liquid was much more terrifying than before. After reaching the Yuan Qi realm, the Yuan Qi in a cultivator's body was also divided into different grades. Grade 1 to Grade 9, Grade 1 was the highest, and Grade 9 was the lowest. Although this division could not be considered as part of the entire cultivator's promotion system, it was a widely recognized division. When a normal cultivator reached the Yuan Qi realm, if they did not have the help of precious treasures, their Yuan Qi would mostly be Grade 9. Even with the help of precious treasures, they would only be able to reach Grade 8. Even so, it was still a great fortune, enough to make most people smile from ear to ear. This grade of Yuan Qi could indeed display more strength in battle than normal Yuan Qi, but after all, it was only at the end. If they met an opponent of a higher grade than Yuan Qi, even if their realm was higher, they would definitely not be a match for them. The grade of Yuan Qi would slowly increase as a cultivator cultivated in the future. However, even if they cultivated to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, if they did not have any special opportunities, Yuan Qi would only be Grade 3 or Grade 4. Very few people could reach Grade 2, as for Grade 1, it was just a legend. It could be said that when a cultivator reached the Yuan Qi realm, the grade of Yuan Qi in their body would determine their future and development. This was the foundation of their life. When those geniuses reached the Yuan Qi realm, they would at least be Grade 7 Yuan Qi, and some would even reach Grade 6. The higher their grade, the better their future would be. Yang Kai did not know what grade the Yuan Qi in his body was now, but it was definitely not Grade 1. It was at least Grade 6 or 7, or even higher. Brilliant flame liquid, the 9 yuan condensing dew, which one of them was not a precious treasure for tempering Yuan Qi? They were all extremely difficult to find. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had used both. In addition, he had worked hard to refine his Yuan Qi when he was at the separation and reunion boundary. As a result, the Yuan Qi he had formed was of a high quality. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. "Old demon, what's going on?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Yang Kai found that he was no longer in the middle of the white fog, nor did he find the stone that could produce the soul-cleansing dew. Instead, he found himself in a barren land. As far as the eye could see. In the distance, lush and verdant forests swayed gently in the wind. A few days ago, there was a sudden surge of strange energy, and then young master appeared here. But at that time, you were at the final juncture of breaking through to Yuan Qi. This old servant did not dare to disturb you. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly understood. It seemed that he had been sent out of that exotic land. That day, Ling Tai Su had said that he would enter that exotic land to gain experience. There was no need to find the way out, because he simply couldn't find it. At a certain time, he would naturally leave. This period of time could be long or short, as long as 2 to 3 years, and as short as a few months. This time, it would take about a year. The exotic land experience was over. It was a pity that he didn't have the soul cleansing dew. It took about 10 days to produce a drop of soul cleansing dew. If he had stayed there longer, he should have been able to collect more. However, Yang Kai was content, as he had already collected more than a dozen drops. This place should be Netherworld Mountain. It was the only forbidden land in the Great Han Dynasty. When he entered with Ling Tai Su that day, all he encountered were 5th or 6th order monster beast. There were many of them, and they were extremely fierce. Now that he was out, he could only rely on himself. There was no trace of other people, so they should have already left Netherworld Mountain. Those people were the elites of their respective sects, and their strength was not weak. If they encountered a 5th order monster beast, they would definitely be able to handle it. If it was a 6th order one, as long as it wasn't too strong, escaping should not be a problem. Young master, there's something strange here. What strange? You might as well fly up and take a look. Old demon's words. Yang Kai nodded. He released his divine sense. In an instant, everything within a dozen miles was imprinted into his mind. This time, during his seclusion to break through to the Yuan Qi realm, his divine sense had inadvertently strengthened a lot. Not perceiving any danger or life nearby, Yang Kai unfolded his yang inflammation wings and flew into the air. Looking down, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sure enough. Old demon took a deep breath. This place, why does it look like it was hit by a palm strike? Yang Kai's eyebrows jumped. Everything within a radius of a few dozen miles was barren. Not a single blade of grass grew, and all the trees had been reduced to dust. If one looked carefully, one could even see a clear palm print covering the ground within a radius of a few dozen miles. It should have been hit by a palm strike. Who could be so tyrannical? Kai Yang was shocked. Such a feat, such strength, was simply too shocking. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya were definitely among the top masters in the world, but Yang Kai estimated that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to create such a palm print. Moreover, this palm print looked like it had been there for some time, at least half a year or even a year. Even now, this place was still barren. One could imagine how destructive the power contained in it was. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. When Ling Tai Su, Guili of Ghost King Valley, and the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace entered Nether Mountain together, Ling Tai Su had asked the old woman a question. The old woman's answer was that there had been some kind of change in Nether Mountain, so all the 5th order and 6th order monster beasts had been driven to the periphery. The time was almost the same. Could the change that the old woman mentioned be related to the master who caused all this? We can't stay here for long. Old demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded, identified the direction, and directly used his yang inflammation wings to fly out. Before, he didn't dare to act wantonly because he didn't have the ability to investigate his surroundings, but now that he had his divine sense, things were different. Spreading out his divine sense, he could see everything within a dozen kilometers at a glance. Naturally, he no longer had to worry about being spied on. Half an hour later, Yang Kai flew out of Nether Mountain. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai checked his position, determined the direction, and walked towards a certain place. Young master isn't returning to High Heaven Pavilion? Old demon saw some clues. The direction Yang Kai was heading was not the same as High Heaven Pavilion. Not for the time being, I'm going to Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai nodded. The 5th page of the wordless black book clearly instructed him to go to Medicine King's Valley, but he didn't know what was there. Last time, he wanted to cultivate for a while and wait until his strength was a little stronger before going, but he had not expected that Ling Tai Su would take him to Nether Mountain for experience. Now that his strength had reached the Yuan Qi boundary, it was natural for him to go to Medicine King's Valley and have a look. After breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, Yang Kai could now use his movement skill, making his movements much more elusive than before. With a single breath of Yuan Qi, he could now travel more than 1,000 meters. However, after trying it out a few times, he no longer used his movement skill. It really consumed too much of his Yuan Qi. 2 days later, Yang Kai was already 1,000 kilometers away from Nether Mountain. While walking on a public road, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his mind. This feeling was not his own, but was transmitted from a certain direction. Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to look in that direction. Faintly, he felt that there was something abnormal a few dozen kilometers away. Frowning, Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled. His divine sense could only cover a dozen kilometers at most, so how could he transmit a few dozen kilometers away? A brand. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he finally understood why he felt uneasy. In that isolated world, he had planted a brand in Zmo and Lingshan's souls, so now, a few dozen kilometers away, one of them must have encountered some kind of danger, which was why he was able to detect it. Was it Zmo or Lingshan? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression sank and he hurriedly rushed in that direction. Yang Kai's perception was not wrong. A few dozen kilometers away, Zmo was facing the greatest danger of her life. When Yang Kai had separated from her, her strength had reached the Yuan Qi's 6th stage, and after such a long time in that isolated world, her strength had now reached the 7th stage of Yuan Qi. Her background was not low, so Zmo could be said to be one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation. But now, she was in a worrisome situation, scrambling to deal with the enemy's attacks, and in imminent danger. There was a long wound on her abdomen, and blood had dyed her clothes red. Her footsteps were disorderly, and her beautiful face was pale. Even in this dangerous situation, she could only grit her teeth and not make a sound. When she left Nether Mountain, her luck was not good and she had encountered many monster beast attacks. If not for her soul-controlling insect controlling one of the monster beast, she would have likely died in Nether Mountain. In that battle, she had suffered some injuries, and the monster beast she had controlled had been left behind in order to cover their retreat. After escaping with great difficulty, she had not expected to encounter a person who wanted to kill her. She knew this person, it was the one Yang Kai had been looking for, Wu Chengyi. Wu Chengyi's strength had reached the Yuan Qi 8th stage. Although he was only a minor realm higher than Zmo, one had come prepared while the other had been injured and was caught off guard. In the battle, Zmo quickly fell into a disadvantage and was accidentally struck by a sword, causing her condition to worsen. As the sword chi flew towards her, Zmo's expression became dignified, and she quickly took out a bronze mirror-like artifact and activated her Yuan Qi, transforming it into a shield in front of her. Ding ding dang dang dang, the sword chi struck the shield, and although it did not hurt Zmo, it still forced her to retreat, gasping for breath. I only want that beast taming technique. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Wu Chengyi said expressionlessly as he pointed the sword in his hand at Zmo. In that isolated world, Wu Chengyi had personally witnessed the strength of the Tian Lang cultivator's beast taming technique, so naturally he wanted to get his hands on it. This time, he had ambushed Zmo in order to obtain Sun Luo Temple's secret technique. Wishful thinking. Zmo ground her teeth. Wu Chengyi sneered, I'll give you one last chance, otherwise, when I capture you, even if you want to die, it will be difficult. With such an exotic woman like you, I think many people will be interested. Zmo's eyes flashed a cold light, but she suddenly laughed, Are you interested? Wu Qingyi's expression was as cold as ice. I cultivate the ruthless sword, so I won't be tempted by a woman. So you'd better put away your petty thoughts, but I do have a martial uncle who is extremely lecherous. I think he will be very willing to accept you. Zimo's pretty face changed, and she ground her teeth as she cursed, pervert. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.